What is your accidentally caught your spouse cheating horror story? 2 weeks ago I sent a message to a mutual friend asking to borrow a router. He didn't answer, but no worries, he lives nearby. I'll just stop by and grab it. I pull up to his house and start heading down the driveway. He has a long country driveway, so it's a few seconds before I see my car. I drive a company vehicle during the day. Already the point my heart began to sink, but they are friends and business partners. Maybe it's nothing. I got out of my van and looked up to see the other guy shirtless in his bedroom. At this point my heart is down on my stomach and I'm visibly shaking. I go in and immediately head upstairs. He is alone, now clothed. I say I came to borrow the router. Also, have you seen my wife? The car is here. He then proceeds to give the worst improvement I've ever heard. Huh, no, she was here at some point though. Whatever, I knew she was there, I just wanted him to admit it. I go down, take the router, and head back to the van where I finally encounter my wife topless trying to sneak around the side of his house. And now here I am. Edit. To all those wondering, I kept the router. Edit 2. It's a plunge router, forward working. Not me, my dad. He told me the story a few years back. So, some of my mom's family were visiting from out of town, and they had planned a night at the bingo, which my dad couldn't attend because he was working 6 p.m. to am. He finished work early, and on his way home, saw my babysitter on the street. You are not with you /Bassman 1976. No, your wife called me at around 8 p.m. saying she wasn't feeling well and that she would stay home. My dad drove home, tried the front door, locked, no lights. He entered the house by the basement door, went up the stairs, heard them, a few feet away, my mom and her cousin. 2 years later, he almost left her, with me in tow, but stayed so I could have a normal life. Most of the time, I wish he'd left, because he wouldn't have worked 90 to 100 a week to avoid being home and cold. Been happier. For those who are wondering, my mom had a long-time affair with her cousin, starting before she met my dad. She wasn't happy either, I think, but my dad was a good catch. Yes, I'm sure he is my dad. We look so much the same. Yes, they are still together, and after a year of being angry, I decided to let go, because their relationship has nothing to do with me. Just sad for both of them. Dude, very similar thing happened with my mom. My dad was born in the Philippines, and would go once a year for 2 weeks or so for a golf tournament. I remember these 2 weeks every year would absolutely suck, because I wasn't as close with my mom back then. Anyways, fast forward to when I'm 10. My parents are in the process of splitting up, and I find these weird baby pictures and huge group family photos of a wedding on the family computer. I was the main user of the computer, and I'm just sitting there not sure what to think. I show my mom, I put 2 and 2 together, and we just sit there hugging each other crying for a solid hour. Turns out he has had a family with about 6/7 kids that were older and younger than me, with the oldest being 8 years older than me. Me and my mom were the second family. The person he had that family with, his first cousin. He's now married to that person, and over the years he's used my mom's credit to pay off his gambling debts, to bring his kids over to the States slowly, and even had the nerve to use my mom's savings to pay for his faking wedding in the Philippines while they were still married. Sorry for the rant and formatting, I'm on mobile, but it seemed like a similar thing I wanted to get rid of the chest. Edit. Wow. Didn't expect all this attention. Thanks everyone for the cumulative fact, my dad. And I'm sorry to hear that this may be more typical among Filipino families. Not me, but one of my best mates, his girlfriend, snuck a guy into their 1-bedroom apartment while he was playing Xbox in the living room. I heard the argument through the mic. After he heard a noise coming from the bedroom, he kicked her out and continued playing with us. Edit. Alrighty, this certainly blew up. To the people saying my buddy deserved it because he is addicted to video games, I don't know where you got that from. He only plays when there is a bit of spare time. She is just a sheet person. After he caught them in the act and kicked her out, he came back onto the mic to tell us what happened and to get off the game. We encouraged him to stay on and talk everything through with us. We were in different countries at the time and couldn't see him in person because we were worried. Their relationship had been a little rocky, but who would guess that someone would cheat, and especially in the next room. He is a great guy who did not deserve that to happen to him. He is now in a healthy relationship with a wonderful lady. My first long-term girlfriend and I were going to go to the same college. I got accepted, but had to start the semester after she did, meaning we would be slightly long distance for a few months. It wasn't too bad, because we were only about 2 hours apart, so it was pretty easy to visit, but our relationship did struggle a bit. I remember one night I got a phone call from her, and when I picked up it was obvious it was a butt dial. I could hear her talking to some guy, but couldn't make out what they were saying. I called her, and she picked up, and I asked what was up. She said she was in bed about to go to sleep. I told her about the butt dial and she said it was her friend Jack, who I met, asking to borrow something. I thought it was odd, but brushed it off. A couple weeks later I was up there visiting her, and I met a bunch of cool people, including this guy Luke. After I got back from visiting I got a Facebook message from him saying, "Look man, I hate to be the one to say this, but I think you're an awesome guy and you don't deserve this to be happening to you. She's been cheating on you with this guy pretty soon after she started here." I was devastated, but I had to hear it from her, so I called her and said, "Are you cheating on me?" She gave a heavy sigh and said, "Well, at least I don't have to lie anymore." That guy's voice I had heard wasn't Jack, it was the guy she was cheating on me with. I just trusted her so much that I took her word for it. Even though it was painful, I was grateful for Luke sending me that message. What's funny is that most of the people I met up there that were her friends sided with me after the breakup, so when I started going there that next semester I had a group of friends to support me, and most of them are still very close friends of mine to this day. Using an alt account, because wife had been texting a lot and was very evasive when I inquired about it, though she smirked when she thought it was making me jealous. Yeah, she's that kind of person. Turns out she left her email logged into my cell phone. So I noticed that she had a weekend trip to a place that was a state away. We were living in different states at the time. That seemed to be of the quiet romantic getaway type. Total occupancy. 2. Well, I thought that was fairly suspicious, so I monitored her Airbnb page, which was easy since we were friends on Airbnb, figuring that the owner might leave a comment about how great she was as a guest, which it turned out she did, except the review went something like, "Wife's name and guy not named me were wonderful guests," and so on. Yeah, so anyone want to guess what the conditional probability is of that weekend trip involving infidelity? Pretty sure it's high. Wife apparently panicked, asked Airbnb to remove the review, altered her name on the site, and then finally, having failed to get the review taken down, deleted her account. I eventually asked her about it during a counseling session, and she had already made defense about how she'd meant to take the trip with another coworker, but that person's car broke down, so guy's name ended up tagging along since guy's name was that coworker's boyfriend, and they all stayed there together, but guy's name signed the goose book, hence a totally honest mistake. In hindsight, I'm pretty sure she was not telling the truth. We are not still married. My ex-wife was an alcoholic. Like, bad alcoholic. One time I got home from my night shift a little early, and you guessed it, she was drunk. Well, I was horny, and she's usually drunk when we fuck anyway, so what the hell, I came onto her, so we are faking and it's dark and she says, "You need to hurry up," so I ask, why, he's going to be home soon. Who? My husband, you faking idiot. Yeah, so I pull out and hop out of the bed and flip on the light, and this bitch looks absolutely baffled. She's sheet-faced drunk and totally dumbfounded. I ask her, "Who did you think was faking you?" "What? Who did you think was faking you? What are you talking about?" "Never mind. I'll talk to you about it in the morning. I'm not drunk." Yeah, she didn't even know what the fuck I was on about. So I go to bed on the couch, and I'm sitting there going over shit in my head, and I hear her come down the stairs. She goes into the kitchen, and I hear a drawer shut. A few seconds later, She's standing over me with a faking knife. I promptly take the knife from her. Tell her to go to bed, which she obliges without saying a single word. I grab the kids and put them in the car and drive to my mom's house where we spend the night. She starts blowing up my phone at 10 AM, frantic that she doesn't know where the kids are. We have a mini intervention. She promises to go to AA. I attempted to erase the entire night from my memory, which didn't work obviously. About a month later she hasn't held up to her AA agreement and has pretty much gone back to her old ways. I come home from work and I see a faking LA Dodgers hat on my couch. Who is over? I ask. Nobody. You sure? Yeah. Don't. Faking bullshit me. Who was over here? You calling me a faking liar? Yeah. I am. Because someone left their faking hat on my faking couch. At this point she concocts some stupid story about a neighbor coming to borrow something. I knew she was lying. At this point I had pretty much given up on the marriage, but didn't know what to do. I was afraid that if I divorced her she'd somehow get the kids. A lot more faked up shit happens over the next month or so, including her making up a story about Mexicans jumping her, my neighbor calling CPS, me catching her actually kiss a guy, 2 potheads admitting to having a threesome with her. Then one day in July of 2008 I asked her to have a seat. I told her that I was filing for divorce. She put up a fight, but I won full custody of my kids. I started dating again and have been with my new wife for 9 years now. The end. Edit. Please note that she did recognize me and was receptive when we started. Drunk sex was the norm for her. I wasn't being a creep. I've posted about this before, but he changed his phone password. I left it for months until something just wasn't sitting right in my gut. I unlocked his phone with my thumb, and I didn't even have to look. There was a messaging app open with a girl he was meeting the next day. I sent him to work without confronting him. I reset passwords through a long chain of emails to finally access the one associated with the messaging app. Lo and behold, he was sending approximately 10,000 emails per year for the last 4 years of our relationship. He was living a whole second life and hiding it from everyone. Our relationship had never appeared stronger, and we had been seeing a therapist to work on strengthening our communication for 8 months, once a week. Clearly he was hiding his issues from the therapist as well. At the time, I felt like it ruined my life. I remember thinking very clearly, what did I do to deserve this? When I thought that, something inside of me just snapped. I calmly went and bought a giant coffee and cardboard boxes. I packed all his things up before he was home from work and changed our locks. The end. Edit. People are asking. I moved his things into storage and left the key along with passive aggressive notes. He left me a short note apologizing for what he did and owning up to it. He made a social media post telling everyone what he did and asking them to leave him alone and support me. I saw him weeks later to talk, and he didn't try to hide what he had done and was transparent. I loved him, and if he had come to me and admitted he had this problem, I would have helped him seek therapy. It wasn't the subject matter so much that is the issue. An addiction is an addiction. It's a lie. I opened my sister's door to ask for a hair tie, and she was faking my boyfriend. This was in high school, but still. I spit on them, yelling why, and went downstairs to leave. My dad is in the living room on the computer and asks what's wrong. I said go upstairs and see for yourself. I ran outside and heard the yelling right away. My dad chased him out of the neighborhood naked. She got shipped to my mom's house shortly after that and got pregnant at 17 years old. Edit. Whoa. Didn't expect anyone to actually see that. This was just the start with her. To answer some questions. I asked why later, and he said he did it because she would have sex and I wouldn't. I was still a virgin, and she was sexually active at 12. No, I never spoke to him again. He's actually a meth head now. She slept with another one of my boyfriends a year later. Another one, I found them kissing on our front porch one day after grade 12. Fast forward to me being fresh out of high school, full-time job that I loved. She's knocked up with number 2 and my dad made me quit my job and move in with her to watch my 1-year-old niece so she could finish high school. She does, then has the baby, and is too lazy to raise either, so I do for a year. I finally said enough. I didn't want to leave my niece and nephew, but I was a kid and wanting my own life and not to live in her apartment with her new boyfriend and 2 kids. I moved back home and started anew. My nephew's father ends up getting custody. She didn't try to fight and didn't show up to 3 different court dates to try and win him back at all. So she takes my niece and splits up north to hide in our hometown. By now my niece is 3, and from up until now, she turns 18 on the 9th. She has lived in 4 different provinces and Florida twice. My sister has run all over the country, going through probably around 100 men. She's been engaged more than I can count. Back to me. When I moved back home, got my life back together, and my own place about a year later, who comes knocking at the door? My seasoned niece. Can we stay for a bit? Of course, you're my sister. She fucks my roommate, doesn't take care of my niece. She's getting high and whatnot. My niece gets smoked in the head by one of the guys she's hanging around with a golf club. I take her for stitches. Tell her to go back home and stay there. She does, thankfully. She cleans herself up a bit and goes to college. Fast forward to me getting married and having my own 2 kids. She comes to visit with her fiance and my niece. She was now 6, and I catch C's trying to blow my husband. Goodbye for another 2 years and eventually goodbye to the husband too. That's a whole other issue. The jerk. Fast forward again, and I'm with my first kiss from 13. My soulmate, barf, and unbeknownst to me, he has a drinking problem. She takes advantage of that. She has admitted in the past, when I've asked why she keeps doing this to me, that she can't stand that I've always been successful and happy, so she tries to ruin it or take it away and starts sexting my boyfriend. They texted for a few days and felt bad. I read them, and that was that. He did cheat with other women, but was also blackout drunk for the better part of 2 years. He quit and has been sober since December 12, 2014. Different man. Amazing man and father. My sister on the other hand, I finally had enough, and at a little sister's wedding, right at the end, I told her to never call me, message me or try to reach me. Forget I'm her sister, because she's never treated me as such. We haven't spoken since then. That was 2013. She's still the same. My niece gets no attention. My mom has basically raised her when she's been close to them to take care of her. She comes to our house a lot too. My sister is too busy worrying about this man or the next, too busy getting stoned. I'm not against smoking a joint, and too busy with her own life. She shouldn't ever have been a mother. Things had been a little shaky as I was working a lot and felt sapped when she wanted to go be social with friends. So I often stayed home. I wanted to do something nice for her for Valentine's Day, so I sent her friend a text asking if there was something that she may have mentioned she would like to do. As I was waiting on that text, I was in another room. I saw her phone buzz with her friend's name. The number was below the name, and since I had just sent her a text, I knew they didn't match. There are very few times my blood has been that cold and feelings of dread. I called the number with my phone, and it rang and rang before going to voicemail. Needless to say, it was the other guy. I confronted her about it, and she said she was waiting to leave and had a bag packed in case I found out. She had no intentions of trying to work things out, so a month later she had moved out. I made a decision then that I could be broken up and miserable, or that I could choose to be happy and be open to a relationship if it was available. I've since remarried and have 2 beautiful boys with my amazing wife. Regardless of the shitiness and horror in these stories, there is always the opportunity to be happy. If you're reading this thread because it happened to you, or just from morbid curiosity, choose to be happy. Be the person that you can be proud of and move on to better things. A professor at my college accidentally posted handwritten letters from or to his mistress on his class's website today. His wife is also a professor at my college. Wonder how those ones are playing out this evening. Yikes. Edit. I will update if possible. One of my friends actually read the letters today, since clearly some students saved them and they started circulating. I'll have to ask her about more details. No clue how the mix-up happened, but I really feel for his wife. Not a fun way to find out, and not fun to have it broadcasted on campus either. Edit 2. Texted my friend who read the letters. This is what she said. Yeah, it was crazy. It was about men and women and their relationship with sex. And it was pretty stereotypical and like psychological. I don't know how to explain it. And there was a flowchart in it basically explaining how to handle him regarding sex. Apparently the letter was cringe city. Edit 3. While a lot of you want to see the letters, I do not have them and wouldn't share the screenshots anyways. Something about that is against my moral compass, but glad you were all entertained as much as I was. I found it funny this question was asked right after I heard about this, so I just had to post. Probably one of the more shocking twists was that this professor is actually quite young, early 30s it looks like. I totally envisioned this being an old dude. Edit 4. Apparently this actually happened in May of this year, but the letter had resurfaced yesterday. The professor is no longer at my college and allegedly had a bit of a mental breakdown. I did get to see the flowchart. It was weird. Not me, but a medical resident who I met on rotation recently. One of the nicest guys I ever met. Super intelligent and hardworking, and training to be a trauma surgeon by humble as they come. He had been married for 2 years to his wife. One night he gets off a 30-hour call early and heads home to surprise his wife with some flowers and her favorite dessert. It was the anniversary of the day they first met, only to find her in bed with a random dude. He was so exhausted and confused, he didn't know what to do, and just left, and went back to the hospital. I saw him at 5 AM, sitting in the parking lot, hunched over crying. He didn't even have his phone with him, he was just sitting there. Man, nothing breaks your heart more than seeing a grown man cry. It's not something you see often. We called his dad up, and he came and picked him up. The guy ended up taking a leave from his residency. Turns out, it wasn't the wife's first time sleeping around. Hope he gets back on his feet. He will make an amazing physician. Obligatory, not me, but a friend. And I've posted this story twice before. Early 2000s, my friend's husband was deployed to Iraq. Together, they had a 10-year-old son and a happy marriage. One day, while he was deployed, I was at home when another one of our friends called and screamed, "Holy shit, turn on the news right now." I turned it on to watch a human interest story about a fundraiser at a high school 30 miles away. They are doing Relay for Life or something, and as a surprise to one of the participants, they had her husband and father of her 2 grade school children do a video call from Iraq, and displayed it on the football jumbotron. There on our local news is my friend's husband, telling another woman and 2 kids how he loves them, and can't wait to get back home to them. The news eats it up, about what a great guy he is. That night, our group of friends convened and decided how we would tell her. I was nominated, so the next day I had to sit her down and tell her what we saw. She called the news station, and they were happy to let her come in and watch the story. They were also incredibly apologetic. Story has a somewhat crappy ending, I'm afraid. She called him out on his BS, they started divorce proceedings, and he went on to legally marry the mother of his other kids, and mostly ignored his son from the first marriage. Not me, but my neighbor who is also my best friend. He was having his 30th birthday party and a bunch of people were over at his condo. He was intoxicated. A solid 7/10 intoxicated and spilled his beer on his shirt, so he decided to change shirts. He asked me to come with him because he wanted to ask me something in private, so I went with him upstairs. He opened his bedroom door and we saw his boss going to town with his fiancée. I will never forget the look on his face, his fiancée's face, and his boss's face. The silence was broken up by the "this isn't what it looks like" routine. My friend responded with, "If this isn't what it looks like, why was his dick so far inside you?" I stood there in amazement and was in a state of shock. His boss got dressed, and I walked him out of the party. The pose even grabbed a roadie before he left. My friend came downstairs and immediately chugged a beer and announced my now ex-fiancée was caught having sex with my boss, and I walked in on them with her legs behind her head. I didn't know she could do that. Usually she lays there like a starfish. Let's get really faked up. He was kind of a mess for a while after that. Luckily, it was his condo. He owned and paid for both cars. His fiancée just quit her job to be a housewife. Instant karma. Postscript. It took him a year to date again. I set him up with a coworker of mine. They are great together. The pose boss. Well, He got what he deserved in the end. He was caught sleeping with the wife of the owner of the company he worked for. Fired and my buddy was promoted. His fiancée, well, she moved in with her parents again and had to give up her lavish lifestyle. Last time I saw her she tried to flirt with me and be playful. I shut that down and told her never to speak to me again. Girlfriends come and go, but best friends only come by every once in a while. Edit. My friend never asked me the question he wanted to ask. Probably best he doesn't. On the subject of grabbing the roadie, I want to like that move so badly, but I just can't. Thanks for the comments and the laughs. Hopefully this story helps you in the future or present. Not sure how, but I hope it does. This. I was at Disney with our kids on day 2 of a 7-day family trip her father had been, by that point, talking up for about 7 years. He and her mother told us when the kids were born, they were going to take us all to Disney when they turned 7. And 7 years later, it finally happened. At that point, we'd been together for over a decade, had a great job, a house, a bunch of kids, and the full-on, 100%, honest to goodness American dream. Life was grand. Until I picked up her phone to set an alarm on night 2 of our family vacation of a lifetime. There were so many texts. So many. I remember actually wanting to hurt her and having to leave the room. I immediately called the number and heard some faking strange dude answer with a sleepy, "Hello darling. I'm glad to hear from you." I wanted to die. The sense of unreality that I experienced. It was immediately numbing. Like I'd just switched to the dark timeline. All I could think was, from this point on, everything that I have known about my left is going to change. I had woken up that morning to her receiving a random text message from a girl she worked with, but there were no other texts, but the message seemed like it was part of a conversation. It wasn't a particularly suspect message, just that there were no past messages. To put it in context, my girlfriend acted equally confused. I was feeling ill and wanted to stay home from my class that morning, and she was very insistent that I didn't, which I thought was odd. On the way there, I was stuck on the highway with no way to pull over quickly enough, and I threw up all over myself in the car. I finally pulled over and cleaned up a bit, but I was absolutely hysterical, and I was like, "I'm coming home, I obviously can't make it to my class." And she was like, "Okay, well I'm the next town over getting brunch with the girl from the text message earlier, ha." I came home and showered, and before I even put clothes on, I looked at her call/text records, and she had been messaging this girl all night long. I confronted her, and she basically admitted that they had been getting closer, and I think she admitted that they had kissed, and that was it. I was so physically ill I couldn't really get out of bed, and I had to be at work at 4:30 the next morning, so I just slept all day. But I was home from work the next day before she woke up, and she was awakened by me packing my sheet up and moving home. Note, the girl she was cheating on me with was a friend of hers from work that we had hung out with multiple times. I had given her rides, smoked her out, and was cool with all her friends, and the whole time everyone knew they were hooking up behind my back. Well, he wasn't my spouse, but he had proposed to me that morning. He said he had to go into work to cover a shift, but when he didn't call me for his dinner break, as he usually did when he worked that shift, I got worried. He was in Leo and called him. Someone else picked up his phone, explained that the guy whose phone this is, yeah, I think he went up to a room with his girlfriend. We have it down here waiting for him. They were at a hotel. Turns out he used it as an excuse to sleep with another woman he knew from when they were in the academy together and had been seeing each other for a while. She was married. The next morning, when he came to pick me up so we could get our parents to take them to brunch and announce the news, I refused to go with him. In hindsight, I should have waited until we were all at brunch and he had paid the bill to confront him for the free food, but I was young and dumb. This just happened 2 days ago. I was in Florida on vacation with my girlfriend of 6 years, our 4-year-old son, and her family and a few of her friends. She had been taking pictures down at the beach all afternoon on her phone. We got back to the house we were staying at and everyone was in the kitchen making dinner. I picked up her phone and opened it up to text my family the pictures she had taken. As I'm scrolling for the thread, I see her ex-boyfriend's name. Open up the messages and first thing there are videos of them masturbating they had sent to each other. I yelled, "What the fuck is this?" Her mom turned toward me and asked what was wrong, and I loudly proclaimed what I'd seen. She said that she had gone out with some friends, gotten drunk, invited him out for a drink, and ended up blowing coke all night. Then said she got blackout drunk the next night and sent the videos. Claimed that was the only time she'd seen him. Yeah, so when she fell asleep of course I went through her phone again. She'd seen him multiple times throughout the previous 2 months, and I found pictures of them together posing like a cute couple on their dates. Her brother and dad were pissed. I got the fuck out there the next morning. Ruined the vacation for pretty much everyone, and totally wrecked our family. My dad was very ill and died. I was pregnant and at the hospital dealing with the details that followed death. I forgot my social status and my pregnant brain could not remember it. I sent my husband to go get it from our home. He doesn't come back for hours and won't answer his cell. I told them I'd be back with the info and headed home to find out what happened. I go to open our door and our couch is pushed against it. I'm trying to open the door and he's yelling at me. Finally opens the door. And he's doing drugs. They are everywhere. He's on probation at the time. We fight. Huge fight. Then I end up finding an underage girl in the closet. For some sick reason I stayed. Only to find out 2 years later after lots of therapy that he cheated again. And had been cheating our whole relationship. I nicely packed his things and had them waiting for him. Filed for divorce that week. It's been a year since I was divorced. I ended up dating way sooner than I thought I would. And I'm now madly in love with a man I've known since high school, and he treats me and my daughter spectacularly. Don't stay in a relationship with this type of hurt. There is far better out there. Had my suspicions for a couple months, but no evidence or anything. My ex lived about 40 miles from me, and we were 18. Dated and went to high school together for 3 years. She would come down into the city on weekends to spend time with me. I knew she had another group of friends in her town and a few were guys, which didn't bother me. But I woke up in the middle of the night and messaged her on Facebook, only to notice she had been tagged in a photo with one of her friends. He was holding her up and kissing her. It was his new profile picture. I messaged the guy and calmly asked what was going on. He immediately responded and was confused. We decided to meet up for coffee the next morning that my ex was over. And the look on her face was priceless when she saw him walk in and sit beside me. She begged for our forgiveness and claimed she loved us both. Turned out it had been going on for 7 months. And that every time she left my place during the weekends she was returning home to him for the week. Me and the other guy are now best friends and share a house with my fiance and his girlfriend. Fuck you, Taylor. He told me he was helping his grandma, who he lived with, retile her bathroom because she'd fallen ill and was stressed about her bathroom not being finished that day. Sure man, no problem. I was at work anyway or I would have helped. My mom took my brothers out to a restaurant an hour later and walked in to see my then boyfriend sucking face and acting quite inappropriate with a girl I worked with who claimed she hated him for a ton of reasons. He told my mom she was his sick grandma. She agreed that she was. She was 22 in a halter top and jeans and honestly wasn't bad looking tbh. My mom called me out on their sheet, then called me. I finished work, went to my apartment, and gathered his belongings, bagged me up and politely dropped them off to his grandma, who had no idea what happened. I laughed and said my man went on a date without me. My ex and I are both men, so the woman in the equation threw me for a loop. But yeah, no, shit happens sometimes. I'm only mad that he lied and that she knew we were dating the entire time. She actually told me she had fun being the other person because it meant she didn't have to commit to anyone. Not mine but my brother. He was at a small party with 2 friends and his wife. He got tired and wanted to head home. His wife stayed behind. She gave some lame excuse and begged off going with him. It was alright, he thought. His best buddy was there and would make sure she got home safe for him. He got in his car, pulled out of the driveway, Before he could get on down the block he checked his rear view and noticed the room in the house they were all in had gone dark. He'd suspected for a time something was up with her. They had a child together. She died at the sitter. It was ruled SIDS. She had grown colder in the months after the baby died. He never really thought anything like what he was about to see was actually possible. It was more a deep-seated feeling that something was up, but she never let him in, and they didn't work through the loss together. Seeing the lights out crystallized the situation for him, and he turned right around. The house was dark. The front door was still unlocked. He walked right in, and to the only room with any light. He opened the door to find his best friend and another acquaintance double teaming his soon to be ex. He hasn't really been the same since. Not me. My uncle. Uncle got released early from work because they were ahead and it was Friday. He gets home, goes to his bedroom and his wife is in the shower. No big deal. Then her phone goes off. Wife works at a hospital, which could be important, so he checks the phone. Boom, phone opens right up, outgoing pictures of her naked body to an unknown phone number with incriminating messages. He leaves the house for a few hours, tries to commit suicide. Sleeping pills, 2 bottles, and a fifth of Jack Daniels. No suicide. Instead he blacks out. Goes back home and somehow gets his hands on a loaded 9mm pistol, 15 rounds ready to go. About the time he stumbles out of the truck, the wife is leaving the house to get into the car with her girlfriend. Uncle opens fire. 6 glancing shots, 1 shot through the lower jaw, 8 shots into the dirt. The police are called. They roll up on him with a gun in mouth, repeatedly pulling the trigger. They handcuff him and take him to jail. He got 1 year for shooting his wife and 15, 3x 5-year sentences for shooting the wife in front of the kids. Mine's weird. It's not quite cheating, but it's weird. So apps are a thing in the gay community. A big thing. Bars are disappearing, so just meeting someone out and about can be a little difficult for a lot of us. I've had apps for bears, burly hairy dudes with beards, 4 years now. Chat with a lot of men. Some have become friends. Very few have become any more than that. I finally met a guy a few years ago, and it was fine for a while. Got rid of most of the dating profiles, switched all statuses to take on the one app I used to connect with friends across the country and overseas. Saw him on the app and that was fine. I didn't care. He wasn't looking for sex or dicing around, neither was I, so it didn't matter. Life went on. A week or so later, he saw me on the app and got wildly pissy about it. We had words. I explained why I didn't want to get rid of it and assured him he could ask for my phone and look through my messages whenever he wanted. Thought we were good. Oh no. Shortly thereafter, someone in town for work struck up a conversation. Really good looking, but I'm taken. That's cool. He just wants to be friends and chat. Fantastic. Having a friend who just wants to be friends is excellent. We talk for months about all kinds of things and it never gets sexual. Here and there, a random, faceless profile will ask for sex. Those folks get told to fuck off because I'm not looking for that. Suddenly, however, a new pen pal tells me he's been chatting with a guy looking for sex who sounds a lot like the guy I'm seeing. He even points the profile out to me, and while it isn't my dude's profile, they're the same distance from me. The description is dead on, though, so I confront the boyfriend about it. No, it's not me. I'd never do that to you, he says, but the description is so close I can't help but believe the pen pal. Something feels all wrong about this. He also physically kept me from leaving his apartment, which sent up all sorts of red flags. He also sat outside my apartment for a night and I only found out the next morning because he sent me a text about that. Creepy. In a hoe. I stay off the app for a few days and in the meantime, decide things need to end. Nothing feels right, so I call it off. He cries, there's crying, everything's tears and awfulness and he's calling and texting rapid fire. I'm not allowed to break off a relationship, apparently. That's something we both have to agree to. No. I can end a relationship if I want to. Decided to log back onto the app and shut it down, though, because with him following me, I don't want another way for him to follow me. But oh look, a message from Penpal. It's not your boyfriend. I asked him, and he said it's not him. Don't do anything stupid. I message him back and update him. Weirdly, that account doesn't message me back, another account does, identifying himself as Penpal who deleted the app, but made another profile. That's weird. Why is he yelling at me? Why is he so mad? What's happening here? Why is his profile suddenly showing at the same location as my now ex? Oh yeah. Funny thing, these apps allow you to choose whether or not you show your distance to other profiles. Penpal Man and a bunch of the others who tried to solicit such weren't showing distance before, but now suddenly they are. They're all in the same place too. Doesn't matter where I go, if it's work, my house, a friend's house, those profiles are all at the same place. Everything scarily clicked. New Penpal. A catfishing profile meant to get information out of me. Guys soliciting sex, or hitting on me? All catfishing profiles. They're all his. They're all him. This person I thought was an interesting friend? Nope, just a lie. Contacted the app admins about it and they confirmed. To date, 9 different profiles. He's been stalking me for the last 3 years. Now TLDRX tried catfishing and it all backfired on him. Now he's a creepy stalker. This thread is old at this point. I know one might read it, but fuck it, I'd like to tell you. 2017 St. Patrick's Day. My wife says she wants to go to a party with friends from work, a couple that we know. I tell her that I have finals on Monday, full-time dual bachelors and full-time work, so I'm going to pass. She still wants to go. I give her money and say have fun. That night she stops responding to texts about one night. Mind you, I don't really text often. To check on her, because I appreciate the free time. I check the find my friend thing. We both had it on knowingly, and it's turned off. I know she doesn't know how to do that shit. So I'm worrying about going to check her iPad to get her to find my iPhone. The password is changed. Check her laptop the same. So I'm starting to get suspicious. I'm going in the room. I notice her Apple Watch. I check and it had messages since last sync, so I check and there is a long text conversation dating back a few weeks with an unsaved number that raised a flag. So I read it. Turns out it's a Kawaka single dude and she was out with him and he left his address. So I drove there, got to the address and sure as shit my car is in the parking spot. So I took a pic and sent it to her and told her to come out. She didn't. I thought about going in there and doing stupid shit in the heat of the moment, but the thought about how I wouldn't want to be in prison over her, so I just went home. Then she called and tried to deny it. I tried to see it her way, but every way I looked at it, she was the complete asshole in this story. I met this girl who was working the late shift at a drugstore. We flirted a few times, eventually exchanged numbers, and started sleeping together. After a few weeks, she invited me to go drinking at this crappy little bar she liked in the north side of the city. So we spend the night dancing together, drinking, and talking to people she knows. Eventually a guy comes up to me, saying, "Great to meet you finally. Congratulations on the engagement. What are you talking about?" I replied, laughing as I choked on my drink a bit. Guy gives me a quizzical look and says, "You're here with Corey. It's Paul, right?" I raised an eyebrow and pointed a thumb to my chest, stating, "Nah man, name's Kyle." We stared at each other, watching each other realize what was playing out on this fateful night. Corey was engaged to a guy named Paul. I was the other guy. Paul worked out of town for weeks at a time. It was actually interesting how you literally could see the word travel around the small bar, drastically changing the vibe in the room. We left shortly after she brought me, the guy she was cheating on her fiancé with, to her favorite bar. She brought me to a place full of friends that at least knew her well enough to know she was engaged to a guy named Paul, not Kyle. Messed up stuff. Didn't see her again after that. According to Facebook, Paul and Corey are currently married. We were talking divorce and officially separated while he was still overseas deployed. He had flown back for 2 weeks R&R and would head back overseas due to his request to extend his time there. I thought we were going to talk things out, but I picked him up at the airport and he was stone cold. We went back to our apartment and talked for an hour or less where he said he thought divorce was best and though he had to get going he was picking up a friend at the airport and staying with her for the 2 weeks he was back. I was in shock. Fast forward several days later, and I was on his computer printing off a CD label, dating myself here, when the art program showed several hidden files that had pictures in them. The folder was labeled with a woman's name. I opened said folder and there are saved explicit detailed emails and photos that dated back long before he and I had started having trouble. No wonder he wanted to extend his stay in a war zone. He was banging an NCO under his command, who he had then coordinated to fly in 3 hours after him so they could run away together after he told me it was over. I never even saw that coming. Things were rough between my long distance girlfriend and myself, but I wanted the relationship to work so bad. Money was tight, so my parents supported me by partially paying for a ticket to fly over to where my ex lived. A few weeks before I was flying to visit my girlfriend, my best friend passed away, and I was completely devastated. I reached out to my ex to seek some emotional support, but she was being particularly difficult to reach out to. I called her maybe 5 times in an hour, out of desperation. Finally, I get a response with a text that reads, "This is her boyfriend. Will you please stop texting her?" Eventually I got an actual text and a call from my ex, denying everything. I couldn't confirm at the time whether or not my ex was actually cheating on me, but I eventually found out from her friends that she was indeed cheating on me. This was a few years ago. I'm doing pretty good right now, and I'm in a very happy relationship. But man, does it sting just remembering all I went through that day. Oh wow, how sad. My story was 1999, and I was PG with baby #2. Went to a pottery party with about 15 other ladies. I knew one of them. We are talking about our birth stories, and one girl mentioned how she was on a date on 4th of July and his sister-in-law went into labor. He was hammered drunk, ignoring the pager, and finally had enough coffee to haul off on his Harley to the hospital at around 5 AM. She mentioned his beautiful blue eyes and tattoos. Meanwhile my friend and I are looking at each other with crazy eyes, because that's my birth story with baby #1. I asked the girl if his name was Jack. She said yes. I said that wasn't his sil, that was his wife and that's me. She lost it. She had no clue he was married. She cried and apologized, but swore she never saw him again. Did you guys fuck? She covered her face and sobbed. I hugged her and went home. He lied so hard. A week later he was stabbed by our neighbor and nearly died. Months of rehab. I have baby #2. We got a massive settlement from the stabbing, 6 figures, and he spent all of it. I filed for divorce on my baby's first birthday. Today son #1 is in the army and son #2 is just as awesome. Jack is still a drunken asshole. Woo. Sorry, long story. Apologies. Someone asked me to add a TLDR. This is lengthy. Apologies, this happened years ago, but the ripples definitely continued for many years. I was an athlete in my 20s. I was fortunate to spend the decade from my 19th birthday until just shy of my 30th birthday playing basketball overseas. I would spend the majority of the year overseas and come back to the States until the new season or possibly a new country. It's a very cutthroat career to have, as I knew guys I'd play against have a replacement literally sitting in the stands till after the game, and then they would be let go. So I met my wife through my brother. I was flying back to the States. I lived in Texas at that time. He said come to Denver. So I instead flew and was going to visit my brother for a few weeks then head home. At that time I didn't have a girlfriend or a house and just had a room with my folks. So I'm on a 12 hours flight and land in Denver and my phone starts going nuts with voicemails. This was the flip phone era. My brother and his then girlfriend had an emergency with her mom, and they drove to New Mexico and his friend Andy was going to pick me up and would take me to his place till he got back. Andy was a girl, and I was done the minute I laid eyes on her and was blown away. Needless to say I fell for her. It helped that she was tall and she was very sarcastic and fun to be around. Moving along many years later and getting married and having a kid later, I was in what I thought was the perfect life. We traveled, saw the world, enjoyed spending time together, and got along with each other's families. Such life was great. Never thought anything would come between us. My mother's side of the family all decided to move from California at the same time. They all wanted to leave California and lower their costs of living. So what seemed like overnight, I got grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins etc. My closest cousin is Donnie. He was married to his high school sweetheart. Soon after he arrived we hung out a bunch, and when I was in town I tried hanging out as much as time permitted. He liked going to bars and strip clubs. My wife and I would go hang out and have fun. She liked strip clubs, and like I said we had a great relationship. So in other words we were solid, and I've always been open. She had all my passwords and I didn't keep anything from her nor her from me. One night my cell rings. She answers and spends about 45 minutes talking on the phone. My daughter was 3 at the time and she and I were watching TV. After the phone call, she comes in like the Gestapo, asking if there was anything I needed to tell her. Clueless and flustered, she explains that a girl called my cell asking when I would be over because she was running late. That she didn't know I was married, and that I need to do right by her and our soon-to-be child. How much of an asshole I was for cheating on my wife and getting another girl pregnant. Moving along she is yelling and freaking out. So I tell her to call the girl back and we will sort it out. After about 15 minutes of going back I forth on the phone. I told her to come to the house so I can prove it isn't me. After what felt like an eternity, the girl shows up. As my wife lets her in, the girl sees me and just loses it, saying that's not Rusty, what is going on? After a long conversation and a lot of moonshine apple pie, we get the story point. So my cousin apparently almost got caught by his wife and decided to ditch his phone, so he had a way of explaining to them why they couldn't get in touch at times. So he ditched his Nokia and said it was stolen and gave this girl my cell thinking she wouldn't call. Trust me, I questioned his thinking but it really happened. He also had been telling her that Rusty was his name, Rusty being my nickname. So after getting everything ironed out, even though I'm happy it was over, my wife explained I had 2 choices. Either my cousin tells his wife or my wife will point. So I have to make this guy-wrenching phone call to tell my cousin what happened. He loses it and just tells me give him some time to tell his wife and to not let my wife break the news. First point, if you've ever been married, asking something like that isn't an easy conversation. No matter how good the marriage is, fast forward a few months, all seems right in the world. My wife called me. She was having lunch at my folks' house with my mom. That girl called my folks' house looking for Rusty and my father answered. My father is old-fashioned. He married his high school sweetheart and believes that once you're married that's it. So he listened to this call and my wife told him this story about what happened. He then asks the girl to fill him in and then maybe he can help her sort this out. So she spills her guts to my dad, explaining how I was leaving my wife for her and our new baby and that she needed to reach me because the car broke down and needed help. And the fact that his phone wasn't working, she decided to call phone numbers on the bill trying to get in touch with him. Luckily he had already heard the story and explained that I'm not my cousin. My wife wasn't happy that my cousin hadn't taken care of this. So now I'm having to explain to my wife that as far as I knew, that situation was solved and hadn't heard anything else from it. A few days later my dad calls me and says that girl showed up with the kid looking for my cousin. During the peaceful time my folks went on a cruise and asked my cousin to house sit. He had been bringing that girl over to my folks' house and they were playing house the 2 weeks my parents were gone. At this point my wife lost it with this and brought everything crashing down on my cousin's head. He ended up getting divorced from his wife, eventually from this girl as well. We ironed out our relationship and moved past it. The crazy part is, I decided to retire. I had some issues with my knee and it would require surgery and rehab. Teams usually pay for everything including the rehab. So I decided to have the surgery and then fly home and do rehab locally. Trying to be romantic and surprise my wife instead of letting her know I was flying in on a specific day. Got to the airport, got a taxi and drove home, not wanting to let my wife know I was expecting marital bliss. Instead I walked into the master bedroom of some guy asleep next to my wife. Devastated, I went into the closet and grabbed clothes. Took pictures on my camera, woke my daughter up, and drove to my folks' house. The aftermath was pretty standard and painful. To this day she has never told me who he was or ever really explained why. Well, a truthful explanation. That is, now I'm remarried and things are good. But to this day I never thought anything like this would happen to me. Honestly, I try not to dwell on it, but as with anything bad, it hits at the oddest times. Like catching up on TV shows and browsing Reddit and see this post. Sorry for the lengthy story, but I couldn't resist. My ex lived with a few of my other good friends in a big house. I had plans to come over and hang out with one of my friends, and I was gonna smoke with her, then probably end up crashing with my girlfriend for the night. Well, on my way over I get a text from my friend saying something along the lines of "NVM coming over, I think I'm just gonna crash," or some other last minute excuse. Well, I still end up heading over because, even if she's gone asleep, I'm sure one of the other 3 roommates are down to kick it, and if all else fails I can just kick back with my girlfriend. Well, I end up getting there, and my friend is wide awake smoking a blunt in the living room. Weird. She's acting super weird and insists I don't bother my girlfriend right now, which is even weirder, but I obey her request and continue to smoke and BS. After we smoke I say I'm gonna go upstairs for a bit and see what my girlfriend is up to. Before they could stop me, I'm already heading up the stairs with 2 of them following me. I hear some odd sounds coming from the other side of the door, so I swing it open and there is one of my friends absolutely pounding my girlfriend. Immediately the other friend who followed held me back, and good thing he did, because I was absolutely ready to start swinging. My girlfriend was extremely surprised, and so was the homewrecker. The worst part is it wouldn't be the last time that happened to me with her. It took me a while to learn me lesson with her, and now I know that trust needs to be earned, not given. Either way, I think I came out on top. My ex put on some weight as she got older and definitely is not looking the best anymore. I also was able to get a little revenge. Very complicated and convoluted story, so please bear with me. When I was 13, I found out my mum was cheating on my stepdad. He'd been my dad since I was 4. I was away on school camp, and I just knew something was off, but couldn't put my finger on it. My stepdad was also overseas at the time for work. When I got home, no one was there, but again, I just knew something wasn't right and something told me I had to look at my mum's messages. Please keep in mind that I was 13 lol. The next day, while she was in the shower, I looked through her messages and my suspicions were confirmed. She was cheating on my stepdad. But a little 13-year-old me didn't want to believe it, so I wrote down the number. I told my best friend at the time, and I called the number whilst at her house. A man answered that sounded Italian and I immediately hung up. For the following 9 months, I kept it to myself. I would check her messages every morning while she was in the shower, and I developed a deep hatred for her. I only told a few very close friends at school and didn't tell my mum or my stepdad that I knew, because I didn't want my family to fall apart. Due to the stress, I fell into a binge eating cycle and gained a lot of weight, became very depressed, and started having constant major panic attacks over nothing. Eventually, my stepdad found out one night as he saw an email. They got into a massive fight, a chair was broken, and I asked my mum to take me to my best friend's house for the night as it was really scary. In the car, I came clean to my mum that I knew what was going on, and we both talked and cried about it for like an hour before I went into my friend's house. This happened in October. Between then and December, they broke up, but we are still living together, just in separate bedrooms, and then got back together around December to see if things could work out. In January, my stepdad went to Vietnam for a friend's wedding, and when he came back, I knew something was off again. I just had that same feeling. Lo and behold, he was having an affair with some chick from Vietnam. Again, I was the only person who knew and nobody knew that I knew. My mum found out within a few weeks. They got into a massive physical fight, my mum attacking my stepdad, and they broke up again. Even though they had split up, we all still lived together for the following year. It was awful and traumatic, and I honestly don't remember a lot from that year. I coped with it, along with other stuff that was going on at school, by developing an eating disorder, restricting, binging, purging. I lost a lot of weight, and the following 6 years of my life were surrounded by treatment and hospitals. After a year, they finally moved into separate houses. My brother and I lived with my mum. My mum continued the relationship with the person she had been cheating with, while my stepdad developed an ice addiction and ended up in prison. He's been in and out prison for 4 years now. My mum eventually ended the relationship with the person she was having an affair with, but at the time I was very sick with anorexia and in hospital constantly, so she blamed their failed relationship on my health and the stress it put them both under. In reality, he was an abusive piece of shit to both me and my mum. She's now realized this and hates his guts. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Who I have 2.1 was my first boyfriend ever. I received a text message from an unknown number saying, "Is this all you have to work with?" with a picture message of me naked in the shower. The picture was taken from behind. I rang the number, freaked out, and a girl answered, and she said she'd been banging my boyfriend for a year and he took the pic of me to prove to her she was hotter than me. Turned out he'd been molesting me in my sleep on video for her to watch too. Everyone in our friend group knew. The second was more subtle. I was never allowed to know his friends' names, where they lived, or what they did together. He went there every week on a Tuesday all day, sometimes other days, would stay overnight occasionally, never replied to messages when he was there, and wouldn't answer the phone. Would get mad if I had a need for the car, in my name, that I paid for. His phone rang when he was in the shower and he asked me to check to see who it was. I did, and saw a convo in his messages that was more than friendly. When I went back to check it again, to read it in more detail, it was gone. When we finally broke up for unrelated issues, I found out the friend he had been seeing each week and staying nights at their place was a girl through a form for the government. Her baby looked a lot like him. I lived with my girlfriend during our last year of university. We had an apartment. We only had one side table next to our bed, and we had two chargers to charge our phones. So the suspicion obviously started when she didn't charge her phone at night anymore and kept her phone on her side of the bed. Then she started getting agitated when we were supposed to get to a mutual friend's house, but we weren't getting there fast enough. A friend of mine introduced her to. Then his name just keeps popping up on her phone. When I question her, I'm told we are planning your birthday. Don't ruin it. Then one day she's not home, and I go out on the balcony and I can see his house from there. Her car is parked there. I called and asked where she was. I was told she was on campus and might just stay at her office on campus for the night. She moved out very shortly after. I kept the dog we had just gotten. Still have the dog today. She's the only good thing to have come out of that relationship. We were high school sweethearts and had been together about 7 years. We went to college together, worked together, basically spent 20 hours a day together. I left for the military and never got a single letter from her or heard anything about her from my mom, the only person who did write to me. Somewhere in the first 2 weeks out of 13, I came to the conclusion that she died and people were sparing me the stress while I was in boot camp. I'm floored when I see her at graduation. She seemed cold and distant, but she'd also recently gotten over a substance issue, or so I thought. I stayed with her for 10 days before leaving for training instead of staying with my mom, and I hardly saw her. She says she is working 2 jobs and going to school. I try to be understanding and supportive, but she also didn't come home one night. We part on weird terms, but she assures me she's just sad to see me go. I'm a couple weeks into training, and my family and girlfriend drive to see me. We have a really good 3-day visit, and when they are dropping me off, I get a phone call from a good friend I'd known for years. He tells me how sorry he is. She had told him that I broke up with her when I left, so I could have guilt-free casual sex, which was what I always wanted. He told me her sister found out we were still together from a text she had seen. He was so apologetic, and I thought he was a piece of shit before, but that was the behavior of a stand-up guy. She denied. This was a real shitty move on my part, but I pulled the texts from our shared account, back when you could do that, but I justified it, because her new boyfriend had already offered to send them to me. With texts in hand, she still denied it. We both moved on, and she's married to him now. My ex-husband used to keep an emergency $5 bill in his wallet, folded up and tucked into a side pocket. He openly told me he kept it there and reminded me it was there, and often told me to just take it if I needed it. Over the few years we were together, I used and replaced that $5 bill a few times, usually because I needed cash for food at work, and didn't have time to stop or something like that point. I never just looked through his wallet. My policy is that if we are at a point that I feel the need to look through your wallet/phone/email, then we are already in trouble. So I had a doctor's appointment and I was running short on time. My doctor copay was $5 for an office visit and I didn't want to use my debit card, so on my way out the door I grabbed his wallet and took out the $5 bill, and out with the $5 bill came a small piece of paper with the name of a shady hookup website, a username, and a password. This was before phone apps. 2004-ish. Right there, just written out, right there point. So I went back to my computer and typed in the website and looked up his account. I worked nights at the time, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And his profile said he was available for whatever between the hours of 8 p.m. and 5 a.m. on the days I worked. His profile also had no picture, but it was probably because he's an idiot and didn't know how to use a freaking computer or memorize his cheater information point. So I very kindly loaded a picture for him on his profile, and I know what you're thinking, because it took every ounce of self-control I had to not post a picture of a giant turtle or something fun, but I didn't. I posted a nice, flattering picture of him. Later when I told him about it, and he asked why I added a nice picture, I told him because I needed him to latch onto the next idiot and GTFO point. I also went to Yahoo and typed in the username and password combo as an email address, just for funsies. He didn't know I had done that. He denied everything for hours. Told me it was a joke. His friends thought it was funny, whatever. I let him sweat, and then actually pulled out printed versions of the email conversations associated with that shady website. And for the record, my ex was asleep when this happened, so I didn't wake him up while I looked it up. I was about 15 minutes late to my doctor appointment and my doctor freaked out at my blood pressure and wanted to put me on medication because it was so high. I told him with a straight face that I had literally just found out my husband was cheating on me just 15 minutes before, so he let it go and made me come back for a follow-up in a week, and I never put that $5 back because fuck him, but I did put his username/password back in his wallet because I'm thoughtful. Came home after work, unscheduled, and my phone died while I was at work, so I didn't ask her if she needed anything from a grocery store like I usually would when my shift ends, and I head home to find her with her coworker on our couch. What devastated me was that on an end table next to the sofa was a picture of us from our wedding overlooking the couch. He tried to run out the door to the backyard, but in his panic he couldn't open the door, so he hunkered in the kitchen and grabbed a knife to defend himself. I was a CCW holder. I didn't draw on either, because then and there I realized the two of them were lower than the price of a round. I drove off and slept in my car that night at a parking lot. Home didn't feel like a sanctuary anymore. I filed for divorce the very next morning, and our mutual friends told me it wasn't her fault. I cut them all off because I couldn't respect what I saw in the mirror while I tried to be friends with any of them. And to this day, I'm still the asshole whose fault it was that she cheated on me, according to everyone who claimed they knew her and I both. Went to a tournament in a different city for the weekend and decided to come home early because I had some bad luck and lost. Little did I know it was about to get worse. I arrived home early Sunday morning instead of the evening. Also, this was my birthday and 2 days away from our 4-year anniversary. I came home to find her with another guy in our bed. I never had so much emotion run over me at once. It was like a tidal wave of fear, anxiety, anger, depression, confusion, and betrayal had slammed down on me, and I was drowning in it. I didn't know what to do, so I just said I'm done and left. I went to my mother's house to crash for a few days and get myself together, and when I arrived I found my mother high on heroin with my high school best friend. The tidal wave hit harder this time and the drowning sensation became more intense. I didn't know what to do at this point and lost it. I punched my once best friend as hard as I could, then just left. I found a real friend who was willing to let me crash for a while. I was emotionally numb for months. Feeling nothing was better than feeling something. It was too soon to try and process all that emotion. I eventually got my shit together though, and I'm in a much better place. I've become a sous chef at one of the nicer restaurants in town and have officially moved out with my girlfriend of 1 year. Sorry for the rant, and this may have taken a different turn than most posts, but something I haven't shared with anyone and figured I should let it out. TLDR. Walking in on my fiance cheating on me led to me finding out about my mother's heroin addiction. My story isn't unlike any others really. Me and this girl were dating for a while, and she was being insanely cautious over her phone. Usually we wouldn't mind passing phones to one another to play games or whatever, but she was guarding it like Fort Knox. Well, she's going to bed, but leaves her phone in the living room on my table. An hour goes by, it buzzes like 6 times. I tell myself not to look, but eventually do. 7 new messages from Andy. I open the phone and it's, have you left yet? When are you leaving? Do you need inspiration? Dick pic. Awkward angle dick pic eater. So, I instantly rage, but realize this is an opportunity. She was asleep in my bed in just underwear, nothing else. It's winter time in Denver, which doesn't mean a lot. Could be 72 or 9 degrees. Tonight was in the 40s though. Crisp point. I go load all her stuff into her car, start her car, park it up front, hazards on, run inside and go Ratchery in my best Bale Batman voice. We need to go. The apt is on fire. She insta wakes up and runs out in the hall. I tell her there's no time to go. I'll get the cat. She runs out. I lock the security door in front of her. She realizes she's now mostly naked with no fire in sight and goes, what? Wait. She asks, why can't I come back in? Probably because Andy is waiting for you perhaps. Her face. I kid you not. I will remember this face for fucking ever. She now is awake, cold, and super crying. I did feel bad. This worked like 150% better than I imagined, but I had to stick to my guns. I gave her the phone and said, cars are running, stuff is inside, you'll catch a cold, and I hope you get in a wreck. Night. We became civil a while later, but this was a fun night. I had to go to work unexpectedly on a Sunday. Spouse suddenly announced that she had plans with friends to go to a big city about 100 miles away and had expected me to do the childcare. I went to work. Spouse took our 3-year-old and walked away from home as she refused to obtain a license until after we separated and was forced to do so by her boss. She was missing for quite a while. A search of all the likely places she would be turned up, nothing. I found her would-be alibis, but she was nowhere to be found. She sent an I'm okay text just as a policeman had arrived to take a missing persons report, so the policeman left. However, she did not say anything else. Later, she asked for a pickup from a grocery store. She said that she had been shopping for 45 minutes, but her shopping cart wasn't very full. Our kid was eating a warm cheeseburger. She said that she had walked there to get it, but it was implausibly far away. I called her out on this, so she said that one of her alibis had driven her, but I had talked to her alibi and she hadn't been with her the next day. My phone asked for a review of a hotel that I'd never been to. She had logged into my phone many months ago, and although she had subsequently changed her password, Google Maps still sent push notifications without validating the password. So I asked my kid for details. She explained about a guy named John in a white car, the hotel room, and imitated the noises that mommy made with him. The noises. Turns out that my kid was using the Android phone while they faked, and its GPS picked up the location. I started to scrape information off of all of my wife's devices and put together over 6,000 pages of text messages between her and the 4 men that she was cheating on me with, and she was cheating on them too. Meanwhile, that whole time, she was berating me for being lazy, even though I was a student, a full-time employee in a physically demanding occupation, and taking care of nearly all childcare responsibilities. I have other grievances. I like to think of myself as a pretty forgiving person, and that I had forgiven a lot up to that point, but that right there was the end of our marriage. Walked in on my girlfriend faking a guy at a Halloween party last year, the same guy she was just dancing with a few minutes before. She didn't know that I saw her and didn't come clean till I approached her about it a couple days later in her dorm room. In the middle of the long talk we were having, another guy welcoming himself into her room without even knocking, giving a no shit face when he sees me and backs out. She admits that he was coming over to have sex with her, and I obviously flip out, but the evil succubus talks me into doing a threesome with him, and her and calls him back over. So things are getting hot and heavy, even though she's paying much more attention to him than me, and they're both naked, and start having sex right in front of me while I still have half my clothes on. She tells me to come over, so she can suck my dick, and when I pull my pants down, the other guy laughs, and says I see why you've been cheating on him, and she laughs too. Embarrassed, I put my clothes back on and left, and went back to my dorm, and cried. I'm ashamed to admit that I continued to date her, and put up with similar acts for another 7 months after this. I was visiting a good friend of mine to help her out for a few days, since she had just had a baby. I came home, saw my husband's car was there, went in and called out a couple times, "Hey babe, I'm home." Hello, no answer, but all the lights were on, dishes on the table, etc. Weird. I started down the hallway towards our bedroom, getting increasingly worried something may have happened to him, when he came bursting out of our room completely naked and went hey, as if everything was totally normal. For one split second I smiled, thinking he had jumped out of the shower just to greet me, or maybe he was just being goofy with his sexy surprise. I was about to say something like, "Oh, did you miss me that much?" when I saw her through the bedroom door behind him, naked and flushed, in our bed, holding the blanket up to cover herself. She was a much younger coworker of his that I was friends with also. I remember hearing my own heartbeat for a few seconds while I stood there just blinking, frozen. Then I walked back down the hallway to see what my husband had to say and ask him the obvious questions. He was clearly very drunk, but that wasn't out of the ordinary for him most weekends. After initially slurring something like, "I thought you'd be cool with it, what the fuck," he changed tactics and had the nerve to stand naked in our kitchen with a wet dick and tell me, "Oh, you think I had sex with her? No, I didn't have sex with her. No. In case you have any doubt, yes he did." After that I was pretty much speechless and felt like I really needed to be anywhere else, so I left for a while. The night didn't get any better when I came back. Sad, I wasn't even early. He just got drunk and forgot what day I was coming back. Sadder, I ended up giving her a ride home. Saddest, I stayed. Kept trying to work it out for 2 more years. Take it from a sucker, cheaters don't change. I've told this story before, but had driven to my hometown for the weekend as my grandmother was in the hospital. On the way home I called him a bunch of times to have him set up so we could watch the game. It was Super Bowl Sunday, and let him know what time we would be home. As I'm walking towards the apartment my neighbor said something, but I missed it. I opened the door and all I hear is "oh shit" and his pants zipping. I completely missed the weekend back. His lesbian secretary, this will be important later, had left by the front door. At this point I start looking around and realize that every surface is covered in condoms, the soda, our son's pack and play, under the TV. We had words. I might have tried to kill him, but realized I couldn't effectively kill him while holding our 16-month-old. He tried to stop me, but I eventually managed to get out the door and to the neighbors intending to drop my son off so I could finish the job. They wouldn't let me leave till the bloodlust had dissipated. He leaves to take her home, all the while I'm shouting profanities and death threats from my neighbor's balcony. They also had to stop me from jumping from the 2nd floor to have another go at him. What followed was several months of me getting my sheet together so I could leave and him constantly trying to kick me and our son out of our apartment while spending all his time at her apartment, draining our bank accounts to buy her things, including jewelry from Tiffany's, and spending the grocery money and then some on a PS4 for his girlfriend. My son and I ate broccoli and rice that month. That's all we had in the house. Exactly 4 months to the day I caught him, I picked up and left. While he was supposed to be on a business trip, he got fired a few days before. I'm part for his relationship with the secretary. About a week later the secretary breaks up with him to get back together with her ex-girlfriend she had left for him. At which point my husband decides his life is over because she left him and doesn't love him, so he was calling me to tell me he was going to kill himself. I probably talked him down 5 or 6 times over this chick. One of my biggest regrets to this day. At this point in the story you should remember that this man has a wife and 2 kids, but the secretary was his only reason for living. He fought me tooth and nail on the divorce, and it took 2 years, when I literally asked for nothing. This year he forgot both of his sons' birthdays, and missed my son's first day of real school. I've said all that to say this: Heather, if you're reading this, you ruined my life and my son's relationship with his father. You turned a man who was active in his kid's life, he never missed a weekly story time at the library, into a man who only remembers to call once a year. He has forever ruined his relationship with his eldest, and my son literally responds with either "I don't have a dad, I have a first name," or referred to his grandfather as his dad when asked about his dad. Also, Beach, you're lucky I didn't have you subpoenaed in the divorce case and drag your name through the mud around town. Feel free to share this with any and all people you know, especially those who might know an Aggie named Heather. My life is great now, but I'll never forgive the Beach for making me have to talk down my then husband from committing suicide because she broke up with him. He started off doing shitty suspicious things, but dialing me from clubs when he had texted me hours before saying he was in bed at home, pulling all-nighters at the library to study, even though he was failing most classes, and never wanted to study with me when I asked to stay late at the library with him, etc. Confronted him about all of it at the time, but he always made some shitty excuse, and me being young, 18, at the time, I believed him, or let it slip. Then it escalated to girls at parties coming up to me and telling me they had seen him with other girls, cuddling/being intimate at parties. When confronted again, he made up bullshit about these other girls being jealous and trying to break us up and not to believe them. Continued believing his bullshit for another few years, until I found naked screenshots of girls on his phone and confronted him right away. He actually ended it with me in that argument for being too high maintenance and causing fights all the time. He ended up getting a new girlfriend straight after and trying to cheat on her with me. Dodged a bullet there. This is kind of backwards, as I wasn't finding out my partner was cheating, but was hooking up with a guy who wasn't single. Didn't realize this, and his girlfriend caught us. We were in bed making out, and things were getting heated. We both were down to our underwear. He had a door in his bedroom that led to the outside, and it was about 4 AM. All of a sudden this 5-foot girl kicks in the door frame breaks off the wall and wood flies everywhere. The door breaks off the wall. It was a mess. She immediately goes for him, and he stands up in his boxers. She's punching him and screaming and kicking. I was so scared and figured if I just stayed still she wouldn't see me. She pointed at me and yelled, "Get the fuck out of here," to which I booked it out of the room in just my thong and up the stairs to where my guy friend was sleeping. He was already at the top of the stairs and saw me coming full force naked. To this day he swears he didn't even notice I was naked and didn't process my boobs because he was so frightened shit was crazy, and I still feel guilty 4 years later that I was the other woman to this girl. They stayed together and actually just broke up a few months ago. Met a flagger at work. We hooked up, it was a blast. Started seeing each other. She made a point of saying, "I'm just one guy, girl." After some discussion and more such, we became an item. Had some weird experiences with her while she was on the phone with a friend. Got suspicious and looked at her phone in the middle of the night. Saw her type in her password. I found messages, sexting, from 3 men. One was a superintendent at the company I work at. The other 2 were guys she met at other companies she flagged for. All were married. I left in the middle of the night. I'd seen enough. She texted the next morning to ask why I left. I ignored her for a while to let her think. I told her what I had done and what I knew. We didn't have a big fight, but she knew I was pissed, and she knew she screwed up and told me she would cut it off with all of them if I gave it another chance. She actually had some good reasons, I know, but she did. Whatever, I agreed, but on one term, she had to call each of them in front of me on speakerphone. Loved watching her squirm. It was great, but she did it, so I took her back. Long story short, it's been 5 years. We have a 3-year-old boy and an 18-month-old girl. We split once a year back, and I found a oh boy. I was in college with a long-term girlfriend. I think high school sweethearts go to college together. Had the ring, whole 9 yards. Our senior year we moved to a sister school away from home for the college experience. She was in a sorority, I was in a fraternity, and we would do things together all the time. Her meetings were a bit longer than mine, so she would meet me back at my place when she finished up. Everything went well for about 4 months. During her sorority time, I ended up playing a big brother role to one of her sisters. Little big for you, that no Greek lingo. I walked her home after a party one day, and she was having a rough time, so asked if I could stick around. We grabbed a bottle of tequila, a couple glasses, and sat out in a common area. When she finally asked me, I don't know how you do it. Point me. Do what? The open relationship you two have. Me. What open relationship? Turns out all of these girl events she was going to were actually code for sleeping with a new guy. Usually, and then, when it wasn't great, because college guys only care about getting themselves off, she'd come home to me to finish the job. I confronted her the next day, and she broke down and came clean. 13 guys, 4 months, and 0 STDs. Thank you higher powers. It was a long 6 years looking back on it now, and I think that's what scares me most about relationships, is that I know things can change so drastically even after all that time. So now I have commitment issues, yay. Check this sheet out. Point. So my ex-girlfriend of 8 years starts hanging with her co-workers after work a lot. I didn't think much of it, because she always had a hard time making friends, and she spent a lot of days cooped up in the house, so I wanted her to get out and have fun. After work drinks turn into late night drinks, and come home super late. Again, I didn't think anything of it. TBH, trust was never an issue with us. Anyway, this goes on for a couple months, until we move into a new place and sign a year lease. I remember one day she started coming home with some weird homemade guacamole. I saw it in the fridge, and I tried it, and it tasted terrible. So when I saw her that night I said, whoever made that guac isn't worth a damn. Jokingly. She got all offended. Anyway, fast forward a month later. She goes out of town with said co-workers. Hardly calls me while she's gone. Which is weird. So I kind of got this feeling in my gut something was going on. I asked her, so where is everyone sleeping in the Airbnb? It seemed like she froze, and was like, why does it matter? So then later on I went out with a friend to try and ease my mind and forget about things. Because honestly I thought I was overreacting. Anyway, I stumble home drunk, and then my mind gets the best of me. I downloaded a third-party app on my Mac to view her saved texts from her last update. Man, reading that sheet still fucks with me to this day. She was talking about doing sheet with this guy she never even tried with me. I was in complete shock then. As I'm scrolling through the messages, it talks about how she was almost out of that guac. I was like, that MF. So I stayed up all night pacing, wondering if I should call her and confront her or just faking burn the house down. JK. Meanwhile she's 1,000 miles away and has no idea I know. So I save the messages on a flash drive and wait until 8 AM for FedEx to open. I print out the pages of messages, go back home, put the stapled pages on the counter, take the half-empty jar of guac in the fridge that he made, and I leave it sitting atop the printed messages. So she'd see it when she got back home from her trip. The next day I ignored all her texts. She flies in and starts blowing up my phone. I decided to finally answer. Turns out she was in that city on vacation with the guac guy, and she had been cheating on me for months. Even before we signed a lease on a new place. She was living a double life. Dating another person while dating me. Point. Just when you think you know someone, you don't. Not my story, but my older sister and her husband. I remember her birthday when I was around 20. Legal drinking age in Canada is 19, and she invited me over for drinks and a little birthday party. I was very close with my brother-in-law. So we are at this party, and one of my brother-in-law's friends is very touchy with my sister. So after a few drinks I have enough of this and toss the guy around a bit and tell him to keep his hands to himself. My brother-in-law calms me down and tells me it's nothing, that's his best friend. Fast forward 1 month, and he finds a bunch of text messages they have been exchanging, and it's not good. Apparently they had been having an affair for months. So he moves out, and the other guy moves in right away. I end up helping my brother-in-law through a lot of drunken nights, where he is uncontrollably crying. Whole situation was messed up, and I'm closer with him than my sister to this day. I had sent him an email while he was away for work, and after I sent it, I felt bad about what I had said. An argument about how he wasn't keeping in touch much while he was away. I went into his email to delete it. Never been in his email before this. Noticed an email in his inbox titled "Last night was great," dated on a Friday night before he left. He had guys nights at the bar with his friends, which I wouldn't go to, so he could have his guy time, and because I hated the bars back then. Turns out he and this girl were meeting up every Friday at the bar. I gave him the opportunity to confess when he called the house later, and he tried denying it. Wish I could say I left his as before he got back home from his trip, but I stuck around for another year, continued to not trust him, and checked his email repeatedly, only to see he was still lying and seeing this girl. It's gross what a person will go through because of their inability to let go of the hope they put into a relationship. It's shitty when you start hating what you become. Learned a hard lesson with this one. I used to work with and was roommates with my ex. It's how we met. A girl at work, let's call her Sarah, known for being the town bike, was on my team. I didn't like her beforehand because she was just not a good person overall. Typical California entitled drugged up valley girl, voiced female, gossiped behind your back while claiming to be your best friend, would go for married/taken guys or whoever was closest at the time, screamed at our boss while he was passed out that she hoped he died in his sleep because his kids and wife would be better off in front of all our coworkers at a going away party for said boss. With his wife and kids in the next room, not sure how she didn't get fired. We were rearranged into new teams, and she was placed on mine. She pissed off the new ex-military guy next to her in less than 2 weeks. Said he couldn't actually have PTSD because her current military boyfriend had a more stressful job than he ever did, and I had requested to be sat far away from her the moment I knew she was on my team, and our lead had also learned how poisonous she was. So Sarah got sad by herself for a while. Sarah complained. Nobody liked her. Nobody included her. It's all ex-military guy's fault for turning everyone against her. He was actually super professional and nice. He had just turned down her incessant flirtations because he was a faithful married man, and she didn't like that. So he moved her to another team. After being on ours for 3 weeks, they moved her to my currently ex-boyfriend's team. Let's call him Douche. Sarah and Douche both smoked, so they started going out on smoke breaks together. Me and Douche lived together. I drove us everywhere. We were together a lot. He started to act differently with his phone. He started taking it with him everywhere, never leaving it alone. He started having secret whispered phone conversations for an hour outside at 2 AM. When he thought I was asleep, he would text someone frequently, and most important, he put a lock on his phone for the first time ever. Always trust your gut feelings. I knew something was up, and he would give me the normal deflective, gaslighting answers when I asked him about his behavior. I'm just talking to friends. I've always had my phone next to me. What are you talking about? Stop being jealous. Nothing is wrong. I locked my phone so people at work can't get into it. I kept an eye on him for 2 weeks. Caught him going out alone in her van during work hours a couple times. We were just getting smokes. Calm down. Saw him taking walks alone with her at work. She's going through some stuff. Don't be jealous. Stuff like that. We used to use each other's phones freely, but he had changed that with his password. I watched him enter his phone password a few times and memorized it. Normally I don't advocate invading someone else's privacy, but when we lived together, are in a relationship for 3 years, I'm the one driving us everywhere, paying for all the gas, paying for all the groceries, and doing all the cooking and most times cleaning, because he would say he would do it later, and dishes would sit there for weeks until they stank. And most of the bills and rent in California. Because he was lazy and would waste all his money on weed and video games and partying. No matter how much I asked him to contribute his half, his mom bailed him out so many times by sending him money, and my gut feeling and eyes tell me something isn't right. Then I will absolutely go through your sheet to see if I'm right. Which is what he did. He left his phone in my car on accident when I went to CVS. And I checked his text messages. Her very recently sent naked photos are burnt onto my retina, along with the multiple videos she sent of her sucking her current boyfriend's dick. I went home and asked him if he had something to tell me. He denied it over and over again until I threw his phone at him, and he still tried to deny it until I told him exactly what I saw, which is when he turned to pleading forgiveness. After I calmed down, I asked for one thing. Please don't be alone with her. We have to work with her, but if you guys are out on a smoke break, just don't walk out alone with her, and don't walk in alone with her. If she is out there by herself, walk away. Treat her professionally, but I just don't trust you two alone. He agreed, and for the next 4 months he constantly, every single day, would go out alone with her, tried to sneak alone into her van, went to parties she was at, etc. Every day, he stomped on my heart for 4 months. She knew what she was doing, and would look at me with a smug smile. Single time they walked out the door together. I talked to him countless times. He agreed the first several times, but eventually just told me, she's my friend. It's your fault I cheated on you, because you didn't give me enough attention. I'm not going to ignore her because of you. I won't do that to her. I guess it was okay to do it to me. Instead, I guess cooking for you, and covering more than my fair share of bills, so we could live somewhere, and driving you to work every day for 3 years, and taking a week off work to chauffeur your visiting grandma and brother around, and spending almost all our time together is not giving you enough attention during the only time we weren't together. At work when he was on her team, it was a BS excuse. Something happens when you have to go through any heightened feeling, like anguish and betrayal, for a long amount of time, like 4 months every day. You start going numb. You feel less and less for the person hurting you, until eventually they can't hurt you anymore. You just stop caring. I believe the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. Why didn't I leave before then? We were living together. He did contribute some to bills. We worked together. I wanted to wait until the lease was up in several months and disengage politely. After 4 months of torture, there was a work party. I had stopped going to work parties ages ago because he would go every time, and every single time he would get drunk and cause drama with either me or someone else, and I was tired of dealing with it. Easier just to not go. I asked him to tell me if she showed up, said I wouldn't be upset, I would just come out and hang because I didn't trust him, and he agreed. The party passes. He tells me the next day that he had fun and she wasn't there. End of story. I woke up to his phone on his belly at 2 AM going off repeatedly. I saw messages rapidly scrolling past from Sarah. I poked him awake and asked why Sarah was blowing up his phone talking about a bed, and I told him he had better be honest with me. So he reluctantly showed me the messages because I had already seen the gist of what she was saying. She was upset with him because the night before, at the work party she supposedly wasn't at, somehow he had ended up at her place, in her bed, drunk enough to piss all over her $400 bed. Lol. So she was demanding he replace her bed, that he was going to give her $400 next Monday, that he was a drunk asshole. I swear I didn't sleep with her though. Lol. I may have laughed in his face. You were in her bed, douche. Come on. If I had any vestige of feelings left for him at this point, they disappeared in a cloud of hilarity for the absurdity of the situation. I was just done. So of course this pillar of honesty and responsibility would take ownership of his actions and pay her immediately on Monday, right? Since he was so happy to have her on his team and see her every day and all. Yeah. He called into work sick on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. Then I just stopped calling. He just stopped going to work to avoid dealing with her. Must be nice, smoking weed and playing video games all day instead of dealing with your problems. Continued below. Anyway, a synopsis of the after effects. He stole my car while drunk one night with no license at 1 AM and claimed he was trying to buy me flowers, had no flowers. When I caught him screeching through a red light intersection outside the apt, he stole my phone while I slept and claimed it was a dog. When I got a replacement phone he dunked it in water while I slept and erased only my male contacts and claimed it was the cat. He was a pathological liar and an idiot. Then when we went out to WeHo for a fun night with a group he turned into an angry alcoholic. Once he had me alone and asked me to get back together with him, and when I repeatedly said no and laughed in his face, he threw my flip-flop across the street, grabbed me by the arms to keep me from getting my shoe and leaving, would walk away, then come back pleading again, then turn angry again when I said no, shoved me hard enough to leave bruises, then when I told him we were done being friends completely, he punched me in the head a couple times, kicked me when I fell down, and he went the fuck to jail with a nice restraining order. His brother is the opposite of douche, is a priest actually, and a nice guy. He came over and checked on me every hour that night to make sure I didn't have a concussion, offered to pay for a new phone, to help me find a new place to live. Just a great guy. We talked about how douche had a history of destroying electronics in a fit of alcoholic rage and would try to hit him all the time. His mother loved me and would call frequently to tell me she loved me and was sorry for douche's behavior. The worst part is his priest brother had just moved to LA from Rio after saving up 4 years to go to his dream school. He literally had shown up a week before douche went to jail. His brother spent so much money and time taking care of douche, putting him up in a hotel, bailing him out, neutering his cat for him. Douche was too lazy to do it beforehand, and the cat sprayed everything he could. Like some poor guy on the bus when he was being transported that he failed out of his classes for attendance and couldn't reapply for another 6 months to a year. So both he and douche had to move back to repoint everything about that guy was poison. Everyone he touched was worse off. There's of course way more that he did than that, but this is a book now already. Point TLDR. Douche is an alcoholic sleazer who cheated on me with our cow walker and made me deal with it for 4 months, plus other things. Bit late, but I found out through Sparks Live Point she had gone on a family trip to her hometown during summer break. Came back and everything seemed fine. Fast forward 3 months later, I get a random ad on Sparks. I accepted and got invited to a party. Guy says he saw my gamer tag on my Facebook. I know, cringe as hell, but I had it up there in my bio. Say cool and we start playing. Guy asks me if I have a girlfriend and all that. I told him I was dating 20th. His voice gets kinda down, and he asks if we can take a break from our match. Dude sat there and explained in detail how he faked my girlfriend at the county fair. He had a thing for her ever since she was younger. When she visited, they started up a FWB for the time she was there. Her mom even let the dude sleep in her bed. She created a fake Facebook so they can keep in touch. I confronted her about it and she denied it, saying the guy was obsessed with her and just jealous of me. I confronted the dude about it. He sent me screenshots of their messages and a picture of his dick in her mouth. Sent all these messages to her and she continued to deny it. I went to sleep with a heavy mind that night. Woke up to messages of him saying he lied and made it all up. He was sorry and blah blah. Apparently that picture was not my girlfriend, just someone who looked like her. Dude sent me a code for 1 year's Barks Gold subscription and his Microsoft account so I can license and transfer his games to say sorry. I was so confused. A week later I got a hold of her phone and decided to snoop a bit. Found messages of her telling him to take it all back and she'll let him fuck her in the as when she visits again. Oh boy, was that a roller coaster. This was the 3rd time I caught her cheating and not the last. Obligatory, not my spouse, but I have a few great cheating stories. All my exes in my short adult life have cheated on me. I have caught all of them. First, in college, this girl I was seeing was still pretty close with her ex from HS and described him as a womanizer/cheater. They would hang out sometimes to catch up, grab drinks, whatever, but I never got good vibes from him. I expressed my feelings of discomfort, but didn't want to taint the relationship because of my bad feeling. 2 years later, I found her sleeping with him, and it has been for the 3 years we were together. Second, girl I met on Tinder, too busy to go out and meet new people, pretty solid chemistry, kinda hippie-ish but grounded. Started becoming distant. Posted on her Insta with her new man at a show I couldn't go to. Confronted her, said she wasn't looking for a relationship any longer, but was in one a week after we stopped being in one with this dude. Bought her very nice $$ seat for her fav bang for her birthday. I went instead. Third, probably hurt the worst. Ex from high school I broke up with due to college and distance. I really liked her. We rekindled our relationship a few years later, picking up where we left off. At a point I was going through a really dark time in my head and life and just loved having her around, but was sort of distant. A buddy of mine took her to a show, for me, was in California for family, and lost her in the crowd as she went, and met some new people. Fast forward a month, she gets sheet-faced with this guy she met at this show and starts sending me Snapchats of them having sex. Started playfully with her neck, coated in hikers, then escalated to no holds bar. She tried to make amends the next day, after I blew up her phone that night. My buddy still feels like it's his fault we ended, though I've told him it's not. Fourth, Tinder #2, again, busy bee. Pretty decent time, met over her winter break for college. Punkish, rebellious hipster type. She goes back, and we talk every night, FaceTime, whatever. She brought up how she wanted me to be my girlfriend and she'd be lucky to have me as a boyfriend. I'm hesitant because of distance and my past, but sure. When she plans on coming back for spring break, she becomes sick and ends up having sex with a dude who gives her free weed. I found out because she posted on her Insta story about him taking a shot from between her boobs and making out with her. Confronted her about it, and basically came down to reaction point. Moral of the story: think before you post on social media. It'll come back to bite you. As I post on social media, I usually had problems with my ex back then. Lots of fight and argument over dump sheet. My neighbor, who was at least 10 years older than me, was a friend, and whom I usually go for advice. He would say all those religious stuff like pray and God will light your path crap. I did anyway, and was better at taking in physical abuse from her by being patient and whatnot. One day I went next to see him. His roommate was in the living room, startled when he saw me. I asked where he at, and his roommate panicingly assures me he does not know about his whereabouts. So I went upstairs to knock on his door when I heard a familiar voice, panther screaming and moans. Then I saw my ex slippers right next to the door. I died that day. Figuratively. Point also, one time she traveled with a mutual friend. When she came back, she was different. She assured me nothing happened between them, and they are just friend, and my instinct tells otherwise. Point I beat myself badly thinking that I'm insane and overly suspicious, which is toxic. Point they both tend to have late night study and meet sits. Only after I found out that what my gut told me from the very beginning was true. Realizing that you weren't insane and was right all along was such a relief. Point I got over it, maybe cause now I have a cuckold fetish. I walked into a bar and had this overwhelming feeling that my boyfriend was there with another girl. When I was heading to get a drink, I turned around and saw him sitting across from another girl. Whatever, I thought. They're probably just friends. Nope. Point I watched him lean across the table and kiss her so passionately. When he leaned back, he saw me staring at him. He whispered something to her, then stood up and walked out alone. Point I followed him out and very calmly asked for my stuff that I had left at his place back, so I would never have to see him again. He refused to give it to me and started screaming and shouting at me. Point he walked away and I almost let it go, but I decided to walk to his place where he insisted he wasn't going, and a few minutes later, both him and the girl appeared. I ask once more if I can get my things. I talk to the girl, really faking politely, and remain calm the whole time. Point then he hit me, pushed me, picked me up and swung me. I hit against a big metal post. After that I gave up, walked away and called the police. He came after me with my stuff, but we have a court date regarding the assault next month. I worked a lot of hours during a brief period and her house was closer to my job, so I was staying there at night. I'd have time to come over, eat, watch a TV show, cuddle with her, and go to bed. Point I had brought my PS3 over so we could use Netflix. Point one day I left work early because I wasn't feeling good. She insisted I just come to her place instead of going home, and she'd take care of me when she got out of work. I decided to set up camp on the couch and play a game on my PS3. But my disc wouldn't go in. There was already a disc in there for some reason. I rejected it. Madden _ 11. I've never played a Madden game and my girlfriend wasn't a gamer at all. She had no siblings or friends with siblings. I asked her about it when she got home and she just froze. I knew right then. Then she confessed that she had a side dude I was working too much, and she wasn't getting what she needed, so she was hooking up with a dude from her work on the nights I did go home. I don't know what I was more upset about, that another dude had been faking my girlfriend, or that another dude had been playing my PlayStation 3. Had a gut feeling, while working a midnight shift. About 30 minutes into my shift I asked a coworker to cover for me for a few and drove home, pulled into the driveway, and saw my now ex-wife cuddled up to a dude on my couch through the bay window. I start revving up the engine like a dumbass, and I grab my steel coffee mug with my left hand, I'm a righty, and try throwing it through the bay window. I looked like a 4-year-old girl throwing a ball for the first time. It went maybe 5 feet. Anyhow, she comes out the door screaming no 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 with her hands up, and he apparently ran out the back door and was booking it through the yard to his car. I just stood there while he took off and walked inside. Come to find out, she had been sleeping with him for 14 months right under my nose. Needless to say, it was one of the worst nights of my life. 4 years later, and I'm remarried to a wonderful woman with a little boy of our own. Bad things that happen in your life can oftentimes open doors to amazing things. This isn't really accidental, but it sucked, and it is testament to very strong no skills. My husband never wanted to go out or do things by himself. It was always us, and I was fine either way. Last year, around fall, he started wanting to go out by himself. I thought it was weird, but he did, and I was fine with it. Then, he started turning it on me and accusing me of being jealous because he was going out when, in fact, I hadn't shown any aggression over it. I had played this game before. I knew that was clear signs of cheating. One night we had plans, and he chose to go out anyway. He texts me to make it seem like I was angry about him going out and got passive aggressive, which was his signature move. I wasn't angry until that point, then it all just blew up. He was gone for hours, but I stayed up. When he came in, he smelled like stale beer and his mouth smelled like bad vagina. He told me he was leaving and moved to our basement for about a month. I continued to suspect he was cheating during that time. I found out I was pregnant. Of course, right. Tried to hide it from him and failed. I never took him off my HIPAA paperwork at the doctor, and apparently getting a bill from the doctor was enough for him to check up on that. He told me he was still leaving, but would help any way he could. We already have a blended family, each of us 2 kids from past marriage. I ended up having a miscarriage at 11 weeks. I have PCOS, and this was the first time I could get pregnant in 7 years. It somehow weirdly brought us together, and he moved back in. Lots of apologies, tons of tears, 10 months of therapy, and we are in a very good, stable place. None of the kids knew. About 3 weeks after we got back together, we sent the kids to grandparents and stuff, went to our first therapy session, and got really real with each other, like no awkwardness or anything. He admitted what I knew all along. He had been cheating for about 6 months. He hadn't ended things with the girl and had just ghosted, but we both agreed he needed to put it to rest. He told me her whole story about how she had been cheated on and all this stuff, which actually made me feel kind of bad for her, but also she was a homewrecker. I rode with him to her house, where he wrote a very nice letter and delivered it. He changed jobs to be away from her in May, about 5 months after getting back together. I saw her while grocery shopping. She definitely looked like a horrible person who has a smelly vac. Also, STD tests are so important. Husband and I both had trich, so my assumptions about this girl were so right. Did it suck? Yeah. Did I do the right thing working it out with my husband? Yes. Will it work forever? Who knows, but I 100,000% recommend therapy to any married couple struggling. Marriage is so much more than dating. You should definition are more into it, and therapy can be such a huge eye-opener. A lot of people, including my husband and myself, don't know how to be in a happy, healthy relationship, and therapy helps with that. TLDR. Assumes husband was cheating with a girl who had a stank pussy. Assumption was right. Stayed together anyway. I didn't accidentally catch her, but months after the divorce it all sort of clicked. She started a new job that I helped her get, an upgrade from a private daycare to a school and a union job. About 4 months into her job she suddenly, and without an explanation, said she wants to stop trying to have another child. We've been trying for 3 years. A month later, 2 weeks into the new school year we are constantly fighting over small things. She calls me out on it and says I'm being abusive, mentally and verbally, and she doesn't love me anymore and asks that I move out. I believe it, because I have issues with myself, move out and we proceed with mediation to a peaceful divorce. She takes half of everything. I become depressed and fall into a panic and start seeking help and believe every misdiagnosis thrown at me from different mental doctors and tell her how faked up I am. She uses that against me to get an annulment from the church. The Catholic Church strongly believes that mental illness equals evil, so now I'm evil, and they believe everything she says and nothing I say. At this point I've been properly diagnosed with depression and being treated by my doctor. I've been piecing things together and realized that all the time she asked if I was talking to or looking at other women were because that's what she was doing. If I ever cheated on her I was to tell her immediately and always being suspicious of me ever since she started that new job I helped her get. She didn't want to have another child because she was planning to leave me for a cow walker. I wouldn't be too surprised to learn she was taking birth control too. 2 weeks after I moved out, and while going through mediation she called me up with second thoughts, and I got out of her that she was sleeping with a cow walker already, and that he's shown her love I never did. I was too faked up on treatment drugs for mental illness I didn't have so I forgot, but eventually remembered, and from that moment on just started focusing my efforts on being better for our daughter who was 6 at the time. 2 years later, and they're engaged to be married. And when I have my daughter we talk about stuff, when we go for hikes, and she tells me how her mother is never around, how the mother lies to her, and how her grandparents are raising her right now. I have a feeling that when our daughter hits puberty, she might hit the fan for my ex. I can see and hear resentment growing in my daughter now. What I learned from all this is that if and so is constantly asking you if you're looking at or talking to other women or thinking of other women or men, it goes both ways. It's not because they are insecure, it's because they are guilty of it themselves. Insecurities manifest in self-hate not suspicion. Hope that helps someone reading this edit. I left out the best part. She now maintains that before this all happened, or just as it began, she heard God speak to her in church, and he told her to do this, and that she'll be happier for it. Probably a result of him grooming her to leave, but every time I see her now she looks like a miserable cunt. Not cheating per se, but found out my girlfriend at the time got a PO box. When I questioned her about it, she admitted that she became pen pals with a serial killer in another country. Edit. I guess the short version won't suffice. We've been dating for 6 or 7 years by then, living together. She seemed off, and it wasn't improving over a period of a few months. I noticed she had a PO box key on her key ring. They looked distinctive, and probably said USPS on it. I asked her about it, and she said she had some mail she wanted to keep private. I didn't really accept that answer, so I kept asking over a period of time. We sit down, and she tells me she's been pen pals with Luca Magnotta, the Canadian serial killer who chopped up a Chinese guy and mailed parts of him to members of parliament and video of killing a cat, if I recall correctly. She said she was curious about him, and they had corresponded. She decided she didn't like him because he seemed to be suffering from a narcissistic pathology, no sheet, among other things as well, and decided to break it off with Luca. Anyway, we stayed together for about a year before we split. Weirdly, until recently, if she ever asked to get back together, I'd probably say yes. I miss her. I'm married to someone else and have kids. Not me, but my dad caught my mom cheating on him with my brother. When I was 8, my half-brother and my mom started spending a lot of time together. We would go to his house at least a few times a week. When my dad was at work, they would spend a ton of time together in his bedroom with the door locked, playing games in their bathrobes. One weekend my mom was supposed to go on a girls' vacation with her friend, and I was going to stay home with my dad. My dad must have been suspicious, because we stalked around all night going from place to place looking for something, but he wouldn't tell me what. Eventually I found out when we found her truck at a bar in town. He told me to stay in the car while he went inside for a minute. About 5 minutes later he comes storming out with her and a bunch of others running after him. Apparently he caught my mom and brother making out in the bar, and he lost it and beat the shit out of my brother. My dad got in the car and they started fighting through the window. The people who were following my mom called the cops since there was a fight. My mom ended up ripping me out of the car and my dad let her in case he got arrested. He ended up driving off and never did get arrested. Meanwhile I was dumped by my aunt's family in the middle of the night while my mom scurried off to be with my brother at his place for the rest of the night. My mom thinks I was too young to remember, and I don't bring it up, but I've never really forgiven her for the damage she caused. Not me, but definitely my fault. When I was 4 or so I had a babysitter, as you do. She was a work friend of my mom's. Once or twice, while she was babysitting me, she had a friend over to help out. He was a super nice dude who liked to play SNES with me. A few days after one of the nights she had watched me, I was sick and my mom had to take me into work with her. I saw the girl who babysat me while I was there and very loudly asked, when are you and guy friend's name going to come see me again? Completely ignorant to the fact that her longtime boyfriend worked in the next cubicle over from her. Needless to say, the cool SNES guy was not her boyfriend. Apparently I caused a rather massive social explosion at the company as a result of the fallout from the ensuing fight, where many tens of thousands of dollars worth of expensive office equipment were trashed, and 5 people were fired, and another 3 resigned. I guess her flings extended quite a bit beyond one case of infidelity. I'd be lying if I said I'm not a little proud of the outcome. Well now, mine is a tame story compared to some others here. It all started in the summer about 5 years ago. My wife of 12 years and I were in a rough patch. I had been going to grad school and had a 1.5-hour commute, 3 hours on the road every day. I assumed she was lonely trying to take care of her own job and our young son when she kept going to hang out with her girlfriends. But when you are in the car for 3 hours a day, you have lots of time to reflect. I began to suspect she was cheating on me. Then one cold November evening, I logged into her new iPad and started poking around. After searching for about 20 minutes finding nothing, I was about to give up. Then I remembered that she played lots of Words with Friends. I opened it, and sure enough, there were all sorts of chats about how good the sex was. About how she was going to leave me penniless, take the dogs and the house. How she was excited to start her new life with us whole, changing the name to protect the innocent. I confronted her that night. I tried over the next few months to make it work to no avail. In the end, I got the dogs, the house, half custody and a new wife. Life is good. Oh boy, so I have a fun one for you. Few years back I'm a university student, and so was she. We would go back to her place during the day while her dad was at work and get freaky. I'm quite fond of toys and ropes/straps, and she was game, so I had a literal setback point where I had been getting some weird vibes for a couple weeks. So after the fun I went to clean up and found her phone which had texts from her ex about meeting up again later. He knew about me and was getting busy when I was in class. So I confront her and ended, so now she is still naked and crying and I'm pissed off, and I grab my bag and start walking out. But the door opens before I get to it, and now I'm face to face with her father who I've never met. Well, I did what I thought was right and I shook his hand and introduced myself as I was walking away from his crying daughter that I just dumped with a gym bag full of such toys on my back. The man looks at me and then passes me to her and just says, well, I guess we'll give this one a pass, maybe next time we can meet properly. All I said was there wouldn't be a next time, and walked out the door. Not me, but my husband's experience with his ex. She had a very bad mental health breakdown and was basically bedridden for months. He almost lost his job because he stayed home so often taking care of her. Eventually she started feeling better and started leaving the house. Then she was never ever home. Spent all day and evenings with "new friends." He and his friends would see pictures of her with one guy in particular, and frequently. One night he got off work early, came home and felt something suspicious was up. He looked through the window to see her cozied up with said guy on the couch, wearing his sweatpants. He walks in, it gets awkward, dude leaves. She makes up some excuse about him needing to shower after working and not having any extra clothes. A few days later she didn't come home at night at all. This happened a few times. He decided to take a week-long cross-country road trip to clear his mind, and she packed up their entire house and his dog, and left. Some problems resolve themselves, and steal your dog. My ex-wife hid and locked her phone from me for months. I knew something was up when she started staying out all night and blowing off my calls. Whenever I questioned her about it, she always blew up on me and accused me of cheating. Finally she called me one day at work and said she wanted a divorce. I said okay. The next day she had her boyfriend serve me with divorce papers. That afternoon I went home to get my hunting and fishing stuff so she couldn't steal it in the divorce. Walked in and they were both naked in our bed. I grabbed my clothes and stuff. Next day I went to a lawyer and gave her everything, a houseboat, cars, I mean everything, except my hunting and fishing equipment and clothes. 2 weeks later I quit my job of 10 years, changed my phone number, and have never seen her since. She married him a month and a half later. Hardest year of my life getting over that. But now I'm killing it, got a new great job, met an amazing woman, and just bought a new house. Basically rebuilt my life from the ground up. My ex of 3 years was a leech, literally. Lived together for 1 year. The entire time I'm working 60 and 70-hour weeks between 2 jobs, when he can barely maintain 35. The only car we had was mine. I saw all the warning signs, but remained naive, because I didn't want to believe he'd be so cheaty. He changed his lock on his phone, after we'd always known each other. Noticed my car was taking twice as much gas a week for some reason. He had my car, while I was at work usually. Finally I'd had enough. I pulled the phone records for his phone, that I paid for. A friend showed me how to highlight repeating numbers. Boom. Had proof he was texting back and forth to someone heavily, especially while he was at work. Now mind you, he would always tell me he was too busy to talk while at work. I called and confronted him. He was at work at the time with my car. I basically said I knew he was texting back and forth with a chick and I could read everything they said back and forth. I didn't. I was bluffing. He confessed and I told him to be prepared to give me the keys to my car. I'd be up at his work in 30 minutes. My roommate took me. When I got there he tried to make a scene. Thankfully my roommate was a pretty built 6'3" ex-basketball playing female. So she quickly diffused him and made him give me my keys. And we left. He called me at 4 AM from the convenience store across the street from his work, literally crying and begging me to turn his phone back on so he could call someone to pick him up, since it was the middle of winter. Fuck you, Josh. So one night, I was on the computer before bed. My ex is in bed, on her iPad. I have heard the messaging tone go off for the last hour. She asks me, hey, Johnny, what does DTF mean? Why not? A guy named Sam asked me if I was DTF again. So I tell her, and she laughs it off and wonders why he asked her that. I decide to hop into bed, cause this has gotten my interest now. She goes to the bathroom, leave the iPad unlocked, and it keeps going off. So I take it upon myself to read it. She comes in, and of course, I get the why are you invading my privacy, bitch? You have been with me for 10 years. Convinced me not to have kids when every one of my friends is 10 years old now. You moved in here under some bullshit pretenses. You turned my friends against me. And you want to know what DTF means? I mean really, you have accused me of cheating for the last 6 months and I see you were just faking projecting. So she leaves. I decided to go see where she went. I drove past her parents' house and she wasn't there. So I Google not Sam and found his address. I go there, ring the doorbell at like 3:30 am, and he answers the door, and I ask him if he knows what he was doing. The faking guy's like 5'2" and tries to threaten me with a gun. Of course. So I told him something along the lines of sure, shoot me for asking why you and my ex are sleeping with each other. It was very painful. Because I had just gotten over addiction, which didn't cause the breakup. She actually was so supportive of me. She pushed me to get help, visited me at rehab, and personally took me to NA meetings, and sadly I fell back down that path. It took me literally getting my heart restarted twice For me to see I had to get over my sheet and fix sheet point. It's been a rough few years, but I have a dog from it, and in the end, I love that dog more than I loved my ex. First, I'm an idiot. My first wife left her husband for me. First red flag, a year after we get married we buy a ranch. Ranch needs a lot of work, so weekends are spent fixing it up with friends. This goes on for like 3 months, 3 years. After we marry I get orders, military for a new job, for an overseas location, and can't bring my wife. I will be gone for a year. After the year the military sends me to a different state. So, we decided to sell our ranch. After we sell the ranch she moves in with our best friends, husband, and wife with 3 kids. During one of our weekly phone calls she confesses she and the wife are sleeping together. No big deal. The wife was hot and it kinda turned me on. Second red flag, I return home after a year, and she admits to me that she was also sleeping with the husband, my ex-best friend. She says she needed to come clean before we moved, because she couldn't move knowing I would probably find out, and she didn't want to move back home alone. I ask her if this was the only time she has cheated on me. Nope. Remember the ranch and those weekends spent fixing it up with friends? Yup. She was blowing another ex-friend of mine while I was outside fixing up our property. She claimed I wasn't showing her enough love. After long talks we decided to get therapy and work things out. We move and get sad about such therapy. Things are looking great. I get orders again to an overseas location. She can't accompany me this year. She moves back home while I'm overseas to be close to her family. She befriends another husband and wife. Third red flag. Did I ever say I was an idiot? She was a master manipulator, and I was on her web. I returned from overseas. I found a large amount of mix CDs, music storage. She claims she made them, but the fancy CD labels tell me otherwise. I find no blank CDs or CD labels in our home. She says the new friends helped her. Fourth red flag. She swears there's nothing going on. I believe her. Fast forward a couple more years. Wife is away at a rehab clinic for a massive pill addiction. When she completes her 28-day vacation, she insists on having a couple of her friends move in with us. I refuse. By this time I'm onto her game. Her friends don't move in, but she goes to weekly meetings with her rehab friends. These meetings are hours away from our house. I leave for a business trip. I returned early to an ex-friend of mine's car in our driveway. Yup, you guessed it. I walk in on him on top of her. They were playing some sort of hide and seek game. I moved out. During a trip to pick my things up I read her journal. Yup, she was having relations with just about everyone I know. Did I admit I was an idiot? She did leave me with a great divorce gift. Her next boyfriend was a meth cook who liked to beat her. He tried to kill me once because I wouldn't give her more money. Last I heard she was homeless and living at the river bottoms. She blames her cheating on me because I masturbated. We started off together a few years back, and we loved each other. We decided to buy a nice property for ourselves, and start a business and maybe a family. A while into our relationship, however, she began to purchase a few pricey things, such as a boat. I asked if she was sure it was in the budget. She said it was, and me, being a fool, left it at that. Eventually it came to the purchase of another house, that I decided to get a real close look at our numbers, and found that they had only grown. I was a plumber, and she worked part-time as a garden maintenance worker. How could this be? There was no way we could afford all this. But then I realized what she was doing. She had lied about all the payments we had made, and had been stealing money from the bank. When it came time to collect payments, we got into a huge fight which ended up with me leaving her. The neighbors were faking pissed. Never playing Monopoly on a team with that beach again. Was waiting for my husband to come home after working away, which was part of his job. He'd come home for weekends and then leave Sunday nights. We were having marriage issues and a friend of mine was near to listen to him. Apparently. Anyway, another friend, who was more suspicious of them than I wanted to be, drove past this other woman's house and saw his car in her driveway. By now it was past 11 PM and he wasn't answering his phone, and I was getting frantic and ready to call the police. My suspicious friend came to my house, bundled me into her car, while I was making excuses for him. We get to this person's house and the lights are off. His car is there, and the bonnet is cold. It's been there a while. My suspicious friend knocks on the door and the bedroom light turns on. This person opens the door in her dressing gown, and I push past her into her room, and there is my beloved, in her bed. She looked smug, so I slapped her. They had gaslighted me for months. And the worst part was that they both knew my first husband left me for his girlfriend on our first wedding anniversary. They both swore their friendship was innocent and that they would never do anything like that to hurt me. I thought I was going to die of a broken heart. We had 3 young children and my life came to an end that weekend. It was 9 years ago and I still can't think about it. I hate her so very much. Every bad thing I wish upon her. She is evil incarnate, and I hate her. He died 6 months later in a car crash before we were divorced. I received nothing from him to care for our kids. He gave it to her, and I was too dead inside to fight. However, I have met a wonderful man, and in 18 days we are getting married. I have some trust issues, which he's working through with me. I haven't felt so safe or loved for a long time. I will never forget that weekend. I will never forget people coming out of the woodwork with their suspicions after the event and telling me stories of the plans those two had to destroy me. But I survived. I'm loved and I can and do love. I love my children and I love my fiancé, and I love the fact that at age 50, I feel more in control of my life than I ever had. Sorry this went on so long. Note, not a spouse. I was unknowingly the other woman. I worked for a large organization, and at an annual summer gathering I met this guy who seemed very nice. We exchanged emails for a while and he invited me over to binge watch a series and get dinner. When I entered his condo, it was weird. There were pictures of kids everywhere. When I asked him, he said they were his roommates, nieces and nephews. We ordered Chinese, and immediately after eating he took out the trash. A bit odd, but Chinese can smell pretty bad, so I didn't think that much of it. We made out on the couch while watching the show, and then I needed to catch the final bus home. On our way to catch the bus, he suddenly started sobbing and told me that his roommate was his girlfriend, but they were over and he wanted to be with me. I told him that it wasn't going to happen and that he needed to come clean with his girlfriend. Instead, he gave his girlfriend my email address and she contacted me. She said that she knew we were hanging out and that her boyfriend told her we would have a lot of fun hanging out together. I responded that I was sorry her boyfriend was so shady and that he told me they were over and made out with me and she should dump his. Sorry as she and I then went out for Chinese. TL/DR. Jerk makes me the other woman, then has his girlfriend contact me. I tell her what he did. Not a spouse, but close enough. Skipping the details. One day in a snowstorm, she claimed she wasn't feeling well and wanted to go home. Since it's a snowstorm, I told her to text me when she's home safe. For years, she always has. This time, she didn't. I text, no response. I called, no answer. I start freaking out, assuming she slid off a road. Get dressed, hop in my car, drive the obvious route to her house looking for cars in a ditch. Nothing. Get to her house, no car in the driveway. She's not there. She never got home. Now I'm really freaking out. Drive the alternate route back to my house, loop around randomly, calling. Eventually, she picks up, and in her best fake sleepy voice, claims she was home all along and sleeping. Oh, thank God. I was so worried. I'm outside right now, just waving so I know you're alright. What? That's when we both realized the charade was exposed. I broke up with her on the spot. Karma really faked her in the end. She's had like a decade of terrible relationships and is back living with her parents. Know me, but when I was in middle school my best friend and I were using the family computer after her dad told us not to point. While we were on the computer he started to get a bunch of weird messages over AIM, and as we scrolled through the conversation we realized that her dad was cheating on her mom. We told her mom immediately and this started a whirlwind of problems that led to her turning to alcohol, them separating, and eventually divorce. Fast forward 15 years later, and her mom no longer drinks. She met a really great guy online and has been remarried for the last 2 years. The relationship between the dad and his 4 kids was never the same after that, and as far as I know he's still single and struggled for a while after the divorce. He relied on his ex-wife's family a lot, so when they cut him off he had a hard time getting back on his feet. It all happened so fast though. One minute we were just playing on the computer, and then a few weeks later her family was completely torn apart. This will be buried in here, but I've no better place to mention it. When I was 4 years old, my dad had been seeing a woman behind his girlfriend's back. I was too young to understand much of the ordeal, but basically, the woman he was seeing, who is now my stepmother, and him had been chatting online. The woman, we'll call her Catherine, that he had been with for a year or so prior to chatting to my stepmom behind her back, had no clue of the ordeal until one day, while my dad and I were watching some old Superman cartoons, he decided to talk to her on the phone. Catherine was also home and was in another room. My dad picked up the phone and said, "Oh hi, how are you doing?" I recognized the lady on the other end of the phone and yelled, "Hi Jody," her name. Catherine burst into the room. I think she already was semi-concerned that my dad had been cheating, as she had teenage kids that lived with us and they weren't stupid and probably warned her, and immediately yelled at my dad. He hung up, then stupidly decided after dinner to propose to her. You can't make this shit up, and I have no clue what my dad thought he was doing. I don't know Catherine's last name, so I haven't been able to find her or her kids to talk to them since, but that household was very weird at the time, especially since my dad and her had to live together for a little while longer. I was 19 and living with my girlfriend of the time. We hit a year and I was head over heels for this girl. First real love for sure, so I bought a ring for a very special occasion. The plan: on a day we both work, I'm going to go home on my lunch break and decorate the apartment for the proposal that evening. I put out over 50 candles, cued a little Miles Davis on the stereo, and spread thousands of rose petals from the front door all the way to the bedroom and on the bed. Obviously a little sexy time was planned too, but for sake of the story you should also know that we basically lived in that bedroom as the apartment living room was tiny. I had butterflies like crazy. I went back to work anticipating the rest of my life with this woman. Speed up a few hours and I took off from work a little early so I could beat her home easily and change for the occasion. I have the ring in my pocket and I'm set. Nerves subside. I'm ready. I called my mom and told her my plan. She loves it. "Call me after," she exclaims. I was young, yeah, but emotionally elderly, and she loved this girl too. I get home and I see her purse and work shoes on the floor. I'm sure she has to have seen everything and is just in the other room in shock, or maybe she's naked in bed just anticipating a little something something. This disappoints me to no end, but fuck it I guess, because I get halfway from the front door to the bedroom hall and I hear it moaning, "Born." We were that couple, okay, no biggie, but at this point the possibility of infidelity enters my brain. Could she? No. Maybe? I have some low self-esteem, so sure, it's possible. I start to mini panic, but continue down to the hall. I'm about to fully round the corner and instantaneously see jeans that aren't mine on the hallway floor, and hear both panting and a slapping sound through the wall. I know it instantly. This is real. I move in and push the door open. The love of my life is on our quasi freshly petal strewn bed getting railed by some dude I don't quite recognize, with about half of the candles lazily lit along the windowsill. I stood there for what seemed like days watching my life fade away into thin air. Poof. I eventually recognize the guy. He's her ex-boyfriend, the abusive one who put her in the hospital not 2 years prior. I'd seen the pictures. It wasn't good. It took a long time for her to let me touch her because of him. I hated this guy. I left. I ignored her for 2 days until I finally picked up and told her I saw what happened. She denied it for a second, but then broke down and apologized. I don't remember the excuse she was attempting to give as I hung up and never spoke to her again. I picked up my things while she was at work and left the key on the counter. I ended up selling the diamond, but I still keep the band in a safety deposit box. I still carry that event with me today, but the funny part of this story is I actually saw her again for the first time the other day at a funeral of mutual friend. She's married, not that guy, with kids, and I'm happy for her. We hugged. Not spouse, but now ex-fiance. Never had any reason to expect that she was cheating. Never any signs. No red flags. Nothing. Point one day she says she's going on an impromptu camping trip with a couple of her girlfriends. There aren't many places around us where you can camp and lose cell phone service, so I figured I would call her when I got off work to see how the camping trip was going. Wasn't suspicious or anything, just wanted to make sure they were doing okay and that she was having fun. She didn't get out much. When I called her, her phone rang through to voicemail. No big deal. She'd call me when she saw the missed call. A couple of hours go by and I call again because I hadn't heard from her. It goes straight to voicemail. That was a little weird, but I waited another hour, called her one more time, and again, it went straight to voicemail. Point I decided to call one of the friends that I figured she would have gone camping with. She answers the phone and tries to dance around the fact that my fiance can't talk at the moment, but they're having fun and she's okay. I can tell something is off with her voice though. I casually press her about what they've been up to when suddenly she interrupts me and says, "You/Safi, I'm not with your fiance along." Story short, one of their old guy friends from high school moved back into town and they all got together for a little reunion a few weeks earlier. I was with all of them, met the guy, and didn't think anything of him. Apparently he and my fiance hit it off pretty well behind the scenes. However, because she was on a little one-on-one camping trip with him, it all turned out fine though. I left for boot camp 3 months later, and having those ties severed clean made it a hell of a lot easier to make it through. Coming back home on boot leave in 10x better shape, and seeing her in a shitty relationship, was also a bonus. Sorry this is long, but I need to get it out of me. 27 years married. Monday prior to going to Dallas to watch the football game for Thanksgiving, I asked for my wife's phone so I could load Amazon Prime so she could watch movies while we drove. While adding the app she gets a text from a number one don't know saying he can't wait until their date on Saturday. What the fuck? She comes running in asking for her phone and I show her the app loading and tell her I'll give it to her as soon as it's done. While waiting for the app to load I paired her phone to my tablet so I could see all of her messages. A few minutes later she comes walking back asking for her phone. I give it to her and she smiles and says thanks. Fast forward to Saturday. After reading all of her texts to this guy during the week and desperately trying not to lose my mind, I contacted my son to give me a ride. He kind of freaks out, not sure what's going on. I tell him I just need a ride. No questions, just a ride. Saturday morning I leave the house about 7:30 and my son drives me to the hotel that this guy got for them. I'm sitting in the lobby and she walks in, doesn't see me, and proceeds to the elevators. I'll haul us up the stairs and I see her walking down the hallway to the room number that she had already been texted. She stopped, hesitated for a second, and knocked on the door. The door opened and I will never forget the smile on her face when she walked into that room. I kind of freaked out for a minute. I walked up to the door and weighed my options. I could knock on the door and say room service. I could kick the door in and deal with the consequences, and then a third option popped into my head. You already know what she's doing, why not just take a picture of the door number and walk away? So I chose option 3. I took a picture of the door number and walked downstairs. My son is standing in the lobby freaking out and I tell him let's go. We walk outside and I see her car and it occurs to me I have the keys. Somebody took her car and went home. I changed the locks and sent her an email letting her know that I knew everything and she wasn't to come home. It's 11 months later now. We've tried counseling together and I have personally gone to counseling myself. I'm not sure why I waited this long, but I'm done. Tomorrow we have the last couples counseling before I turn 50. Tomorrow she learns she needs to find a new place to live. I almost hate myself for saying it, but I can't be miserable anymore. While not a horror story, still technically this is just speculation, but the facts that I have all point to the cheating scale. Dated a girl of 2 years. Early on she was a very nice girl that was very much involved with her work. That's what she mostly talked about to me. Was a very nice girl, but also had a slight conniving/manipulating aspect of her. This was made clear when she tells me what she does or had done at work to get things her way or get others in trouble, etc. She does the occasional rotating shift, and the ones where she's required to work late I just ask her to text me once she gets home, as I know in the morning, when I wake up, that she got home safely. She catches public transport. One morning she didn't. I messaged her, and she didn't reply, so I thought maybe she forgot. Shit happens, I'm pretty busy at work, so by lunchtime I still didn't get a message, so I thought okay, this is strange. I contacted her sister, and she said yeah, she's at work. I figured, yeah, she works hard, so probably got home, and slept and woke up, and went straight back to work. I called her work, and asked for her. Her colleague told me that she had called in sick. All of a sudden she messages me on FB Messenger, very early days of FB Messenger, saying that her phone was playing up, and that she was at work. And back when FB Messenger was new, it used to post the location where you had sent it from. I saw her location, and it was nowhere near her actual workplace, and before I had said anything, she already had said, oh my god, my phone is playing up with the GPS locations too. Take note that I had not said anything. I told her to cut the crap and to tell me where she was, and gave her the chance to be truthful. She eventually said because of me being me, and it being her first strike, I guess I took her word for it. But this is what made her on my radar. When it came to lies, some other things from this point onwards that should have clicked for me but didn't, in no order. During the relationship, she was strangely close to her senior. She even bought him presents when she bought me really crappy presents. I was confused, but whatever, I went through her camera which I bought for her to see how the images are. She got very defensive. She bought herself all these expensive gifts that one person would buy another. From gambling, she wasn't much of a gambler. Her sister told me she was a liar, and poor me told the sister off. Damn, I regret this. She got really weirded out when me and her senior colleague were playing Diablo 3 together, a game she bought for him also. Because I got her into Diablo 3. She cancelled plans with me because apparently her work had sent her to go take care of another thing in another city. I asked for proof to test her, and she chucked a tantrum and hissy fit, but then admitted that she had lied, because the last point, after the fact she had admitted that she lied. I broke it off then and there. Admittedly, we were still hanging out with each other after, for physical reasons, but it ended when she told me her and her senior colleague hooked up at a Christmas party, and that they're together now. I thought, all good, and I left it at that point. Now for the scary part. 6 months after they got together, me casually scrolling through Facebook. I think I had clicked on one of my close friends' Facebook, but I had accidentally blocked him. I figured, Shwanty, I gotta unblock him, but I don't know how. After a couple of minutes, I managed to get hold of the blocked list section, and I see another person on my block list that isn't my friend. Was somebody else that I may have accidentally blocked previously without knowing. Clicked on him. Turns out to be her senior colleague. Figured this was strange, so I went onto my Instagram, and I remember she tagged her senior colleague in an Instagram photo. I clicked his username. Turns out he was blocked there too. TLDR, lying / conniving / manipulative ex-girlfriend lies and manipulates in a conniving way. Caught her lying multiple times. Had close work colleague. She hooks up with work colleague after we broke up. Check my social media block list 6 months after we stopped talking. Find out someone had blocked her colleague on my accounts. Was engaged to my ex whom I met in college. We moved into an apartment together. She started falling asleep in the living room late at night. I went to wake her up one day and happened on her phone to open an instant message conversation. She had been cheating with her ex whenever she traveled to see her sisters in Chicago. From the story, it looked like she got pregnant and had an abortion around the time we started dating. She also likely cheated on me during a trip to Vegas and New York. As a bonus, I later found out from her friend / coworker that she was trying to proposition Sech on a work trip they took to Chicago. I broke off the engagement and she flipped out, demanding I move out of the apartment I originally found, and subsequently added her onto the lease. She then threatened to tell her family I abused her. Obviously false. She wanted an excuse for the breakup. Unfortunately, the only apartment I could get at the time was in the same building down the hall. I took it and had the most awkward 3 months until she moved out. Dodged one big bullet due to her falling asleep with her phone unlocked. She was on a work night out. They were at bowling. She went off the radar for about 2 to 3 hours. I was worried about her, especially because she was pregnant at this point. It got to around 2 AM. I was thinking to myself, bowling isn't even open this late. Every bad thought raced through my mind, like she'd been in an accident on the way home or something. Then she got in the house around 3 AM. I immediately cuddled her and asked if she was okay. She said yeah, and that her phone had ran out of battery. I asked why she was so late. She told me she dropped 2 of her co-workers at a bar after bowling. The time frame still didn't make sense to me as the bar was only around 15 minutes from our house. Then when she was getting ready to go to bed, her pants were on backwards and were sitting just above her knees. I was like, WTH happened to your pants? She blamed her bump for them being down. I let it slide, but was a bit suspicious of everything. Then a couple weeks later, I went to pick her up from work. We shared a car. She came out with one of the girls she said she had dropped at the bar that night. I asked if she had a good night. She didn't have a clue what I was talking about. I was like, when asterisk grouped you and asterisk at the bar? She said that never happened. I knew straight away she'd cheated. She started crying as soon as she got in the car, said she'd met someone she went to school with and they had sex in our car whilst she was carrying our baby. My son is the best thing that's ever happened to me. I got a DNA test because I couldn't trust her anymore. He is mine thankfully. But I left her after I knew what she'd done. She blamed pregnancy hormones. The thing that probably hurt most is she didn't have sex with me at all when she was pregnant. Said she felt disgusting, but then she does it with someone else. It ruined me. I've told this on here before, but here we go, and it might get long. Set up 1995, so not everybody had a cell phone. We lived in a 3rd floor apartment that sat on the edge of a cliff, so no escaping out of the bedroom window. I pretty much knew my wife was cheating on me, but to be frank, I really didn't care anymore. I was only staying with her because I adored my son, and, honestly, I always looked forward to her leaving to see friends, so he and I could just hang together. I traveled a lot, so my time with him was invaluable to me. I got done with a trip a day early and switched flights. Of course I had to take a taxi home, because God forbid her come to the airport and get me. So I walk into the apartment and the first thing I notice is my son is not there. That's odd because her car is in the lot. So I go open the bedroom door and there she is bent over the bed getting hammered from behind. They stop and look at me with the deer in the headlights look. I simply say in a neutral tone of voice, when you're done I'll be in the living room. Close the door, take the phone off of the hook so they couldn't call for help, grab a beer and turn on the game. A couple of hours later they came out and I asked where my son was. Turns out she left him with some friends that were drug dealers and I had asked her specifically not to have him around them before. I went HMM. Then I told the guy that we needed to talk outside. Now he stood about 3 inches taller than me and probably about 20 pounds heavier. Pretty built dude. So we get to the parking lot and he's all jacked up for a fight. I just said, look dude, I can't stop you from faking her or her faking you, but if you want her, take her and all the bills that go with her and have the goddamn decency not to fuck her here. I have to sleep in that bed. He was nonplussed, got in his car and drove away. I moved out the next day and took my son with me. Got full custody about 8 months later with child support from her for the next 17 years. Didn't have to raise my voice, didn't have to make a scene, and got sweet revenge, because what kind of woman these days wants to admit that they lost custody? Me and my girlfriend lived together and have dated for a year. Never fallen for a girl this fast, let alone date for this long. And recently I saw a guy's name popping up on her every time I used her phone/computer, which was very little. It kept happening, so I assumed they must be talking quite frequently, if that was the case. A few days later she was showing me a message and I noticed that any conversation thread with this guy was deleted. I realized like a month earlier she mentioned a friend who lives in Florida. We live in the Midwest, who always had a crush on her, apparently a self-proclaimed millionaire. Couldn't find anything to support this, and it hit me that this was the same dude That night I had a gut feeling and waited for her to fall asleep, and I looked at her phone. Sure enough, he had sent a picture message to her on Instagram. Everything prior was deleted, and I opened it, and it was him shirtless saying, "I miss you, baby." Needless to say, my blood started to boil. I was pissed off, but needed more details so I could confront her with everything, and I attempted to talk to him as her for the next couple minutes. Honestly hated doing this, but followed my gut, and it turns out this guy was trying to fly to our town to visit her over the weekend. She woke up a bit after and realized I had her phone, and I went off on her asking how she could do this to me. Her response was that she didn't know why, and that she hasn't been herself this past month. Apparently she felt emotionally deprived. She wasn't working, sat at home all day, didn't know what she wanted to do with her life, and had slipped into a depressed state, and thought something new, this dude, would make her realize how much she loved me after I had an emotional breakdown. She swore to me she would never talk to this guy again. They never actually had plans to meet. Apparently that was all him, and that she only wanted me, and that her emotional affair was over. After breaking down with her that night and going over all our options, for we lived together, I decided to give her another chance. I told her she should stay at her parents' place, 20 minutes away, for the weekend. We should align our priorities and have a week for ourselves and resume at the end of the week. This is where it gets really hairy. She was supposed to meet her dad. They aren't on the best terms on Tuesday that week and couldn't make it. Was borrowing my crummy car and it died, so they rescheduled for Wednesday, and her dad apparently ditched plans to go bowling. She stood him up. Then on Thursday she was supposed to meet me at a friend's for documentary club, and she said she was meeting her dad for dinner. Earlier that night, I noticed she had bought a nice new dress, and I asked her if she was going to wear that to meet her dad. She replied, "No way, I never dress up to meet my dad." Before leaving for the doc club, I realized she was kind of dressed up, despite having plans to meet her dad, and I had a sick feeling in my stomach on the way to my friend's place. I checked the Find My Friends app and realized she had taken off her location, which was odd. I mentioned it to her, and she just said, "No, that's weird. Why should I have to keep that on? Lots of such trafficking going on RN in the Midwest, FYI. I replied that it was a safety thing, and after last week's events it was the least she could do to regain my trust. She agreed to turn it on, but never actually did, and went silent for a couple hours. Despite having a feeling something was going on, I assumed she was at dinner and not on her phone, and I called her a few hours later. She sent me a voicemail and said she was still eating with dad. 4 hours later, and that was my last straw, because I knew something was up. I got home from doc club and found an old Chroma book of hers and found some passwords in a logged in email account she had open. I was able to get into her Instagram and looked at the story of the guy mentioned earlier and saw he was at the airport hours earlier flying to meet B. This is when my heart sunk. I realized my worst nightmares had come true, and this guy was flying from Florida to meet her. I called her non-stop for a good hour and hung up multiple times before being blocked. It was late at this point, and I had no one else to go to or that could help with this situation. So I went to bed anxious as hell, and my heart was beating out of my chest. The following morning I got up for work and gave her mom a call asking if she had come home. She was still staying at her place on our break because I was worried about her safety since she was driving my crummy car. Her mother replied, "Honey, asterisk 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 said she was staying with you last night," and at that moment I knew all the conclusions I'd come to from the night before were true. I told her mom, asterisk asterisk asterisk, "I think asterisk 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 is cheating on me," and she was in shock because she thought her daughter had finally grown up and had a head on her shoulders. Since we started dating, her mom couldn't get through to her as well, but finally an hour or two later my girlfriend called me and said I passed out at my friend's place and was too drunk to drive home. I obviously knew this wasn't the case and asked why this guy, who she was done talking to, was in town. She denied knowing where she was, and I literally asked the same question for the next 5 minutes until she finally admitted he was in town and she stayed the night with him last night. My world was turned upside down when those words came out of her mouth, and a few hours later we met in person and I broke up with her on the spot and told her she needs to move out and we are breaking the lease. Too expensive to afford on our own. To make things even worse, she realized what she had done and has been professing her love for me non-stop the past week, sending me texts, emails and pictures of us from the past year of our lives, and said she won't ever give up on me and wants nothing more than for us to work out. Even though this was last week and it's still fresh, I'm still in shock that this is how it ended. I've never been more in love with a woman, and I was convinced she was the one. She even told her mom, in front of me, a few weeks prior, that she was going to marry me one day, and that I'm going to be a part of her family. Her mom gave me her blessing on the spot, and said she would love that, even though I was planning on getting married for a while at least, which has made things even worse upon reflection. This has gone from the happiest year of my life to the most sad in a matter of weeks, and I'm still at a loss for words, because I was willing to do anything for this girl. I know things will get better with time, but it's really hard to visualize that right now, and I'm not really sure what the future has in store for me. Late, but here it goes. I don't know if it was accidental or not, but anyways, I have been dating this girl for about 2 years, and it was great until about the last 6 months of our relationship. She was less affectionate and was starting to get more distant. I knew something was up, so one night we went drinking with a bunch of our friends, and I had to hold her phone because she did not have any pockets. While I was taking a piss, her phone vibrates, and I see a message pop up. It was from her trainer, and it was something sexual, not a bonus pic or anything. I don't remember exactly what it said. I proceeded to open and see these strings of text and pictures, nudes, they sent to each other over the course of at least 5 to 6 months of us being in a relationship. I was more hurt and shocked, rather than being mad. Anyway, this douchebag already had a girlfriend, because my ex would tell me all about how her trainer is in a serious relationship. To let my guard down, I proceeded to send everything to myself, from the chat history and the pictures they sent to each other. I made it my goal to find the trainer's girlfriend and send her everything I had. The problem was I never met this girl and I only knew her name. Facebook was no help. I treated my ex like nothing happened and made sure she thought I was still clueless. Anyway, I finally found the trainer's girlfriend after months of searching and showed her everything. I didn't tell my ex until one day she came to me crying and was furious that I looked at her messages. Apparently the trainer's girlfriend threatened her and told her that she would beat the shit out of her if she ever sees my ex. I laughed and told her I didn't care. Anyway, that was a long time ago, and I don't know what happened to the trainer and my ex. Good riddance. She convinced me to stay at my folks' place for the night. She stayed at my place and cheated on me with my roommate. That night, curled up in my old room, I thought about what I'd been doing wrong for the past few weeks that would have made her hate me so much, and thought that maybe I just wasn't trying hard enough. She told me the next day. What followed after was one of the shittiest months of my life, helping her sort through the pregnancy scare that might not even be mine, confessing to a friend, and discovering later that he had picked her up on the rebound, battling depression. But a few years down the line, I had a realization that I just dodged a bullet, not wasting the rest of my life with that manipulative victim playing cunt. She cheated on my friend too. Now she lives in a trailer with her bestie from high school, who always hated me. They're in a civil union and share a boyfriend together, and they are now overweight and all have herpes. I like to think I won that breakup. My ex-wife kept randomly bringing chocolates after work. I wasn't sure where she was getting them. I asked her once, and she just said a friend gave them to her. I have no idea why it didn't hit me then, but then she kept getting texts, and it got me kinda suspicious, but I was still naive. One night she had to do a night shift, and she wasn't really answering my texts. No big deal. She's probably just working. An hour after her shift was over, I started panicking because I hadn't received one single text from her. If you could see my face. I called her work, friends, family, nobody knew where she was, and it started becoming a nightmare. The city I live in isn't exactly great, and is in the top 10 worst crime-ridden cities in California. I actually didn't know what to do. Too early to call the police, and I had exhausted all options. I stayed up all night texting, pacing, and worrying. When the morning came, I got our daughter up for school and she asked where mom was. I didn't know what to tell her. Finally, after all the waiting, she shows up and walks into the room. I had so many questions and was really upset she scared me and our daughter. Then after a silent moment I had a sudden realization. The chocolate, the texts, was she? No, couldn't be. That's not her at all. I looked at her and asked where she was, and she told me she went over to one of her employees' houses at back to hang at their house and said she had a few beers. Wait, since when does she drink beer? I asked all the usual questions. Who was it? Where did he come from? ECT. Did you sleep with him? A sullen look comes over her face as she just says yeah. I can't say my blood didn't boil, but I kept my cool. I slowly went over and took photo of my house, but she was already planning on leaving. She ended up moving in with the dude almost right after she stayed with her mom. My daughter was crushed. Why did mommy leave us? A few times I broke down. I'd go to my room and close the door. I guess the door didn't close all the way and my daughter came in and saw me. She looks up at me with her huge eyes and says, "Don't worry dad, me and you will be okay." Man, that broke me even more. It was so weird being in a bedroom that was full of her stuff. Just thinking what the fuck happened? My daughter and I are great now and have a great family. I remarried and we have it made. My ex just broke up with the dude recently and lives with her mom. It's not really a horror story where I walked in on them or whatever, but it was a horror nightmare to me. I was seeing this guy for a while and was totally infatuated with him. I started noticing him not responding as much to phone calls or texts, so I was a bit concerned. One day I texted him and asked him if everything was okay. He said he was just feeling sick. So I just assumed he was feeling down and decided I would surprise him with a basket full of goodies for when you have a cold, Kleenex, vitamin C, chocolate etc. Before I leave to go to his house I text him telling him I'm popping by. As I'm turning into his driveway I notice that there's a car I've never seen before, sporting pink car seats and a Tweety bad dash cover. I thought that was a little weird that I have never seen that car before but just shrugged it off. As I'm about to get out of the car he texts me back saying don't come over. I'm fine, just don't want to get you sick. So I decided instead to just leave. Next day I'm catching up with our mutual friend who just came back from deployment. He didn't know we were dating while he was gone. As we are talking on the phone he casually drops, "So I went to Brad's house yesterday to tell him I'm back." Man, he could have told me he was faking some chick. I caught him in bed with this girl. I dropped the phone. I immediately texted a "fuck you" and cut ties. Found out 6 months later he was a father and now he has sole custody because the girl he cheated on me with is addicted to drugs and left their child in the park while she got high. Dodged a bullet. Not me, but I was kind of involved. My best friend was living with her ex a few years ago. He proposes to her during a really bad period in their relationship and she gets suspicious. He had just started a new job and things were not okay between them. They were both to blame, but he was getting colder and colder, treating her like shit and borderline emotionally abusive. So she checks his phone one night and finds out he's been having an affair with a female co-worker. She breaks up with him and is devastated. It took us a long time to take her back up from depression. Fast forward 3 months after the breakup the ex and his side chick, get married because surprise surprise she's pregnant. Fast forward again. 3 years later, he, being the piece of shit he always was, tries to contact me through Facebook. I stalk him a little, and I'm not gonna lie, I get a little satisfied to see that his stuff ain't going that well, and eventually found out through a mutual friend that he is still with his wife, but miserable and unhappy. He sends me a request to direct message me, to which I reply, "Get the fuck away from her. I'm sad your child has to grow up having a shit sad person like you as a parent. The second you get close to her, my friend, I'll destroy you." He instantly deleted his friend request and blocked me. My friend, who was now in a great place and happy, got a big laugh out of my response. "I'll fight a fuckboy to the death to protect my friend's edit," I posted mid-sentence. Was dating a girl for about 5 months at the time. She went out with some friends one evening, got super faking drunk. Calls me at like 2 AM to tell me she was on her way home, but slurring her words horribly. I was a bit worried based on how drunk she sounded, so I stayed up. About 30 to 40 minutes passed by and she hadn't shown up yet. I had her location from Find My Friends, so I checked it. She's maybe 7 minutes from home. I called her to check in and she very drunkenly tried to tell me her Uber was about 5 minutes from home. I start to worry the Uber driver might take advantage of her, so I wait for her to hang up. She doesn't, and next thing I know I start hearing moaning coming through her end of the phone. I think her phone was on the seat or in her purse. Then I start hearing her blowing some guy, the sound of him coming, and her say, "Can I go home now?" I'm torn between furious and mortified as I don't know if a Uber driver molested her or if she was cheating on me. Car finally pulls up in front of the house. I run outside ready to beat the shit out of the Uber driver. Only it's not an Uber driver. It's some rando who, after I start yelling at him, tells me to chill, we're friends. She gets out of the car and he drives off. Point got it. You're a filthy cheating hoe then. Told her to fuck right off, went back inside. It was raining that night. I'm pretty sure she walked the 15 minutes back to her apartment in the rain. Not me, my dad and sister. It's weird but not that kind of weird. Looking at your /Arkansas, it's about halfway through my senior year of high school, just after Christmas break. My friend came to me and asked if I would be mad if he dated my sister. He was a year ahead of me and already a member of the National Guard in Iowa. Dude has saved lives already and he's only 19. So of course I gave him my blessing. Why wouldn't I want my sister to date a faking hero? The perfect American couple. A cheerleader and military man. I graduated and moved out of the house. I struggled for a few months, get into a fist fight with my roommate, and moved back home just before Thanksgiving. When I moved back, I learned that mom is sleeping on the couch every night. She and dad aren't speaking. My friend isn't coming around anymore. And my sister was living with my grandparents. Turns out, GI. Bro wasn't a very good bro. My dad picked my sister up from cheerleading camp over the summer, and when they got home, caught my friend's balls deep in my mom on the couch. Dad made her sleep in her lies until she couldn't handle the guilt and moved out. I'm still close with my brother, who was 12 at the time. Sees 2. Dad is an alcoholic and we don't talk for unrelated reasons. Mom is on her 3rd marriage. TLDR, GI. Joe faked my mom and ripped my family apart. Excuse my poor English skills. A few years ago I visited a medieval festival with my girlfriend. She received some phone calls and afterwards she insisted that a friend of hers should join us. The guy was handsome AF and we talked the whole evening/night about nerdy stuff. I couldn't figure out why my girlfriend never introduced me to this awesome guy. For God's sake, he wasn't able to stand his drink and told me after my girlfriend left for the toilet he can't wait to fuck her the whole night. He is already 1 month abstinent. I dated this woman for another year. Turns out that she held him for over 3 years in a long distance relationship. He was already suspicious because she often ignored his messages for weeks. She went so far to instruct him to stop all the love-a-dove moments cause she told him that I had a crush on her and she already turned me down. After her return it only took 3 minutes to settle our relationship. Caught off guard she left the festival crying and without an excuse. I'm not mad. Because of this incident I met one of my best friends. Hadn't heard from my ex-husband all day. At the time, his phone was broken, so he had no way to contact me. Supposedly he was going to a race with his dad and then to work at night. However, as the day went on, I just had a creeping feeling of dread come over me. Eventually manifested into a pit in my stomach. So it's 7 or 8 PM at this point, and I'm worried sick. I just know something is wrong with my ex. So I go to our apartment. I'd spent the day with my mom and then infant son, and the front door is unlocked. Weird. Walk in and all the lights are on. Get to our bedroom and notice the door is cracked. Push it open, and there's my ex with only his shirt on. His little slut I assume was hiding. No pants. Instantly pushed the door back to a crack, pushed me out and said baby, in the most surprised, guilty tone I'd ever heard. Of course, I calmly ask what the fuck he's doing, and he asks to have that conversation outside. Stupidly I comply, and once out there I lost my shit. Screamed at him, asked him how he could ruin our relationship and our family like this. threw my wedding and engagement rings at him. Told him I hoped he died alone and that I would never love him again. Then I ask him why, and all he offers is a flimsy as excuse of I thought you didn't love me anymore. Because while he worked and went out with his friends, I stayed at home with our son and took care of him. Postpartum I had no sex drive, same when I was pregnant. I tried time and time again, even got my doctor to explain to him that it wasn't that I wasn't attracted to him, just that hormones made me feel that way. But apparently in his tiny, stupid mind, that meant I didn't love him anymore, and that it was okay to bang some high schooler in our bed. My mom caught her dad point she was riding her bike home from school when she saw her dad's truck outside her house. She knocked and a woman answered. She could see inside, and her dad was having dinner with her. She said she got back on her bike and went home to tell her mother they divorced and he married the other woman. After the divorce my grandma got a new house with her dad and my great grandfather's help. The house they had when they married was torn down and eventually a hotel was built. He got sick, and in his last few months he tried to spend more time with my mom and her 3 older siblings. My mom has had more since she was still in high school. My grandma told me he showed up one day looking for my mom. She told him she wasn't there. She was on a band trip. He asked to come in. He wanted water or something. She let him in and said he just sat on her couch for a while before he told her he never should have married the other woman. She told him he made his choice and there was nothing for him there in her house. He didn't want to go home and asked for a blanket so he could sleep in his truck outside the house. She told him he should go home to his wife, but did give him a blanket. He was gone. When she woke up in the morning he died before I was born, and I have and will not claim him. He is my mom's dad. First time ever telling this story. Married for about 4 years. Had a weekend business trip every few months. She didn't trust me, so I always invited her to come along, but she typically declined, or if she did go, she would usually be upset/bored during it. Went on one just about 2 weeks before our anniversary. Left Saturday and typically got back late on Sunday night. Turned out to be a pretty slow weekend, and ended up getting back much earlier that day. Walked in, heard the bedroom door slam, and had a pretty big hunch of what was happening. Heard the two of them pretty loudly talking in the other room, followed by him walking out with nothing but boxes a few minutes later like nothing was happening. Never said a thing to either. It was pretty clear what was going on and there wasn't really anything that needed to be said. The two of them ended up disappearing for a few days before she came back. I had all the divorce paperwork ready to go where she just needed to sign it. The two of them ended up disappearing together, and the last I heard was that she ended up pregnant. He took her car and destroyed her belongings and they both parted ways very shortly after all of this. As much as it hurt back then, looking back on it now, my life has changed much more for the better ever since. Never wanted it to end that way, but I also wasn't going to just let that happen and forget about it. We both made it clear early on that that was just an immediate end if it were to ever happen from either of us. Edit. Dude was 17. We'd been arguing the week prior and I decided to go sleep at my parents' house for a couple nights to give us a little space, but we were still very much a couple. We'd been texting on Saturday night and he said he missed me and wanted me to come home soon. I decided to go by our place with coffee on Sunday morning and texted him to let him know I was heading over. I didn't get a response, but figured he was still asleep. I'd just let myself into my apartment using my key. I took one step through the front door and heard a female laugh. Took a deep breath and walked into the living room to find my boyfriend and his ex-girlfriend, half naked, cuddling on my couch. To this day, I count it as one of my strongest moments that I unflinchingly looked straight at both of their startled faces and calmly said, "Oh, sorry to interrupt guys, don't mind me," walked out and didn't throw the 2 cups of scalding hot coffee I was holding at them. Got in my car and drove back to my parents' place, and only then did I let myself cry. My ex called about a half hour later and laughed when I told him he hurt me. Turns out it had been going on for a long time, and that's why he'd pick fights with me so he could go out and meet up with her. And it turns out a few other girls moved my sheet out the same day and only texted him once after that phone call to let him know all my stuff was out and the landlord was taking my name off the lease. Landlord was amazing. Only actually saw him once after that at a bar a few months later. He was staring all night and giving me dirty looks while I had a great time with my friends. Best revenge is being happy after the fact. I used to box, and my girlfriend at the time loved the fact that I was a fighter. She would come to the gym to watch me train, help me watch my diet, and even watch pro fights with me. There were even times she would come to the gym and ask my trainer for tips on how and what to cook for me. Anyway, one day I had a fight and she said she was sick, so she didn't turn up, which was sad. But what really hurt was that my trainer also didn't show up. I didn't think anything of it. But after the fight, my trainer's son couldn't make eye contact with me. After a few minutes of prodding, he said, "Look out for your girl because she's cheating on you." I head home keeping that in mind, and guess who I saw pulling out of my driveway? My coach. I box him in and ask him what the fuck he was doing here and why he couldn't be there for my fight. And before he could say anything, I smelled the perfume of my girlfriend. I fought twice that day. I have never boxed or loved again. I busted my ex-fiancé when Facebook suggested I join the same dating group he'd just joined. At the time, we'd been together a year and had gotten engaged a few months prior, so we were definitely exclusive. I did some digging into his other groups and found he was a member of literally a dozen different dating groups. Now all of a sudden, all the quickly swept away notifications, constant Facebook use, and turning his phone off at night to charge made perfect sense. I had been suspicious for months, but never had any proof until then. I'd caught him flirting and joining other questionable groups before, but nothing that crossed the line like this. Since he wanted to fuck around on Facebook, I dumped him over Messenger while he was at work and gave him exactly 1 week to get out of my apartment. Take that, ass face. I'm honestly so embarrassed to have ever been with that dumbass. How fucking stupid do you have to be to do your cheating right out in the open on the world's most popular social network? Jesus, at least try to hide it. Buckle up, kiddos. Story time. We both married young. We were high school sweethearts. I went into the military and she went to college. She had her pick of colleges and she would pick one near where I was stationed. She was the smart one, valedictorian, sports, cheerleading, etc. She wasn't a very good wife and I wasn't a very good husband. We both made serious mistakes during the marriage, but the largest was our mutual communication. From the outside it looked like a perfect marriage, but it was not. We just didn't talk about our problems. When I look back on it, we were just too young and stupid to pull it off. Too many assumptions were made. She dropped out of and rejoined college constantly, choosing a new college each time. I left the military, honorable discharge, and found a good job. I worked security for different clubs at night, and she would get a job as a hostess at the clubs I worked at. She really got into the partying scene and let loose. During this time, my good job, a warehouse, shut down and left me my security work. I took other side jobs to keep the money flow going. She also picked up work. My little brother committed suicide and I took a hard turn towards depression. My father blamed himself and did nothing but drink for a year. Barely ate, if at all, till his heart gave out and he passed. My ex was crucial to me at the time. She helped pull me through it. Lots of stuff happened over the course of a year or two. Somehow, at the end of it all, we barely saw each other, even though we lived in the same house. It was like we avoided each other, unless we wanted to have sex. It was a weird relationship. One day I came home from work at 7 AM from a night shift. She tells me she is not happy anymore, and she is leaving. She was gone by noon. I was blindsided. I knew there was something wrong. She would break down crying. I'd ask her what it was, and she would say she didn't know. So I would just hold her and tell her it was okay. Well, it wasn't. I asked if she was cheating. She swore up and down she wasn't. I had a gut feeling. Regardless, she leaves for a couple of months. She can't make it on her own and eventually moves back in with me. I'm sleeping on the couch, and she gets the bedroom point. Arguments are breaking out constantly, like never before in the marriage. It went from silence to chaos. I can't even remember if we were trying to reconcile. It felt like we were, but it just wasn't working. She was insecure, I was insecure, we both became petty. It just wasn't very pretty. Finally one day, I corner her and ask if she still loves me. She starts crying and says no. Something in me snaps. I quit my job, packed my stuff, and left the next morning. I went back to my hometown, moved in with my parents for a few months, found a good job, great job, actually, and moved on with my life. Sorry for the long story, this is where things become interesting. 7 months later, I'm rebuilding my life, and doing a lot better. There is a mild earthquake. I know the only fault line anywhere near me was where my ex, technically still married at this point, lives. I call her to make sure everything is okay. I hadn't talked to her in months. She misses me. She says she lied about not loving me, and that she was trying to push me away due to her own guilt point. So we decide to meet up and talk. I tell her she needs to be truthful or this isn't going to work. As it turns out, she had been cheating on me when we were together. Her reasoning, if she slept with the guys then it would remind her how much she really loved me, didn't seem to work. She told me details I didn't want to know. To this day I still don't want to know. Example, she slept with one of her professors who was, to say the least, incredibly well endowed. And how drunk she would have to get before she could even try to sleep with him or it hurt too much. There were quite a few stories like that. Stories about threesomes she had got into with her best friends, mostly female. Friends that were interested in me joining them. My ex-wife knew that I wanted to, but she chose to involve other girls and guys instead of me. Couples she had sex with, that we used to have double dates with as friends. Stuff that just blew my mind. She would date these other guys and couples, going hiking for a day or skydiving. All the stuff I wanted to do with her, but she never told me before she went. But she somehow still loved me, was in love with me, or so she said. I felt incredibly betrayed, emotionally, sexually, you name it. I think she was finding herself, but she had forgotten to involve her husband. That is one reason, among many, why I think we married too early. Then she tells me the worst. This is after I moved back to my hometown. At one point, she moved in with another woman. They met on Craigslist. The first day they decide to celebrate their new roommate status. My ex has one beer and a little weed, and gets blackout drunk and unable to really move, or have much coordination. I'm guessing she was drugged. Her new roommate and friend invites her dealers over at this point, and tells them they can do whatever they want to my ex. For free drugs, of course. They did some terrible things to her. To this day, I'm not sure if she'll ever have kids because of it. She doesn't remember all of it, but she remembers enough. I won't list the details here, but they are very graphic and very bad. She had to go to the hospital afterwards. Continued below. Continuation. When she told me this, I didn't know how to respond. It had been a month since it had happened, and most of her injuries had been internal. I'm holding her as she's crying and telling me this. I'm doing the best I can to comfort her. What happened next? I can only describe it as savage. She is small, 5 feet 2 inches, maybe 115 lbs. She shoves me into the chair, mounts me and she starts ripping her clothes off, and mine, and well, you can guess the rest. Let's just say it was memorable, but she is in lots of pain afterwards. She hadn't fully healed, and for whatever reason she had pushed herself to do this with me. If I had had time to think, I think I would have refused. Keywords, time to think. There were lots of emotions, and for whatever reason, we decided to try and start over. See if we can find love again. We had some really incredible dates. I mean, perfect dates. Both of us falling over laughing at each other, having fun. We randomly walk into a huge fireworks display on a cool night, so that we can cuddle up and watch it together, etc. But at the end of each date she ends up crying her eyes out and going home. She had been going to a therapist even before the incident, and she was working through things. She had lost her job, her place, and had moved back into her parents' house. She was into drugs and had dropped out of school, and now she was out of money. Through her parents' wallet and mine, she got the help she needed. We paid for her bills, a car, therapy costs, and more. She quit the drugs and got a decent job. She apologized to me for a lot of stuff, and I apologized to her. Apparently she had blamed me for everything that had happened in her life. From dropping out of school to drugs, it was all my fault. The therapist helped her realize how much of those things had been her choice. I had never encouraged her to drop out, nor did I ever do anything more than drink or encourage her to. Don't get me wrong, I was not a great husband. I was never abusive, verbally or physically, but I made a lot of mistakes and went through a lot of depression. My ex-wife really helped pull me though. To sum it up, I was very young and very stupid. The end result, we could not be around each other anymore. Even though we had reconciled and put the past behind us, it was too difficult to be together. We had too much history. Every time she saw me, it made her think of her past and the stuff she had gone through and the stuff she had put me through. Regret, shame, guilt. She could not separate it from me. It was inevitable that she would break down sobbing if she was around me long enough. We kept trying to date for a while, but I eventually broke it off. It was too hard for me to see her like that, and too hard for her to keep going through it. I was still not the best husband and very fragile at that point. I wish I could have been more of a rock. Maybe it would have worked better in the end. We pushed the divorce papers through and haven't spoken to each other since. The last I heard, she was doing well. She has a good job and a good life. Same goes for me. I will admit, over time I have built up a lot of resentment for her, yet somewhere in my heart I still love her and want her to do well. It is a weird mix of feelings that are far too complicated to figure out. Trust me, I've tried. It may sound like an odd wish, but I hope I never see her again. I do miss her family though. Most of my family is dead, and I had become very close to hers. She had a huge extended family that was very close to each other. Sorry for the long story. We had been fighting for weeks. He came home at 4 AM after a night out with the boys, but kept checking his phone. The light kept waking me up. Got up at 6 AM for work. I was looking at social media while sitting on the couch and dropped my phone between the couch seats. I'm the clumsiest person ever. It's a fully reclining couch and I couldn't see it between all the metal. I got his phone for the flashlight, found my phone, also found where he'd been texting and meeting up with a girl using the same exact lines he used on me. Almost verbatim. He was my second marriage. I had a 6 years old at the time along with his 3 kids. I tried to work it out, but apparently they'd been together for a while. We were married a total of 16 months. I have to give him credit. He had the Prince Charming act down. Now I've lost 80 pounds and have met the smartest / sexiest man I've ever met before I lost weight. We've been together for 2 years. He is now showing up at random places just to have a chance at a conversation. Denied. Dated a college cheerleader for almost 3 years. It's common for cheerleaders to travel to the away games with the sports teams, as you probably know. One weekend I decided to surprise her while she's out of town for a game. I got off work early on a Friday and drove up to see the game and watch her perform. Afterwards I met up with her best friend to grab a spare key to my girlfriend's hotel room and then pick up a cheap bottle of wine. I show up at her hotel, and upon opening the door to her room I find some guy from the football team with his head buried between her legs. I immediately turned around and left, slamming the door to let her know I was there and saw something I typically did when I was mad and didn't want to talk. She called me not 20 minutes later crying and begging to be forgiven. I just hung up on her and drove 8 hours home, where I removed all of her stuff from my apartment and changed the locks. Went through her phone about a month after she left for boot camp and found some sketchy texts. Gave her the benefit of the doubt. Married her, moved to NC, and while I was out of town she went home with another man after going to a bar and tried to fuck both of my best friends a week later. My best friend found her Tinder profile too later on. I came back home, took her phone while she was passed out and took screenshots of everything. Sent pictures of the things she had taken for other people but wouldn't ever do for me to my phone and saved it all on a flash drive in my desk. She has no idea how much I know, but she asked for a divorce before I'd got the chance to confront her on it. I had been planning it on my own. She was getting kicked out of the Marines, and I was waiting for the right time to say, "Oh no, I'm moving here. I don't care where you go." We file on November 12th. I gave that girl every single faking thing she could have wanted. I went so far into debt for her, went out of my way to take care of the house, the bills, the cleaning. I did absolutely everything for her. I keep telling myself it wasn't me, it's a flaw in her, but at the same time it's hard to convince myself that I just wasn't enough. Fuck you, Josie, fuck you. I've got an ex that gave me 2 great stories for this. Yeah, sometimes I didn't learn the first time. When I was a kid, I was hanging out with some friends, and just randomly in conversation one of them says, like how Julie goes up to the club and makes out with guys, and Bob doesn't give her shit for it. To which I could only respond with, faking what? So I got the details, called her, dumped her, and told her to get her shit out of my apartment. A year or so later she catches wind that I'm starting to see someone and comes around picking loud. My downstairs neighbor asked if he should call the cops next time and fights about how she never gave us a shot and really wanted to this time. So I made the genius move of ditching the girl I was dating. It hadn't gotten too serious yet and hook back up with my ex. The very next morning I got a call from my buddy saying, "Oh my god, I didn't know you two were dating. She didn't tell me till this morning. I'm so sorry." So I called Jules and ask, "Why does Joe say you faked him last night?" And get nothing but excuses. Fun tip. If the dude you cheated with immediately calls and lets the guy you cheated on know, he'll probably also forward that guy your email that says, "Told you not to tell Bob, so you told Bob. What the fuck is wrong with you? Fuck you." Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with him? She's our editor. I hope she sees this someday and gets that wonderful shame feeling. Beyond that, this is the first time she's crossed my mind since like 2010 when she invited me to her hand fasting with one of the guys she cheated on me with. So I've done a satisfactory job of learning that lesson and moving on. Late to the party, so prob won't get read. Wife joined the army and I was supportive of her decision. After boot camp and her training, I brought her to her base at Nashville, Tennessee. The morning after I get there, she has already found a place to rent out and her friend helped. I did not have good feelings about this guy, but I put it off. I was working a full-time job upstate New York at the time and the deal was that I would move down after the holidays, since I just accepted a promotion. She agreed but slowly decided to fight against it. Eventually communication started to dwindle and she started saying the not love you card and she wanted a divorce. Mind you, this is 5 months into the marriage. She wants me to drop everything and move to Tennessee, but I find there is some strange logic behind her. She keeps bringing up every argument that she wants a kid. My argument is, how can I have a kid with someone who doesn't love me? Eventually she agrees to come down and we finally attempt to fix things after she says she wanted a divorce twice. Here it is, the day I'm supposed to see her, and she goes Maya after her last text was she was stopping at a hotel to rest for the night. 24 hours pass, 48 hours. No phone call. Panic sets in. We contacted her. No answers they have. We began a search party involving 3 different police departments. No results. We break into her email and find the dirt. Orders of pregnancy enhancers. Emails between her and a divorce attorney. Contacts with her friend. It was at that moment I knew where she was. Police told me that if I called the police on the guy's house, they were not allowed to tell me if they found her, only if they didn't. They gave me the best info of my life. If we call, you were wrong. If she calls, I'm sorry. Sure enough, we sent the police over, and in 20 minutes, after about 50 hours of searching, I got a call from a new number on my phone. I ended it right there on the phone and 3 days later I got the paperwork for divorce. I decided to not pursue destroying her military career. They gave me the choice. I know she will do it well on her own. Been still single since that day. She is now married to the dude she cheated on me with. Still gets to me a lot, I will admit. Sorry for the TLDR, haha. My story was something out of Black Mirror, a weird coincidence in technology. I was 6 years into a relationship with my girlfriend when she went away for a few days with her friend on a road trip. So I was keeping up with her pics on Facebook and somehow noticed there was one particular guy liking almost all her statuses now. She was in law school and had quite a few male classmates, but his name kept popping up, so I gave him a click, just out of curiosity. His profile was almost entirely private, but some posts were either public or I could see them because she commented. One of the only posts available to me was a picture of his car. Apparently someone hit and ran his car as it was parked overnight. Didn't think much of it, but something was familiar. The angle of the picture was just perfect enough to recognize the tree outside my girlfriend's house. I made a new Facebook account and privately messaged him claiming that I had some information about the crime and I just wanted to confirm the location. Bingo. The hardest part was waiting for her to come back to confront her. Had to wait a few days pretending everything was fine while my life was crumbling. I was going to propose in a couple months. When she got back, I showed her the picture. Cute lies about having a bunch of people over that night because they went downtown and couldn't drive. Cute me pointing out on the exact date a text message from her saying she was studying that night. Also kind of weird to not tell me your friend's car was hit outside your house. She spent the next few weeks confessing and begging to take her back, saying it was her biggest mistake, etc. etc. Unbelievable how the person you love the most can stab you in the back. Weirdest thing is, if I had not seen that picture at that exact angle, or if it was just private, or she didn't go on that trip, I would have never known. I may even be happily married, oblivious to what she is capable of. Who knows? TLDR. Noticed FB likes from a guy. His car was hit outside my girlfriend's house, and it was one of the only posts I could see on his profile. I was friends with a couple that seemed happy. The guy was practically a saint. He adopted her daughter and treated her like his own. Supported her financially while she worked on becoming a yoga instructor. We were all at their house for a party one night. Luckily, their daughter was at his parents' house, so the adults could drink without being a poor influence. The party was winding down. It was getting late. No one had seen his wife for a while, so her husband, myself, and my boyfriend at the time started looking for her. She was nowhere to be found. Her husband went outside to the driveway. The people left at the party followed him. He sees something moving around in his car and opens the door to reveal his wife getting faked from behind by his best friend. In his own goddamn car, my ex and a few other guys had to hold him back because he completely lost his shit. He may have killed the guy had no one been there. His wife and the guy quickly left and she stayed gone for a few days. Afterwards she started campaigning to all their mutual friends to get them on her side. It didn't work. We are not friends with her anymore. Anyone that could do that to someone is not a friend I want to have. 4.5 years ago, give or take, I had my world pulled out from under me. All the classic signs were there. I was part of a startup my brother and I founded, which was growing in leaps and bounds. Like all early-ish stage companies, it was fragile, and you live in fear of it disintegrating before it gets big enough, or before you can cash out on some of the value created. I was not in a great place, and eating and drinking my work stress away. Not in a substance abuse way, but in a 40 pounds to heavy way. We had just gone through a tough time for her because she had chosen not to take a dream job because we had 2 sons, 8 and 10 at the time, and we both could not travel extensively and still care for them. To be fair, my job paid much more. My wife of 14 years seemed to have overcome her anger about turning down the job. She was working happily at her current job and was working out furiously, buying new clothes, and generally in a good mood. She was even supportive about my job, encouraging me to travel as needed. This was unusual because it left her with all the kid duties. One Tuesday night I came home from work and she reminded me she had a book club and that our youngest son was sick. I asked where and said of course I could take care of the kids. She said this month's book club was at a local restaurant and that sometimes it was at a restaurant because sometimes people do not want to host/clean up, etc. I shrugged and said okay. She told me not to wait up because they may stay out late. I thought this was a bit weird, but was not paying a lot of attention and said yeah. Truthfully, I was thinking about having the pizza and beer I pick up on my way home from the office. I made dinner and put my sons, to bed about 8:30 and pulled out my frozen pizza to heat up and cracked a beer. About halfway through the pizza and beer I began to get a funny feeling. I thought about many things including her recent flurry of texting with her best friend and the giggling that accompanied those sessions. I thought about one look that she gave me when looking up from her phone during one of these text sessions that was just full of pity. It was so brief. Did I imagine it? I thought about how she was dressed up when she went out. Makeup and pants with a top. Certainly not unusual, except that her pants fit kind of funny and made her legs look a little weird. I decided I was being goofy, but picked up my iPhone to check her location. This is not something I ever did to check up on her, because it never remotely occurred to me that she would cheat. I would do it to see how close she might be to getting home when I was making dinner, or how close she was to getting to an event, etc. The app said, location services disabled or something similar. This was weird, because I would have bet $100 that she had no idea how to do this or even why. I began to get anxious at this point and went to get her computer. I brought it down to a couch in our family room, opened it up, and pulled up her email. There was nothing there out of the ordinary except one exchange. She recently sent some of the action photos I took at our younger son's soccer game to another boy's father. Our boys were friends and my wife was friendly with the other boy's mother. The response from the dad was curt, "Thanks." I furrowed my brow for a moment and tabbed to her browser. Facebook was front and center and the message window was open. She was telling this boy's dad that she would be there in 30 minutes. I started sweating as I scrolled back and read, "You know, I'm going to take you from behind. As soon as you get through the door." It was right then my panic attack began. I felt like someone was sitting on my chest and I could not breathe. The couch started to spin and my world turned upside down. I scrolled back through what appeared to be an entire week of Facebook chat log between the two of them. The week before, when I was out of town and she was allegedly having dinner with a friend, she was having sex with this guy for the first time. He still had not seen her in stockings. Was that what was going on under her pants? That looked a bit off. There was lots of discussion about how she was not remorseful, and it was obvious that she was falling for this guy. She did not disparage me, but said that we had grown apart. I collected myself and tried to call her. I got her voicemail. I logged into our bank account and moved most of it to my personal account. There was still plenty left for her to pay bills and other things, but if she was planning to clean the account out and shack up with this guy she would need the court's help. I then texted her and said that our younger son was sick and she should come home. I regret doing this for many reasons. Knowing that I was home, emotionally broken, while at that moment she was likely faking someone else was too much for me. I began to go through her computer to search other clues. She had her browser saving passwords for everything, so it was not difficult. I found a deleted email exchange with the dad in question that was again odd only in its brevity. It is unusual to see emails devoid of any courtesies. I found a recent purchase at Victoria's Secret. It was certainly a secret to me, because I never saw any lingerie at this stage of our marriage. Finally I attached her computer to the large monitor at the desk in our kitchen, and sat down to wait in the dark. About an hour and a half later she walked into the house quickly. She saw me in the dim light and said, "How is 30th? Is he okay?" I told her that he was fine, and told her I knew about her evening. She wrinkled her brow, and asked what I was talking about. I told her I know about her and the soccer dad. She said that was nothing, we just met to have a glass of wine. I scoffed and pointed to the large screen showing their chat details. She inhaled hard, and sat down harder, shoulders slumping. She again said, "It was nothing, we just had a glass of wine, and he had wanted to talk to her about a role in his organization." I told her, "I have read the entire thing. Do you really want to stick to that story?" She broke down, and told me the truth. Yes, they had sex tonight, twice in fact. No, they had not used a condom. She was sitting there in front of me full of his semen. The computer suddenly went from dim to bright as the messenger window lit up with a new text from the dad. "Is everything alright?" I went to the keyboard and said, "This is her husband and everything is not alright." She didn't overtly react, but I could see she was furious with me. Lots of questions were asked. Some people want no details. Some people want a lot of details in these situations. I was the latter. Yes, she had slept with him for the first time the week prior. No, they had not used a condom then. No, she could not be certain he was safe. The two of us had not had sex in several weeks, so that was not an issue for me at least. No, he was not bigger than me. Yes, the sex was good. Isn't sex like pizza? Even when it is bad it is still good, she reasoned. She had been chatting with him furiously for a month to 6 weeks. They had been sexting. It seems they had been sexting while she was next to me in bed at night after I went to sleep. It seems she sent him pictures of her in her underwear. She claimed nothing more risque than that. She had gone lingerie shopping for him. Yes, her best friend and maid of honor at our wedding knew. Yes, she shared salacious details with her. No, at 3 AM we were both exhausted, and I went to bed and told her the guest bed was her option. After a night of zero sleep I got the kids ready and drove them to school. I was so aware of them and their innocence the whole time. I returned home and sat next to my wife on the couch and said our only hope is getting into counseling immediately and getting professional help for the sake of our children. I lost 50 pounds as I worked out neurotically and lost my appetite for food and booze for quite a while. It was 6 months before I got a full night's sleep. I was strung out and unable to work with any focus for several months. If I had not been working with my brother I would have tanked my company. Thankfully, once he knew the full story, he picked up all the slack. I stalked her email and chat messages in an unhealthy and inappropriate way. This is how I found my wife's closure message to him. Unfortunately it was one of longing for what might have been instead of remorse for what was. In the end we found a fantastic therapist and saw him jointly and individually for almost a year. She had an emotional and physical affair and was pretty close to going over the edge. I read every book I could find on affairs, healing from affairs, power in relationships, the patriarchy, meditation, etc. It was almost a second job for a year. We are still married today, and I understand her actions, I think. I love her, know she is a great person, and forgive as best I can. I heal a bit every day, but know I will never be innocent again. My ex-wife and I had a tumultuous marriage after our son was born. After she assaulted me and was found guilty, I had to exercise my visitation with my older son, not a son, at my parents' house due to a court order. She also forced me to take our infant son on the weekends I had my older son during this period. I knew she was seeing other men then, but I didn't have to worry, they are just friends, despite obvious dating behavior like going an hour away to go-kart. Fast forward a little bit and now I've been arrested. There's a no contact order. She convinces me to trust her and violate it. One Sunday night, after exercising my visitation, I'm on my way back to my parents' home, and she calls and growls, "Where's my faking baby monitor? Oops, I forgot it. I'll drive the 30 minutes to my parents' house, get it, and bring it back." She tells me not to, and I say okay, but do so anyway. So, about an hour later, I pulled into the driveway of our marital home and found another car in the driveway. All the lights on the first floor are off at 9:30 PM. Very unusual, she's a night owl. I already know what's going on. I bring the baby monitor inside, upstairs to the bedroom, and find her in bed with another man. She tells me the classic "it's not what you think." I don't buy it. She reports me for violating the no contact, and I spent 40 days in county jail. My boyfriend went to Vegas for 5 days and left me with his lovable but terribly behaved dog. The entire time he was gone. Bad with communication, but always been a terrible texter. His cell phone reception is terrible, so we can't FaceTime. He comes back 12 hours after the airport, rupturing his Achilles, doing nothing calmer. I have been taking care of him for a week and a half, and he's weird standoffish, and we start fighting over little things. I start to get stressed, but figure it's just the pain pills making him so cold. I just want him to appreciate what I'm sacrificing for him, waiting on him hand and foot. I'm parking at Target. We were there to pick up new food for his dog. I turned to say something to him, since I'd been ignoring the entire drive, and he was sending drew lemages to someone. Turns out he faked her in Vegas and started talking to her because we were fighting so much. Point I can't even explain to you the death feeling I felt in my heart so blatantly right in front of me. All the signs came together that I'd ignored because I didn't want to come off as crazy or clingy. I've dated a lot of smooth talkers that you would definitely think would cheat. He isn't the type at all. He was the nicest, sweetest, most loving person until I was faced with that point. I waited on him hand and foot, drove him everywhere, even when I hate driving, cooked all his meals and cleaned so he wouldn't become depressed the entire time he was texting another girl because my anxiety over his injury was too much for him. I never asked him who he was constantly texting, and I'm not the type to check phones. Point now I feel like I can never let my guard down again. I feel so incredibly dumb. This was sophomore year in college, and I was dating this girl for about 1 year. On a nice, brisk, full Saturday morning, I walked into the uphill dining hall that was closest to my dorm for a super early breakfast, 7 AM. At that time, I was normally hungover in bed on a Saturday, so this was just pure happenstance. My plan was to eat and head to the gym for a quick lift before the usual day drinking and college football / shenanigans in a hoe. I get to the dining hall and there is practically no one there. My half asleep as is groggy and my brain isn't quite functioning yet, so I mosey on over to grab my food. After I got my tray, I noticed that my girlfriend's, at the time, best friend and roommate, we will call her Lax Chick, is also in the dining hall. This makes sense because they lived literally above the hall. So, like any good person would, I go up and talk to a Lax Chick. Over the course of our conversation, I notice that she is visibly off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something just was different. Before I leave our convo to grab a drink and then my food, I see my girlfriend walking around with a day student who didn't live on campus. This was super weird because it was 7 AM in the morning. My brain still hadn't had my coffee and wasn't working yet, so the red alarm bells weren't going off just yet. Point the girlfriend eventually comes up to me with her guy friend and asks me to join them for breakfast. Being the hungry idiot I was, I think, oh sure, I would love to eat with my girlfriend. Little did I know that this would be the breakfast from hell. The girlfriend and her guy friend were flirting heavily the whole time right in front of my face. I was fuming, but didn't want to create a scene in public. Suffice it to say, this whole ordeal was enough to wake my brain up. And once I caught on to what had happened the night before, and why they were eating breakfast with this day student guy friend, i.e. that the dude slept over their smallest 2-bed dorm room the night before, I gave what must have been a deathly look to the Lax Chick across the table. Lax Chick mouths to me, "I'm so sorry." It was that point that everything really clicked, and I figured it out. Point I got up and left, making up the story that I had to meet someone at the gym. Proceeded to throw out my food, and got in a very intense lift at the gym. Shortly after this began drinking my face off with my best friends, like at 10 AM. I caught my dad cheating on my mom when I was a kid. Point to make a long story short, when smartphones came around, my dad would have the usual dad problems with new technology. Point he was always really careless too. He'd be watching Born with his back to the door when he thought I wasn't home. I'd walk in to tell him something or to watch TV. This often happened in the living room, pretend I didn't see anything and walk out. I just figured, yeah, it's weird and uncomfortable, but it's just Born. Point in a hoe. My dad wanted me to install an app that did something, and he couldn't figure it out by himself. I accidentally opened the text message app and found hundreds and hundreds of conversations with a woman. Nude pictures, videos, the works. I didn't know what to do. My 14-year-old mind thought, well, this is nothing physical, so maybe it's not worth mentioning. I just wanted my mom's feelings to not be hurt. It took about a week of avoiding both of them until she asked me what was wrong. That's when I told her. She smiled sadly and told me not to worry about it, that she wasn't dumb. She knew, but he didn't know she knew. She told me that despite everything, she silently trusted him to always use protection. I haven't liked my dad very much since then. For unrelated reasons, during a verbal heated discussion with him, I told him that I knew and insulted him heavily for it. Point they are still married and their relationship is much more best friends than husband and wife. It's a very weird dynamic. I still struggle a lot with the idea of relationships and marriage. Ninja Reddit, he didn't use protection. I have a half sister that even he didn't know about until I was 18, but that's a story for another time. I worked as a cashier supervisor near a marine base when I was in college during the Iraq War, and so many of the wives were banging other guys. We had anywhere from 6 to a dozen of them working at the store at any given point, and usually at least half were faking around. Oh, and if they were hot, it was basically guaranteed points standing around near the cashiers all day. They would confide in me. It was always the same story. I feel so bad. I love him, but I'm lonely. I have needs. It was hard to hate them for it. They were young and bored and lonely, and I think they really just wanted some companionship and attention. Many of them were full on depressed. It just made me think that people probably shouldn't be apart from their partner for so long. Like ever, side note, it was a pretty girl store, and there weren't a lot of straight, decent looking dudes around, so I got hit on a lot. One wife tried to blow me in the supply closet, where we kept candy for the registers. I dated a bunch of coworkers, but the worst I ever did with a married woman was kissing, and I still feel shitty about it. On the other hand, this super attractive dude who worked in receiving banged at least half a dozen of them over the years. Hot ones, chubby ones, he didn't discriminate. TLDR, a lot of the military wives that I worked with during college were doing other guys. It's a thing. I worked for my spouse's father. Someone found a key to go into my office and put a post-it note on my computer telling me that my wife is cheating on me. I thought it was really weird because she went to her father's house every day to work while I was working at her father's company. I would come home to her perfectly dressed, flawless makeup, and never thought anything was weird. We had a bathroom in the master bedroom that we didn't use because it didn't have a door on it. She asked me at one point if I could go get a door. I went to the local building recycling store and bought a used door. The door actually had a peephole in it. I installed the door and then thought it would be a really good idea to hide in the bathroom and lock the door. After I received the note at work, I proceeded to watch her have sex with men and women one after another. They would come and pay her money. She would put the money in a lockable drawer next to her bed and then have sex with them. At first I freaked out, then I got mad, but after a while I just sat there completely baffled, wondering how long this had been going on. I was kind of in a state of shock, and believe it or not, I stayed in the bathroom for almost 3 hours because she was working. After a while she left the bedroom to go take a shower. She came back and counted her money and turned on the TV and then got up and left to go pick up her kids. After that I put in to take a week off paid at my job at her father's company and used it to pack up all my stuff. She was pretty pissed off because I was there every day stopping her from working, and I think during that time she really did go help her dad, or she was working out of a hotel. The week after that I put everything in my sub and left. I was at Buffalo Wild Wings with my boyfriend and for some reason had an urge to scroll through my Instagram DMs. One mysterious account had sent me a message saying my boyfriend had been cheating on me with their friend and gave me her name. The number said she was expecting a call. My heart sinks to my stomach. I excuse myself from the table, go outside and ring her up. She immediately goes into detail of when she started seeing him, how they met, that it was unprotected, and more. On top of that she sent me videos and pictures she had taken of them together in the bedroom, if you know what I mean, complete with dates and timestamps, so he couldn't refute it. I calmly go back inside, tell him to get the food to go, and to meet me in the car, so we can talk. By the time he gets to the car he is clearly shaken up and overly defensive. I had a feeling he had been cheating, but never had any proof, and he always gaslighted me by making me feel crazy when his stories didn't add up. This was what I needed to finally let go. To this day he still tries to reach out, but I will never get those images out of my head. I also haven't been back to Buffalo Wild Wings since that night, even though I love the food, haha. I guide at a remote lodge seasonally. I came home after being gone for 3 months. It's never easy, but the girl and I had made it work for several years. Mind you, it was great money. I worked a ridiculous amount when at home too, to make ends meet and get ahead as we were ready to get married and start life together long term. It's worth mentioning that not even a year before we moved from Hawaii, we drove across the country to the East Coast together. I could tell something was bothering her when I got home and chalked it up to not being around enough and working too much after getting back. This was like 2 weeks into being home. I called off work one evening, but left as normal, as I didn't tell her my plan. I went to get groceries to come back and make her favorite meal, wine, flowers, fresh bread, the works. I pulled back into the driveway, and there's a beat up pickup truck. I literally laid on my horn for a solid 2 minutes before she came out. Right behind her was this scrawny, dirty looking bald dude. Point. That was 8 years ago. Since that night our communication was me sending a text that you have 48 hours to pack and get out. I came home 2 days after staying at an empty friend's house I manage. We've never spoken again. Dating a girl for 4.5, almost 5 years. Met her sophomore year of high school and dated until our junior year of college. We went to different colleges about an hour and a half away from each other. She went to a religious school and I went to a state college. Point. I foolishly believed she was the one I was going to get engaged and all that shit with. She had always been a bit whacked out with church and our intimacies. She'd do things to me then cry and push me away, like what the fuck. She wasn't healthy at all for me. But, anyways, freshman year of college she found a group of friends like any college kid does. But there was one guy, named Connor, that gave me an odd feeling. I did not like him, nor liked her hanging out with him. But I was not about to be controlling and tell her she couldn't hang out with him, because that'd make me come off as an asshole. Point. Junior year she went on a study abroad trip to Costa Rica. Guess who went on the same trip? Faking. Connor. After she got back from the trip the first thing she said to me was, I'm going to rethink my boundaries with you, move a little bit forward. She stopped texting and calling me for a week. Nothing from her. I got fed up at the end of that week, Easter weekend. I texted her asking what was going on. And she texted me, we need to talk. So we met up, and she spent an hour telling me how she needed a break from dating me, how I wasn't good enough for her, and how she didn't support me going into the law enforcement field, which is what I live for, fellas. I don't do breaks, so I told her we'd take a break, but in reality I was done with her shit. After that convo, she had taken our relationship status off of Facebook, which was fine. Afterwards she put that she was in a relationship with Connor. She had feelings for him ever since freshman year, and the reason she stopped texting / calling me for a week was because they hooked up. Point. I drank heavily for the next 2 weeks, drunk every night. I was happy to be done with her, but yet felt so alone and angry at myself for giving her almost 5 years of my life. Point. Fast forward another year or so, I met the woman of my dreams. She's my other half, and I couldn't imagine life without her. I'm looking to propose to her within the next year. This story was related to me by a friend, so take it with a grain of internet salt if you wish. Point. I had a good friend in high school named Alex. Alex was big into soccer and had a couple friends in high school that were also on his team. One classmate of ours, John, who was kind of a jerk, was not only on his team, but his dad coached it. Point. So, as he tells me, it was quite common for a large group of the team to end up back at John's house for snacks or even dinner while they discussed soccer stuff or just hung out. John's dad liked the kids over. These guys were all 16 to 18 years of age, if I recall. Alex and John and I were probably 18 at this time. Point. So within this core group of teammates was one guy whom John's mother, coach's wife, often fussed over, asked if he had enough, made sure he got an extra on his plate of food, talked to him more than the other teammates etc. Point. This apparently went on so much that Alex and a few others would tease him about being coach's wife's pet, and that the wife probably loves him. Haha. One day coach comes home early from work, heads up to his room to get a shower, and there's this kid faking his wife in their bed. Shit hit the fan. Not sure what exactly went down. Point. But father divorces his wife as quickly as humanly possible. John and his dad move out, but younger brother, who was significantly younger, stays with mom and new 18-year-old boy toy, who moves in. Point. Apparently John turned to drugs, or so I was told, after that fuck up. but I looked him up a couple years back, and he appears to be doing just fine now. So good on him. Point again. This is second-hand knowledge, but I can't imagine a bigger horror story than that. My boyfriend of 2 years, who was an absolute train wreck, had been taking breaks to sort himself out. I was young and being abused by him, so I never really fought it, just waited until he would mess up. 1 month before my birthday he beat the shit out of me, kicked me out of his apartment for bleeding on the carpet, and broke my phone, so I couldn't call someone for a ride at 2 AM. Slept under an overpass, bandaged myself up at home once I knew no one was there, and acted like I fell. He apologizes, cries about it, and promises to make it up to me for my birthday. My dad plans a surprise trip to Six Flags, and boyfriend is supposed to come. Never answers his phone, never calls me, nothing. So we leave, and have a great day at Six Flags. That afternoon around 3 PM boyfriend's grandparents invite me over for dinner. I show up at 7. Boyfriend isn't there, no one has heard from him. He finally calls me to tell me not to come to dinner because he is having family issues. I play it off, acting like I'm not already there, and tell him I'll see him in the morning. Next day my friend Eleanor from high school calls me, tells me she went to her friend Ember's, who dated my ex when she was a freshman years before, house and caught him faking her. Ember doesn't know me, has no idea he is cheating on me with her. Eleanor tells me she confronts him. He denies it despite her literally seeing them having intercourse. I text him to ask what time he is coming over. He responds that he needs to break up with me because he can't handle the distance. He lived a 5-minute walk from me. I told him I know what happened. He tries to lie and say it was an accident and he fell into her. I dump him and move on and later marry a good friend and have a happy life. Edit. Prematurely posted without finishing my comment. Not me. Guy called in on Free Beer and Hot Wings radio show a few years back around Thanksgiving. Dude was deployed/TDY for training in the military, was stationed in Tennessee, and was flying back. The whole time his wife was cheating on him. He knew because she was emailing her side piece, and he was logged into her email account, and had read all their messages back and forth. He landed, and rented a car, drove to his house, but didn't park at his house, parked down the street and waited. His wife and her side piece were home, so he waited for them to leave. After they left he walked down and let himself in, went upstairs to his man cave, and started drinking. Couple hours goes by and his wife is back with side piece. They start watching TV, and after a while they make their way to the bedroom. Husband gives them a couple minutes to get busy. He walks down the hall, tells the radio DJ, "At this point I wish I could tell you that I calmly opened the door and talked to them both. Instead, I almost kicked the door off the hinges." Husband: "What are you doing screwing my wife?" Side piece: "What are you doing in my house?" This is my house, and that's my wife. Turns to the wife: "You're married." Side piece didn't know she was married. Husband calmly told him to get dressed and get out, and that he wasn't mad at him. Husband leaves. On his way out he cancelled all her credit cards, cancelled her school tuition through the military G.I bill, and sold her car, I think, because it was all in his name. FFW to December. Him and his brothers are out at a bar. A girl walks up to him and starts talking, his wife's younger sister. She asks him about the whole ordeal, because she only had one side of the story. He tells her, while they are both buying drinks for each other. The night ends, and they go back to one of their places, and get it on point. Best part is, his wife listened to that radio station, and that is how she found out that her husband boned her sister after she was unfaithful. Told me she had a boyfriend back home, but that she was going to end things the next time she went home to visit. I should have seen that for the obvious warning sign it was, but for a bunch of reasons I didn't. Anyway, she wouldn't answer my texts when she got back from the visit. Eventually found out she had slept with a guy and hadn't broken it off. I ended things, but she ended up knocking on my door one night and I accepted her apology after she said she went through with the breakup. Cut to a few months later, and she ghosts me for a whole weekend. I saw her and her ex holding hands walking past a place I was eating on campus. Same exact thing happened as before, and I, being madly in love, took her back again. A few months later, after not trusting her the whole time and feeling constant anxiety about it, I found out she was sleeping with her neighbor regularly. At this point the whole thing was turning me into a stalker and just a person I didn't want to be. I realized this when I called her a cunt and immediately regretted it. Saying that in anger was one of the most embarrassing things I ever did. We haven't spoken since, and she's been with her neighbor ever since. I'm not angry about it. We were really young. It's best to move on and grow up from being a person who would behave the way I did. Not really an accident, and I've posted this before, but I found out my ex-wife now had been talking to a guy at the gym. She made it out to be just friends, but I knew better. So one day, while working, I was texting her, and she was really slow to respond, and her responses were just off, like she was barely reading my texts as just replying. It was around lunchtime, so I had a little break from work. I used the Find My Phone app and saw that she was in a weird place, nowhere that she should have been. I go to my car and drive a few blocks away and walk the rest of the way. Her car was there next to another car, and inside the other car was her making out with this old guy. He was like 15 years older than her. They see me, and she gets out with her head down like a scalded dog. Dude never gets out, wise on his part at least. She's apologizing like crazy and everything. I just left. We try to work past it, with her telling me they never had sex, and we have 3 kids and all that. But then she tells me I should turn off the Find My Phone app, so I don't drive myself crazy checking it all the time. I'm like okay, but I know what's up. So I hid my iPad in her car with the data turned on. A few days later I noticed she was away from work in the middle of the day. So I go to where her car is, and she's nowhere around it. I text and ask where she is, and she says she's just out for a drive to clear her head. I said, really? Because I'm standing next to your car and it's not moving. She says, well, I didn't say I was the one driving, like that's a real excuse. Bam, she's with an old dude. So I drive straight home and find her iPad and open Facebook Messenger and find multiple messages of her and this dude talking about hooking up, almost getting caught, where to fuck, etc. I take screenshots of everything and save them to my work servers, where they will be forever, as well as a few thumb drives. Then I sent her pictures of the screenshots proving she was cheating. Then I waited. I get text after text saying we need to talk. I tell her I'm going to post all those on Facebook, and a few minutes later she screeches into our driveway. I tell her I want a divorce. She had better play ball and make it fair, or I will out her to everyone in the known universe. She agrees and we are done. Mind you, I saved her from her previous divorce when she couldn't pay her house payment, and I kept her afloat. I also cared for her family and bought them food when they had lean times and spoiled them at Christmas. And this bitch was dropping our kids off at daycare so she could go fuck an old dude. Karma is a bitch. Now I'm getting married to a woman who treats me like a prince, and we have an awesome house together, and my kids love her. I enjoy life more than ever without that pain in the ass. Ah yeah, this one. This was a solid 6 years ago now, but me and some friends, including my ex, were planning on going to the local swimming pool. So me and then start walking from the house to the pool. Mutual friend's house, not hers. She said she was gonna stay behind to talk to another girl for a bit, one of her friends who lived in the house, so it made sense to me. So we start walking. It's about a 15-minute walk. Small town, and we like to walk around places instead of drive at the time. Was just a thing we did. As soon as we get there I realize I had forgotten my sunscreen, and I'm white as sheet, so yeah, I left it in my car. So I walk back to the house to get it. I start walking up and I see her riding someone in the backseat of my car. Someone I knew as well, not a friend, just knew. She sees me, gets out and is trying to explain herself, and the guy runs away as fast as he can, naked, and nearly gets hit by a car on his way out. I didn't speak to her during this. I just got in my car and left, with her and his sheet still in my backseat. I wasn't thinking, and honestly didn't realize their sheet was still back there. I just wanted to leave. She had to find her way home naked and phoneless. I mailed her phone to her and threw their clothes in a trash can as soon as I realized they were still in my backseat. This was a shitty time in my life, and that was the 3rd time I had been cheated on, but the way I found that one out was by far the worst. You can imagine what that did to my confidence after the fact. At his bachelor party in New Orleans, we were legally married because we had eloped, but were 2 months away from a wedding celebration with friends and family. I was 7 months pregnant with our second child, taking care of our then 1.5-year-old alone, since we have no family in the state. Toddler couldn't sleep, and I was using his iPad to play dog videos. I saw the texts come in. Apparently he kissed a random girl on the dance floor, got her number, and texted her his next location, and said multiple times he hopes to see her again. Huh, you need to stop kissing girls, you're getting married. Him, I only kiss the ones I really like. Her. Ha, I'm sure your fiancé likes to hear that. Him, well, you only live once, and you're hot as shit, so I didn't want to pass up the opportunity. That was a little over a year ago. I can still feel the crushing feeling of that night at 3 AM. I never felt more betrayed or more alone. I'm still suffering. He is over it, and won't let me bring it up. My self-confidence is in the gutter. I stay busy raising my 2 wonderful kids, it still hurts. This was the man I bragged to my friends I could trust no matter what. Maybe I'm too late to this, but I'm still sharing, since a lot of these stories feel familiar to me. But I'm the cheating spouse. My wife and I had hit a rough spot. The second kid was a few months old and both the kid and the mother had been severely ill since childbirth. My kid almost died while being born, and the child's mother almost died shortly after giving birth. I was a mess, the mother was a mess, and I sought refuge in a destructive way, a way that I've known since my early teens. My wife figured something was up, and checked my phone. When I was asleep, she tore me out of the bed and rightfully kicked my ass. She took the kids and we separated for a few months, but got back together. It's been a few years, but every day I regret what I've made my wife and kids go through. I hate myself for not dealing with my issues earlier, and that I forced my family to go through all of this. This happened back in 2013 and the trust issues still flare up. But that's my doing, and I have to accept that. I can only be supporting and 100% transparent about what's going on. Sometimes I wanna take the easy way and deal with my anxiety in the old and destructive way, but then I pause and reevaluate what I was, what I became of it, what I learned, and how to deal with these kinds of situations in a healthy way. This is actually how I found out my dad was cheating on my mom. The whole situation is super messed up. This is just how I found out. On my 18th birthday, being the classy country boy I was, I wanted to go to a strip club. So a couple friends and I went to the swankiest place our McDonald's cashier money could take us. Yeah, it's about as pathetic as you're imagining. Anyway, my dad shows up, wishes me happy birthday, and buys me a couple lap dances with a stripper named Amber to celebrate the boy becoming a man, as he put it. I thought this was pretty cool, as my dad was pretty uninvolved in my life, and usually couldn't be bothered. So anyway, I was feeling pretty good. Got home late, my mom was still up, and asked how it went. I said I had a great time. Dad showed up, yada yada point something I said piqued her interest though. I can't remember what, but out of the blue, she asked me if the stripper's name was Amber, which it was. How did you know that? I asked her. She then asked me to describe her. I did what I could remember anyway, and she told me the grossest thing I have ever heard come out of another human's mouth. Your father got you a lap dance from the woman he is cheating on me with. Then, she brought out pictures of the two of them together. Blessedly, not pornographic ones. The day after I proposed to my wife, we were playing Scrabble, and I realized that this was the time I wanted to propose. Don't worry, we had discussed it earlier, and she knew it was coming at some point. So halfway through the game, I ran upstairs saying I needed to hash too, but instead grabbed the ring. When I came back downstairs, it was my turn, so I stuck my hand in the bag, dropped the ring in there, and withdrew my tile, and player word point she immediately began bawling, and the game came to a grinding halt. She starts saying things like, "What is wrong with me? Why won't you propose?" And here I'm trying to play it cool knowing that if she just reaches in the bag she will know it's about to happen. 15 minutes of me talking her down from an exaggerated state occurred when finally we started playing point. This was halfway through the game, so there were something like 30 tiles left in the bag. I was thinking it was going to happen immediately, but no. That ring stayed in the bag until there were 4 tiles left. Talk about sweating bullets. So then she finally takes the ring out, looks at it, and puts it back in the bag and says, "Are you sure?" I went on to say why I wanted to marry her, and eventually it all worked out. Fast forward one damn day, I asked her why she was crying so hard after I came back downstairs. She said that when I went upstairs, she got my laptop out and started typing out dictionary.com to see if she could make a word with her tiles, but the story came up first with a link to diamonds.com. Filthy cheater. This was a few years ago and has personally changed my life and given me unnecessary paranoia with my soon-to-be wife. I was in a 2-year relationship and 1 year engaged with my ex-fiancé. I was at the time working a sheet-tier job trying to figure out how we could move forward. The two of us were living with my parents and working. She was a freelance artist and drew commissions on the side. I was working for Starbucks with my BA in mechanical engineering, looking for a job in my major. I was working a terrible schedule. Some days I'd be up at 3 AM to work my job and sleep during the day, just to switch to working a standard 9 to 5 a day later. Planning anything was impossible as I only had my schedule a week in advance. Over time I noticed her schedule became that of sleeping all day and staying up all night. She'd be talking to art friends and streaming all night. At the time I didn't find this weird. She was making money, streaming, and generally told me about what she talked about at a later time. In hindsight, this is where everything started. One day, it came up that she was invited to go to an artists panel for a convention out of state. One of her friends that I knew, pretty much never talked to, but always talked about, had even offered to pay for her plane flight and place to stay. One of the first lies that I blindly believed was that this guy was gay and not interested in her. Being engaged and a trusting fiancé, I didn't see anything wrong. She was about to go out and possibly make a lot of money selling her art at this convention. My family was skeptical about it, with my mom even pointing out that she could just be going to see the guy. Then again, she turned out to be right and I was wrong. The day of the plane flight comes, and knowing she'd be gone for the week, I tried to initiate search, which was regular for us. For the first time she declined due to wanting to be ready for the flights, and it just felt off for our relationship. Here is where I got the flicker of doubt in my head that something was off. At the airport we kissed, and I sent her on her merry way. Throughout the first 2 days of the trip it was constant communication. Texts, calls, video, photos, the whole 9 yards. I was thrilled she finally got to exhibit her art, and at least things were looking up for one of us. Then red flags just started to creep up. At one point she insisted on whispering "I love you" instead of just saying it on a phone call. I noticed her ring wasn't on in one of the selfies she sent me. Things were on a downhill spiral. To get my mind off things, as she insisted she loved me and even bought some things for me at the convention, I logged into the MMO we play, and to multibox I used her laptop. I opened up the web browser on her laptop and it defaulted to her Facebook page, and I saw it. Every picture, witty meme, and more was not just sent to me, it was also sent to the guy she was with. I then spent time going back through the chat log between my ex-fiancé and this male artist. He said "I love you" to her. She never denied anything. At one point in the backlogs I saw a photo of the dinner that the two of us ate for a date sent to him. She had captioned it with "I walk to the restaurant and I'm eating alone. Here is my food." In that picture I was literally across the table from her. I went full on panic mode, called her up and questioned her about it. She got mad at me for using her FB and looking through her messages. Accused me of a break of trust with snooping on her things. She denied things with the guy and said they were just really close friends and it's what girls do. I paid for a one-way flight home and told her she would either come back to me or she wouldn't have a place anymore. She chose to come back. Of course it still wasn't over. On the way back she missed her last connecting flight and ended up 4 hours away in another city. That night my family and I drove to pick her up at the other airport. There was a long discussion where she started to deny that she even cheated on me, that there was no sex, no kissing, and it was only hugs and stuff. Even then, this was undoubtedly emotional cheating, and I was hurt, stating time and time again I wanted to work through this issue and iron out our relationship. After an hour or so keeping my parents waiting while we spoke, I gave her the engagement ring and said please come back with me. This is it. You either came back into the car as my fiance and plan to work everything out, or you come back and prepare to leave my home. She half-heartedly accepted, with a I don't know how this will plan out, and I'm not sure I can keep my end of the deal. Over the next week I tried to make it seem like we were a new couple again. Dates, walks, cooking, even trying out counseling with her church, Mormon, which I don't even believe in. In the counseling session she figured out all her issues were with my family, not me, my family. That my mom was overbearing, which she can be at times, but it's nothing out of the ordinary. The next week I gave her the second final decision. Am I too kind? We'd either work it out, or I was buying her a ticket back to her mom's house. She chose to go home, to leave me, my family, her dog, and all her stuff, and go back to her mom. The morning of her flight she cried about everything, how she'd miss me, how she was sad to go, and we had passionate sex for the first time in ages. And then she was gone. Over the next few months it was a weird state for me. We still talked near daily, and I was even hopeful we'd get back together. Even then she was still talking to the guy she cheated on me with more, and she broke all the trust I had. Eventually I moved on, and found someone that actually loves me, trusts me, and isn't leaving my side. I guess that's my horror story. There are so many details I left out, and even then typing this brings up the depression and sadness I felt at that time. Found out my husband was cheating on me with a client at work while I was in hospital with my youngest daughter who was receiving chemotherapy for cancer. I told a colleague of his. He got 2 weeks suspended, blamed me, kicked me and my 2 children out, so I had to go live with my mom when my 11-year-old just had surgery to remove a tumor. After his affair I forgave him and wanted to stay friends. He said we could work on ourselves. We saw each other every day. Until I found out he had been with 9 other girls in the past year and gave me an STD. Spoke to him last week. He told me, do you know what you did to me, abandoning me when you went to the hospital? How could you? Of course I had an affair. After all I did for you. I feel heartbroken now. I still care very much about him. He has a new life now, a new girlfriend he plans on having children with. When I see him, he completely ignores me, and so does his family. Fortunately my youngest daughter is getting stronger every day, and my 21-year-old daughter just moved back home, and we are doing well. But psychologically all 3 of us are bruised. Not a spouse, college girlfriend. Like an idiot. I basically selected the college I went to in order to keep up the relationship with my soulmate from high school. I was an idiot. So, a few weeks in and my girlfriend, who came from a very overprotective, sheltered, uber Catholic life, was really loving all the booze and new attention from dudes she no longer was compelled by her family to shun. So one night I'm out with the boys and she's out with the girls. I had asked her to give me a call when she got in, so I knew she'd made it home safe. We were freshmen of course, and had to live in dorms the first year. She called, and sure enough, hey babe, I'm back in my dorm room. I'll see you tomorrow. Me. Oh, you're back in for the night? Yep. Me. Hey Mary, have you not found out that these campus phones ring differently depending on whether the call originates from on or off campus? Silence. Then timidly, no, really, me, yeah, they do. Have a nice night, and hey, go fuck yourself. Your mom would be super proud of you. And I hung up. Her mom loved me and had died from cancer a couple months before we started college together. We didn't stay together, but silver lining, 3.5 years later, we ran back into each other. I had taken a lead job in a laboratory, and lo and behold, she had changed majors over the course of the years and joined my lab, reporting to me. We started seeing each other a bit, had some sex, then lost interest in her. She ended up as a masseuse later on. Was at my friend's house, chilling while my boyfriend worked his night shift as a security guard in a Wells Fargo ATM PLS. That I'm pretty sure was a lie, since his boss would text him if he was on the shift for the night hours beforehand, and I never saw him in uniform, let alone the uniform to be washed. I get this sinking feeling in my stomach. Something wasn't right, so I left. Called a good friend of mine for some advice. It felt so weird, but I knew he was cheating. I turned around 2 times on the exit ramp on my way to his apartment because she thought I should try to trust him. Something inside me just kept saying, you will see. I never drive the speed limit as I tend to be a little fast. But not this time. I drove 55 miles per hour the whole way, no speeding. I pulled into some street parking. It kind of made me laugh because I really had to shimmy into my spot, so it took a while. Finally make it, hit up my friend and say I will text her after, put my phone into my pocket and look up. There he was, crossing paths with me at a perfect intersection. He walked out of the gate on the side of his apartment right in front of me with another woman, escorting her out. This all happened right before my eyes on the sidewalk. The crazy part was that I had no plan of what to do when I actually got there. No idea how I would even tell if he were there or at work. The whole place was locked down with security entrances, and he had underground parking. I just knew something wasn't right, and I knew I would see it. I got a ton of these from my time in the Navy. The most methodical was this couple, married for something like 9 years. Good couple. We left on deployment, and while gone for 6 months everything seemed like a regular deployment. She wrote to him, sent him family grams, packages, and they talked at every port, and I would ask how she and the kid, 5 years, was doing. Everything was fine, even had plans to go to Disney World on return. So upon returning from deployment she wasn't on the pier like all the other wives, friends and families. He spent like 2 hours down below trying to get a hold of her. He ended up getting a ride home, which was in Navy housing. His key still worked, but the house was no longer his. He scared the hell out of a little kid playing in the living room and then proceeded to scare the wife of some unknown sailor when she ran to the kid. Apparently she had been gone for almost 5 months. She had taken absolutely everything and moved halfway across the country to Texas with some other sailor that got out of the Navy. The married couple were from Virginia, I think. He was expecting a big exciting return, and all he got was 2 weeks of vacation sitting around in an empty barracks room while trying to locate his wife and kid. No car, money, or clothes except what he had on deployment. A week before our return she cancelled everything. Debit card, credit card, phone, etc. Not sure if this counts as an accident, but my ex-wife and I grew distant. We both had new jobs. My new job had me working nights. When I worked nights she was on the phone. I looked up the call log and found out it wasn't one of her friends, but a guy she knew from college who had feelings for her. She acted indignant that I looked and said I should have asked, and that she just enjoyed talking to him and him telling her how he felt. She swore it wasn't a relationship. Months later I stayed home with our then 2-year-old son. She went out with a female friend. I was called into work, so I called her, and she left her friend. When I talked my way out of work I told her she could stay out. She came back home that night and didn't say anything. Our relationship went back and forth. At times I felt it was getting better. I told her how badly I wanted to be with her and to make it work. She listened, and then I went to work that night. While I'm eating on break she texted asking if I meant what I said. I did. It was then that she revealed that when she went back out that night months earlier her friend went home. So she called the guy and asked him to come out. He came and they had sex in his car. She said she had to tell me that to come clean and see if I really wanted to stay with her. I was crushed. I wanted to vomit. It just didn't make sense. I also felt a lot of guilt. We weren't together for too long after that, and I really wish I didn't hold on for as long as I did. If I was honest I would've seen it was time to end it long before that night ever happened. Both went to uni pretty close, like 25 miles apart, and I drive so no biggie. Came up every weekend. One night she goes out and, I quote, saw her ex and had to sort things out. Apparently they only slept in the same bed. Now I'm an optimist so I figure, yeah okay I'll move past it. 4 months later. Drive up to surprise her. She said she was at work, but I figured hey we'll chill at her work till she finishes, then she won't have to walk home. Me turning up, she wasn't at work. Asked her friend who was working, and her response hit me hard. Wait, you're still together? She explained to me that my now ex told everyone we had broken up. I got back to find my now ex with 2 guys. Not gonna lie, I felt like the most cold-hearted bastard because as she screamed, cried, and begged to at least talk, the only words I muttered was "yeah, this is done," and walked away. All while she slipped up and said it was only twice her ex had begged her. I was in shock, so I walked away frozen. I have a few more stories because as of current the only girl to not cheat on me is my amazing girlfriend, but this is the most jaw-dropping dramatic one. Moral of the story: your heart lies to you, your gut tells you the truth, no matter how shitty. Pun intended. I was 18 and she was 17. We'd had a daughter together 6 months prior. I'm working 12 to 16-hour days in a minimum wage job so she can stay at home, look after our daughter and still attend college. We were living with her mother at the time and I was saving for a deposit on a flat for us and a ring. I have a rare day off and she'd been invited to a party at a friend's house. Not one I particularly cared for as he'd openly stated he fancied her previously, but was in a steady relationship at this point, so I wasn't too bothered. I realized 5 minutes after she left her phone. I asked her mum to keep an eye on my daughter and head out after her, phone in hand. Just as I reach the end of the street, her phone goes off. I look down and it's her friend telling her his girlfriend had just left for work and to hurry up as he was stiff and waiting. I caught up to her feeling numb, handed the phone over and told her I was leaving. Went back to her mother's, packed my stuff and left. Spent the night on a park bench, crying my eyes out. She told me the next day it had been happening for 2 months. I emptied my bank account and gave her all my money, the diamond earrings and necklace I'd brought her for Valentine's that week, and called my dad to come pick me up. Drove over to her friend's house on my way out of town, told his girlfriend what had happened, and broke his jaw. Joined the Navy 6 months later. For those curious, I didn't contest for custody as she had a more stable living environment, and despite being a horrible person for cheating, is a wonderful mother. My daughter is now 12 and an amazing person. Phone died. Ex had an old phone in a drawer just in case such a thing happened. I texted her and got her permission to use it until I could get a replacement. Move SIM card, power phone on, no big deal, right? Except in fumbling through the old menus, I open her text inbox and the first text says it felt good to me too, and is from a married friend of mine known for his lack of fidelity. Now listen. I'm 100% against phone snooping. I have given and followed advice many times that if you feel like you need to snoop on your significant other's phone, it's already over and you should just run. But seeing a text like that, I felt like it gave me a pretty good reason to read the rest of them. Sure enough, I gathered enough that there was at least one late night rendezvous while he was at work. I won't say what kind of work he was doing, but suffice to say he was in a profession where there is a public expectations of some attention to duty. I also found texts to at least 5, but sometimes as many as 10 guys in the same night inviting them over to my house. She had moved in after getting kicked out of her old place with the line, "Don't worry, he works 24-hour shifts 2 hours away, you can even sleep in." Needless to say, I went to her work, got my key back then and there, and said we could discuss it later. I had unfortunately been around the block enough times to know to take pictures of the texts before I gave the phone back. The funny part is, she initially claimed that the only purpose for the meeting was to bring him some homemade cookies. I asked her what it felt good to me too meant, and she gave me some lines about how their families had been close long ago, and she meant it felt good to catch up with an old friend. Unfortunately for her, I also read the other texts, so she really didn't have an answer. When I asked what "I like it both ways" meant in reference to a cookie delivery, confronted him too. He lied his ass off, even after she admitted it. Lost a girl and what I thought was a bro. I'm gonna say dodged 2 bullets. Not really me, but I was walking back to the parking lot with a friend back in high school. We stopped by a van and he looked confused and was like, "That's my mum's van." I kid you not, we saw rustling in the backseat and his mom actually popped her head out. She looked at my friend, her son, and looked like she looked down to say something, then came out and said, "We'll talk back home." We went back to his house, played video games, and did not talk about it for a while. Then I said, "So that was weird." He looked relieved, like he'd been wanting to talk about it. We talked a while, and it was basically just me recentering him to the fact that, yeah dude, she was probably cheating. We did not speak about it, and then a month later he casually brought it up. Yeah man, I'm really happy my dad just got a brand new apartment and a cool girlfriend. I did not press into it much, but I guess both mom and dad were happy. Edit. Not a horror story, oh god I'm sorry. This has already been up for so long I know no one will probably read this, but man was it rough. So I was at my boyfriend's house playing COD with him, and he says he needs to shower before we go to his best friend's party. His friend had been texting us the whole time we were playing, and he kept backing out of lobbies when we'd finished a game, so he could text him back. So annoying. So he goes to get in the shower and I start another game and his phone is vibrating across his desk almost the whole game. I'm getting so annoyed, so I grab his phone to text back and say we are leaving in 20, calm TF down, and it's a dick. There was a naked dude sending naked texts to my straight boyfriend. I put his phone down and walked out of the house and across town to my friend's house. He was blowing my phone up wondering where I went. I just texted back, well I was going to text, friend, back for you, but he tried to say that he was going to surprise me with a threesome even though it's not something I ever requested or wanted. Dumped him 7 years ago, and from what I hear he's currently got a massive drug problem and sleeping around with anyone in our small hometown that will oblige, man or woman. Not really a horror story, but certainly an interesting turn of events. She and I had been dating for some time, and then out of the blue one day, she said we need to talk. I'm like, okay, let's see what this is all about. She then tells me that she took an out-of-town trip the previous weekend to her hometown, where she hooked up with one of her old high school friends. And by hooked up, yeah, like that point she asks me how I feel about that. Now, the thing is, I'm poly, though I have no problem with staying monogamous for someone who wants that. So my response is basically, well, I guess most of all I'm just disappointed. I wish you would have asked me. I probably would have said yes. The fact that you didn't ask is what's most hurtful. Did you use protection? Yes. Okay. Are you emotionally attracted to this guy? She flounders for a second, obviously unsure what to say. I don't know, she replies. Sort of. I guess. I don't know. Well, I think that is something you need to think about. In the meantime, I would greatly prefer that you asked in the future. Maybe it's something we can do together, if you know what I mean. I try to end the conversation on a light note to help her save face. I knew that my initial response probably wasn't what she expected me to say. Fast forward 2 weeks, she leaves me, basically because she was upset that I wasn't angry with her over the incident. TLDR, she cheated on me, then got mad at me because I didn't get mad at her and broke up with me over it. Strange world. My ex was an alcoholic dying in the hospital. He had to have surgeries and everything because he was throwing up so much and so dehydrated. Even had a seizure in front of me, which was scary AF. Anyway, so I'm being the most loyal and loving girlfriend ever, sleeping in the hospital waiting room every day for weeks, talking to everyone who comes to visit about how he's doing, etc. His brother comes to visit and gives me his phone. People are posting on his Facebook asking what's going on. Maybe you can respond and give updates. I didn't have a Facebook, so I just said okay, sure. Later the next day or something, I open his Facebook app. He has a few messages from people. The first one I clicked on is this huge message string spanning months. Him and this girl, who often told me I'm her best friend, were screwing around behind my back for months. This guy was my first love, and it was my first time being cheated on. I'll never forget the pain I felt, and to this day I still have trust issues in relationships, and this was over 5 to 6 years ago. Not a spouse, but a girlfriend. First semester in college, I fell for her maybe after 3 dates. We had been dating for a few months when my friend told me she saw her kissing some dude at the movie theater. Next day I saw her and told her if what my friend said was true. She denied it of course, but I knew that I'd fallen for a hose, so I just wanted to see how deep this betrayal went. After a bit of digging around, I found out that the guy she was making out with was her boyfriend of 3 to 4 years. The guy lived out of state, and she was supposed to be in her LDR. It clicked. Everything just clicked then. She wasn't being unfaithful to me. She was being unfaithful to some other guy with me. This bitch made me her side piece. So when she was taking a shower I looked through her phone, saw his name and phone number, called the guy up, and told him that we have the same girlfriend. It took a few seconds for him to register it. After the call I told her that I'm done with her and that her boyfriend knows too and left. Oh boy, I was 16 when I met her. We were together for 2 years. She was the first girl I dated for over a month or so. My first love. We went to a house party at New Year's together and got separated after the official party cooled down and everybody went their own way. I left with my friends to blow stuff up with rockets and boozing. You know what teen boys do. She sent me a text that she's partied out and is heading home to sleep. Unfortunately the friends I went do stupid shit with decided that it's a good idea to head back to the house and crash there. Found her naked in bed with a guy didn't know. We broke up the following day and I haven't spoken to her since. Not the best way to process it, I suppose. After this incident it took me a few years to get back into something serious. We dated for a year and she moved in together with me in my small 1-room apartment. We lived there for a year. I took a mortgage and bought a 2-room condo. She was still a student and we pretty much lived on my income. She stayed at home a lot due to not having too many classes left. Many of my friends said that she was just taking advantage of me since I was the one who brought in the money and food for living. I never gave her cash or anything, but she didn't really pay her share either. Just bought some random groceries sometimes anyway. I ended up pulling long days at work. 12, 16-hour shifts were not super uncommon and our interactions started to fade out. She started spending more and more time with her face glued to the phone screen. She also did not enjoy my stupid jokes anymore, and everything I did seemed to annoy her to some degree. Our sex life also died almost completely, even though I was, and still am, a goddamn horn dog. At this point I didn't even ask if she wanted to come with me if I went out with friends. All of them seemed to hate her guts. Red flags anyone. I still believed this could be fixed. One day her phone lit up on the living room table while she was pooping. It was her classmate telling her that I'm really excited to meet you again soon. I'm not proud of this part, but the text really caught my attention. So I opened the phone and read a part of their conversation. They had been dating for a few months now. I was hurt. Unbelievably hurt. I felt lightheaded and nauseous at the same time. Like my whole world just came tumbling down. I started reading one of the texts out loud enough for her to hear it. It was a rather graphic one describing what he wanted her to do to him, and she seemed to play along on her reply. It wasn't the only interaction of this kind. She came rushing out of the bathroom real quick, grabbed the phone, and was saying that I invaded her privacy. I agree, I did do that, and I'm not proud of it. She told me that it was only messages and nothing had happened. I didn't believe her. I told her to pack up whatever she wants with her now and drove her to her mom's. It was a silent car ride. We both knew it was over. She wept. I stayed stone-faced and as cold as I could. I told her I needed time for myself and I'm going home. I drank my whiskey, got hammered, told my best friend what had happened and asked him if he could come over as I didn't want to be alone. He came with more alcohol. We watched Die Hard 1, 3 and drank some more. I vented, he listened. On the next day I called in sick. My friend was unemployed at the time. We went to the grocery store and got empty banana boxes. We packed all of her belongings to the said boxes. After a few days I called her. We talked. She still claimed nothing had happened, but agreed that our relationship was over. I told her her stuff is packed up and she can come pick them up when I'm at work and leave the key. She did. This is the last I talked to her. Few months later she was pregnant with the other guy and moved in with him. A year later she was a single mom. She reached out to me last year via Facebook. Sent me a message telling me she's sorry and that she had sex with the child's father before breaking up with me. I haven't replied and haven't really given any thought to any of it before this thread. My current partner of 6 years just sent a message in WhatsApp. I'm at work. That she forgot my dog alone outside for half an hour and that the dog now hates her. I told her to give the dog a pig's ear. This is going to be a wild ride. Sorry for the faked up grammar and stuff. I never was in a relationship I didn't have to end because of my partner cheating on me. I had hoped that streak of bad luck would end when I met my ex back in December 2015. We both were young and had the same taste in games, art, and stuff. I had moved to a new city in 2016 when she contacted me in July 2016. She told me how she couldn't find a job in Eastern Germany and how angry her family had become because of that. Because of the stress this caused her, she asked me if she could visit me. I'm not smart, but I sure ain't stupid. Right from the start I know we would end up faking each other. That's what we did for 2 weeks. During that time she looked for jobs in my city, but hadn't any luck. She was offered an apprenticeship in 2018, which she took. She begged me to let her stay with me and that she would pay me back once she would earn money. I know that was stupid, but I did agree. At the time of January 2017 I started to notice that her behavior around me changed. She hid her phone and laptop and we had less sex. She also got incredibly envious whenever I talked with a female colleague. I confronted her and she cut herself. This was the first time she did that and I was devastated. She threatened to kill herself in April 2017, but I was done with her. Our relationship was over anyway, and I told her I wouldn't care if she'd kill herself. That was a messed up thing to say, I know, but I'm no saint. A day after the confrontation she admitted that she had cheated on me with one of her friends she had visited in February. I snapped. I told her to leave and refused to help her out financially anymore. She told me that her father would come and kill me, but I didn't believe it. Who would drive 4H just to confront someone? Boy, was I wrong. He drove all the way to my town while I was with a friend. On my way home he assaulted me with one of his friends and nearly killed me. I don't know how I survived, but someone called the cops. They found him and his friend. They tried to flee over a highway. After my recovery, my friends and I burned her stuff. The police had forbidden her and her family to come closer to me than 50 meters. The trial was this March. Her father and his friend got 5 years for attempted murder. I'm still scared to walk out alone at night and bought a gun. I have learnt my lesson though. I will never ever let anyone come closer to me. This girl faked me up for good. Not my spouse, but LTR. He accidentally deleted something. I think it was a video project of some kind, and asked me to recover it. I told him it would recover everything he deleted. For some reason, he said it was fine. It recovered hundreds of photos. Men, women, younger, older. Some of him, some of others. I guess he thought it wouldn't bring it all back. But oh god, did it ever. At first I brushed it off as not much. Maybe old photos from before we met. Then a few weeks later I started the PC and it resumed his last browsing session, full on love letters with multiple people. All under various fake names. I never believed in such addiction until I realized the extent of work he put into seducing so many people. It must have taken Herculean effort to keep all those fake IDs straight and some gay, haha. Not to mention doing all that in the 8.5 hours a day I was at work. I confronted him. He begged for me back. I stupidly thought he could change. He did it again. He dumped me via text. Pure class. Now I'm happily moved on, and he's still slutching it up on the internet and occasionally asking me to give him another chance. Nope. My fiancé was trying to move up in his company, a hands-on new dad doting on his almost year-old daughter. He always went in an hour or so early to work to make extra money for our honeymoon. On our daughter's first birthday, 10 days before our wedding, I was putting our daughter down for a nap after we all went for a sweet little swim. He comes into the room and says, I think I'm getting fired from my job. I instantly turn into, I don't care what you did, I have your back, tell me everything and we can figure this out. He said he was caught on camera rubbing his superior's feet and she's getting fired too. What? Over the next few hours, the story kept changing. He worked at condominiums and they took care of people's places while they were away. Turns out, he and his superior, a woman, went into one of the condos and were caught on camera having sex in the unit. Both were fired. He was going to work early to sneak around with her before his shift started and had been doing it for months. I actually still tried to make it work. Cancelled the wedding though, but he decided to sneak around with more women and then left us. It actually hurt my daughter more than it hurt me. She missed him so much that she completely stopped talking for months. She had a good grasp on combining two words, mommy eat / yes, please / love you, things like that, and she never wanted anyone to come near her unless it's mommy. It's been over a year. She's just now starting to speak and combine words again and trust other members of the family, my parents, her aunts and uncles, cousins. She was absolutely devastated without his presence. But when she's older she won't have any memory of him. I had been living with my boyfriend for 2 years, together for 4 years. Him and his family were going to Europe for 2 months to visit family and I couldn't go because I had just started a new job. The afternoon before he left, he took the dog for a walk and I went to hide a present for him in his suitcase and found 4 packets of condoms and 2 packets of Viagra. Lucky for me, he left his phone behind. So I looked through his messages and found out that on the way to Europe he was taking a 2-week detour to Asia to spend with his own personal prostitute. I don't know how, but I managed to keep myself calm. He came home and I pretended that I didn't know anything. The next day I drove him to the airport and said goodbye. I then went home and that's when I lost my shit. Crying, screaming, throwing furniture, the works. I eventually calmed down a few hours later and realized I had 8 weeks to play with. During that time, I cleaned the house, packed up all my belongings, all of his alcohol and anything else of his I wanted and moved out. I stayed there until he came back to look after his dog, and the morning he came home I said my goodbyes to the dog, went to the airport and picked him up and drove him back to his house. I didn't go inside. I just stood at the doorway after he walked in and threw his keys at him and told him what I knew. He tried to deny it, but we both knew it was bullshit. I walked away, got back in my car and drove off to my parents' house to stay until I could find somewhere else to live. He tried to apologize a few days later and wanted me to take him back, but I wasn't having it. The damage had already been done. It felt so good a few months later when I found out that me leaving him had upset him so much that his work started to suffer and he lost his job, company car and his boat. Serves him right. He gave me an old phone of his because mine has started to malfunction. He forgot to delete the access to his email and Facebook messages, OkCupid's accounts, graphic exchanges, numerous messages to girls on Facebook. Painfully oblivious, he got rejected a few times, but some show long distance relationships. He says to one that we are broken up when we actually were on vacation together in his faking family. He rejects one for having cold sores, saying he only wants to destroy her physically and mentally. He says to a friend that he is bored and horny and is going to find a hookup. But didn't you have a girlfriend? She asked. Yeah, but since we see each other only once or twice a week, we can have sex with other people if we want. Of course I have never agreed or even been asked about such an arrangement. We've been together for 5 years. He's been cheating the whole time. I found all that shit out a week ago and found the strength to leave him 4 days ago. I'm dying inside. I caught my buddy's girlfriend and mother of his kid. She had been trying to get me to hook up with her friend for quite a while and I finally agreed to do it. I meet up with them. It's my buddy's girlfriend, some other guy and the girl she was trying to hook me up with. I sit down and everyone is introduced. I guess the guy is a long time and childhood friend of my buddy's girlfriend. One drink in, and my buddy's girlfriend says it's time to go home. She asks the guy to walk her to her truck, and I leave with the chick she set me up with. We meet up with other friends of mine, but that ends early too. So we went back to my place to bang, but she was too drunk and not making sense, so I called it and said I was taking her back to her hotel. She was upset at being rejected and called my buddy's girlfriend to meet her. We get there in minutes and my buddy's girlfriend is already there when she lives an hour away. I didn't think anything of it at the time. Next morning, my buddy called me and asked what time his girlfriend and I parted ways. I said 10 PM was when she walked away to go home. He says she didn't come home till 3 AM. Turns out her longtime buddy was her side guy and she never went home. They went to go bang in the truck. Why the fuck would she ask her boyfriend's friend, me, to come meet up with her and her side guy? What a dumb person. Of course I was going to burn her if I suspected what was going on. She and side guy are still together to this day. TLDR, I was sorting my husband's dirty laundry to wash and found a few pairs of his underwear that had semen on them and long mousy light brown hair tangled into each pair. I'm a brunette and I swallowed. I felt like throwing up, but that may have been because I was a couple months pregnant. Lately my husband has been leaving me alone to hang out with his buddies multiple times a week. On this day, I'm pregnant and ill, but he wants to go watch football with his buddy. I suggest he invite his friend over to watch at our place instead, but he's adamant he needs to go. He kisses me on the forehead, tries to bargain to get his way. When that doesn't work, he picks a fight and leaves anyway, and doesn't come home for a few days. He's crashing on Dan's couch. Ask him to come home so we can talk. He brings his dirty laundry. Tells me he's been unhappy for years. We are too different. He wants to separate. Doesn't want counseling. Even though this is the first time he's bringing any of this up. And even though he knows counseling would fix things. Doesn't want our marriage to be fixed. Says he's going to continue to crash on Dan's couch in the meantime. I'm in shock, thinking he's crazy and just acting out. So I decide to wash our laundry. I'm sorting his dirty underwear and find a few pairs of his boxers with semen stains. And each one had long mousy light brown hair actually tangled into the fibers of the underwear. One even had a pube that matched the color of the head hair. I confronted him about it and told him, if you want a divorce, just tell me you're cheating. He denies it, says he's not stupid to hook up with a girl when he's just trying to get over me. Gives me some excuse that he had been jacking off at Dan's house, and when he removes his boxers, just throws them on a pile of clothes on the floor. That it's not his fault Dan must be bringing some girl around with hair shedding issues, and that Dan doesn't clean his floors. What the fuck? Caught my father. Actually, it was the summer of '87 when my mother had to be flown to Hawaii for laser surgery for her glaucoma. We were living in Japan at the time. Curiously, my mother couldn't find her keys before she left, and I never thought anything of it. My father, who is normally never home during work hours, started coming home for lunch, which I thought was kind of nice, because he hasn't done that since I was younger. He warns me to never, under any circumstances, go into the master bedroom. I thought to myself, lol, right, because the master bedroom balcony has a fire escape. We'll see how that goes now that I have a soldering iron, but agreed openly, and I honored his request. One day, I decided that I'm going to go swimming. I pack my swimsuit and leave just before 12:30 I run into my dad and act surprised to see me, which is weird, because I was usually home anyway, and I tell him my plans. I'm going to catch the bus to go to the swimming pool and then be back home by 1600 I catch the bus, and it takes me to where I need to go. Only I found out that the two options I had for swimming were closed. I considered going to Toshimine, which is an amusement park and water park, but when I realized that I didn't bring enough money, I went straight home. I left my home at 12:30 and I was already back home at 13:30 I figured that I would either start building some of my Zoids or maybe work on some other projects. I opened the door and find my father wearing unbuttoned slacks and just a t-shirt running towards me, while a woman wearing only a bra and panties dashed away down the hall that led to the bedrooms. My father laughed and acted surprised, asking why I was back so soon. I told him that the swimming pool was closed and that I didn't have enough money to go to Toshimine. So he gives me 30,000 yen and tells me to have fun at the water park, maybe go to Sunshine City and buy an outfit or something. The anger that wells up inside of me grew more intense with every footstep I took away from our front door and towards the bus stop. Instead of going to Toshimine, I go to Tachikawa to see if any of my friends are there, and of course nobody's there, so I slowly make my way towards Shinjuku and just wander around for a while to collect my thoughts. I was terrified to tell my mother what happened, because she had developed complications with her glaucoma surgery, so I didn't call her. Strangely, whenever my mother called her home, and my father was home, he would always tell her that I couldn't come to the phone, because I was grounded, though he never told her why. Normally, he won't allow me to sleep over at any of my friends' house, stating that he didn't trust me, but this summer, he was practically pushing me out of the door, telling me to find some friends to sleep over with. Things were starting to add up, especially with how my mother's keys magically disappeared before she went to hospital. It turns out that the reason why I wasn't allowed to go into the master bedroom was because my dad's lover was camping out in the room. There was a kettle for tea, a mini fridge, which was new to me, and worst of all, the balcony sliding glass door and fire escape door were unlocked, potentially inviting theft or worse, ignoring the fact that this strange woman who was secretly in my home the same time I was using the fire escape as a back entrance to get into our home. When my mother returned, she was gone from June through early September. I said nothing until a car dealership called our home one Monday morning. Phone rang as I was eating breakfast and my mother answered the phone. Dealer on the other end wanted to speak with my father's wife. My mother identified her as such, but the dealer on the other end didn't believe her and said that she sounded different than how she did last week when she and my father were picking out a new car. My mother was still in the hospital last week. When my father realized what was going on, he grabbed the phone, yelled and screamed at the dealer, slammed the phone so hard that it literally broke, and then stormed off to work. That's when I decided that I had to tell my mother what I had witnessed. Not only that, but later that day, our neighbor told my mother that people we know have been watching my father driving around with a strange woman. It even got to the point where my mother, when grocery shopping, was told by the cashier that she was surprised to see my mother because my father told the cashier that they got divorced and that my mother and I moved away. So that resulted in a very nasty confrontation. To sum up, my parents split in autumn of that same year, and by November of 1987, my mother and I were without him. In fact, I haven't seen or heard of my father since 1987. Not exactly what you asked for, but my ex-husband and I, when we were engaged, left work late, worked at the same place, and had a female friend over. It was very late, and she wanted to crash at our place. We only had a lover seat instead of a full sofa at that time, but a king-size bed, so I said it would be fine for us all to crash in the bed. We discussed positioning, with me in the middle and my ex and my friend on either side of me. So I ended up dozing off while we were all talking in the living room, and I slept heavily. Somehow my ex and my friend got me into bed. I woke up the next morning on the far side of the bed. My ex left for work before me, as his shift started earlier than mine. As soon as he was gone, my friend told me that after they put me to bed he insisted on the new sleeping arrangement with her beside him on the opposite side, and after she began to doze off he started undoing her clothes, with me right in the bed. He got as far as touching her bare breasts before she excused herself to the bathroom, then crashed on the lover seat. I attempted to discuss it with him when I got to work and even tried to give back my engagement ring, but he got down on his knees and cried and begged me in front of the break room for everyone to see and wouldn't relent until I put the ring back on. To avoid losing my job, I did point we tried to make things work, especially since my friend seemed to fully forgive him, but eventually, and unfortunately after we got married, this kind of behavior and many other bad behaviors made staying with him impossible. I had been away on a long trip and arrived home the day prior. I decided to go visit him at his house about 30 minutes drive away, without a text to say I was coming. I didn't think it was necessary. We were one of those couples and he knew I was home. He was more than likely expecting me as we talked about how much we couldn't wait to see each other in the lead up to me coming home. I got to his house and the front door was open with the security screen closed but unlocked. I let myself in and didn't see anyone, so I thought I'd go sit in his room until he got home. The door was ajar, but when I went in there was a random girl riding him on his bed. I was the most shocked and gobsmacked I'd ever been in my life. I literally couldn't speak. I just got the fuck out of there, got in my car, and started driving home. It took me almost half the trip for reality to hit me and to start crying. I sobbed the rest of the way home. This was a decade ago. Rambling and long but therapeutic. My wife of 17 years was working for her family business, mother, and stepfather. I had a job with global responsibilities, so I traveled a lot. This was something we accepted and worked around. Whenever possible, I would participate and support her in business functions. One spring day, I was golfing with my wife in their company tournament. We were paired with two suppliers from different companies. Lisa was attractive and in her early 30s, married, with 2 young children. Cole was in his late 40s, about 6 feet 5 tall, and around 150 pounds with a head the size of a watermelon. They were carrying on and acting a little too friendly. I mentioned to my then wife that they were having an affair. She laughed and said no way. My professional life is based on rapid personality analysis, so I made sure I talked to Carl afterwards to get a better sense of who he was. In my entire life I have taken an instant and profound dislike to 5 people. Cole was one of them. For several months around that time my wife and I had been in counseling because my relationship with my in-laws was very strained throughout our marriage and they often manipulated her into believing I was against her career. Fast forward a year, my wife was increasingly distant and drinking too much, often with her mother and stepfather. We were sleeping in separate rooms. She dropped the "I love you, but I'm not in love with you." I was the type of husband who paid all the bills without looking too much into the details. On the way to the airport I stuffed a bunch of bills into my laptop. Bored on a 4-hour flight I opened up the cell phone bill and noticed my wife having lengthy conversations with 2 different numbers with a West Coast area code. Something immediately struck me about the dates and I noticed many of these conversations were late at night when I was out of town. I felt the onset of a panic attack. We had 2 sons and survived several tragedies already. When I landed I called the first number. It was Company X where Carl worked. I knew the other number was him, so I called the number from the hotel phone and he answered by identifying himself by name. I just blurted out "wrong number" and went into the bathroom to throw up. When I got home 4 days later, I put a keystroke logger onto our home computer. That gave me the passwords and information I needed. It turns out my wife was talking to Carl about moving out to be with him, that she was certain I would just let her take my sons 3 time zones away, blah blah. 2 mornings after my return, I printed off all the evidence and asked her to follow me to a local garage because I wanted my car to be looked at because the brakes sounded like they needed replacing. As we drove to a local coffee shop, I asked to borrow her phone, pretending mine was dead. She gladly passed it over. I found and dialed his number, putting it on speakerphone. He answered very cheerily, "Hey sweetie, what's up?" Leaning over to grab the phone, she pushed the wheel violently and we ended up screeching into an industrial plaza. I slammed the brakes and held the phone away from her. "No Carl, I'm not sweetie, it's my name." He stuttered and stammered and said, "Oh hey friend, how are things with you?" I replied, "I'm not your faking friend Carl. You are having an affair with my wife and I know all about it." She flipped out and I dropped the phone, which she scrambled to turn off. Then the truth came out. She had been having an affair with Carl. Ma's whole in-laws aided and abetted their affair by providing their cottage for their flings. They had dinner with my in-laws as a deceitful, fake couple. Cole was having an affair with Lisa at the golf tournament and broke up that marriage before turning his attention to my wife. He was a serial cheater who targeted married women. After several years of litigation, we did get divorced. Her relationship with Carl did not last. She eventually remarried a very nice guy who also, somehow, ended up hating the in-laws. We actually get along very well now, and we both have solid relationships with our grown sons, because I took the high road and never dragged her name in the mud with them. I'm also remarried to a wonderful woman who would never cheat on me in a million years. My new in-laws think the world of me, as I do of them. Life lesson: when you have the worst in-laws in the world, they can really fuck up your relationship. Karma: the former in-laws are pushing 80 and totally broke after being sued into oblivion by business partners they ripped off. Only one of their combined 5 adult children still talks to them. Back in college I dated a girl who I worked with before we started dating. She had been hanging out with me a lot and broke up with her boyfriend because he was shitty and distant with her and started developing feelings for me. Things were going great for months, but all of a sudden she started becoming distant and the time we would spend together was very one-sided. When I confronted her about this, she said she needs some space and I respected it. I try not to bother her or try to hang out for a week, and it was killing me not knowing how she was doing or really having much interaction. Finally at the end of the week I say fuck it and go hang with a friend of mine to smoke some weed and play video games at his house. After chilling for a good bit I'm about to leave and we get into a long convo about stuff that ends up with him excitedly yelling my name as he is saying goodbye. I just barely hear someone on the opposite side of the street say oh my god it's him. I looked to see who it was, but it was too dark at this time in the evening, and I was too high to make out exactly who it was, but I had a feeling at the bottom of my gut it was her and her ex. The last thing I wanted to do was confirm that feeling, so I started hastily walking towards my car just hoping she thinks I didn't recognize her. She comes running over to me asking me if we could talk about this. I say sure, but not right now cause I'm way too high for this shit, we talk later, and after her pleading with me for hours kind of dodging my questions about if she cheated on me, and she says she is just so confused right now in her life and I just decide to break it off. It didn't work so well though cause being in a small country college town in the middle of summer is boring and lonely as fuck. Ended up back with her again until she cheated on me again with the same guy. It was a bad summer. I used to work nights which required leaving at 9 PM, getting home at 8 AM. Would work 6 days a week, if not 7. One morning when I got home, she handed me her laptop and asked me to pay the rent. A message pops up on her iMessage that says that was close from a JB. Weird. A few days later, I go to a concert before work. Made arrangements with my boss to come in 2 hours later and leave 2 hours later. The venue was close to my house, and I had to grab a few things before my shift, so I head back home without knocking. I walk in and hear hi honey. And I said hi back, and she sounded confused and said Reba, as if she didn't think it was me. Coincidentally that night, when I get to work, my boss tells me he won't need me to stay late, since we have extra staff that morning, so I just work a shorter shift and leave at the usual time. I get home early and walk in. My ex comes bolting down the stairs and starts telling me how she felt sick and couldn't sleep and didn't want me to get sick and could I sleep in the guest room. Fine by me. She expects me to walk into the spare room, but I go in our room to grab some clothes to change into and I hear hangers moving in the closet. I open the door and see my ex's ex, JB, in the closet naked. I start laughing and get in my car to drive to my brother's house, and she comes running after me crying. She lets him get dressed and leave, and we have a long talk which was just me going, "Are you fucking kidding me?" before I go move in with my brother and cut all ties. Not my spouse, but my first serious live-in girlfriend. We started hanging out with this one guy at work. Just a friend. I never really trusted him, but I trusted her. They became pretty close. Well, I had one of my close family members die suddenly, and things kind of took a turn from there. Instead of being there for support, she withdrew from me. She spent most of her free time with this other guy. She also swore up and down that nothing was happening. One night, he threw a party at his house, where they knew I'd be attending. I walked into his room to say hello as was pretty customary, since his door was open, and they were sitting on his bed almost cuddling, almost as if I caught them doing something. Then, I looked over on the dresser and saw an open box of condoms. I looked next to the garbage can, and there was an empty pack right on top. It was obvious, especially since there were no other females in his life. She still tried to tell me that nothing happened. It wasn't until months later, after I had already moved back home, when I finally got the truth from him over a name conversation. Apparently, they had been faking for much longer than I had even suspected, almost since the time we met. That one broke me for good. Been like 15 years, and I still have major trust issues. My ex came to visit me at work, which was out of the ordinary. He said there were rumors going around that he slept with a mutual friend and that they weren't true, but he knew he should be the one to tell me. I don't believe him, so I talked to her. She says one night, when I wasn't there, she went over drinking and ended up crashing in his room, which sparked the rumors, but that he slept on the couch. Room was massive, couch at the end of the bed. Later, I pull them both downstairs and tell them that I'll give them the benefit of the doubt since they were so forthcoming with the information, and believe them when they say that nothing happened. But if she needs to stay somewhere, it needs to be somewhere that won't give people a reason to talk. Point the very next morning, I go to pick him up so we can go away on a weekend we were planning together in the city. They're in bed together. I just leave. Point I didn't believe them the first time. I think I just needed to process what they said didn't happen before I knew what I was going to do about it. Finding them in bed together made my decision that much easier though. I was dating my second girlfriend in high school semi-long distance. She was in like a troubled youth home during the week, but I saw her every weekend and had gone the 2 hours to visit more than enough times. Had been about a year and we were out and about when this absolutely massive man came up and said hi to her. Now, she was 15 and I was 17 and this guy must have been late 20s. She said he was an old friend and that was that. Well, about 3 weeks later I got out of work early, headed over to give her a teddy bear and some flowers for our anniversary. Got to her house and didn't even knock, just walked right in and shouted hello. She then greets me at the top of the stairs in a very large shirt that wasn't mine or hers. She says, "Oh aren't you supposed to be working?" And then I hear, "Hey babe, who is it? The bed's getting cold without your ass in it." And I walked out before she could really do much else. Threw the flowers down, burned pretty much everything that reminded me of her, ignored her calls, blocked on social media. The worst part of the whole ordeal was that she couldn't just let me go. She ended up lying about the whole thing to my best friend at the time, dating him and trying to use him to get back at me, going so far as to make him bring her to my college to then try her very best to seduce me while he was parked in the lot. She's scum and now has like 4 kids with some dude twice her age. So man, I was dating this girl for a couple of years but never lived together though. We were out one night and she kept getting these texts and calls from her friend that was going through a nasty breakup and needed to meet up with her for some moral support. She asked if I did not mind and if we could cut the night short so she could meet her there at the bar we were at and can be there for her friend, so to speak. She could see that I was a bit frustrated that we were cutting our night short, but I said, "Yeah sure, you should be there for your friend doing this. I'll just head home for the night." She immediately said, "No, don't. Take my apartment key and wait for me there and I'll be home in an hour." I promise I took her word, got her keys and headed to her apartment. While I waited for her, it was past 2 AM and the bars were closed. I call her and she states she's on her way. I called her at 3 AM and she told me she had to stop at her parents' house for something. I give up and fall asleep in her bed, in my boxers nonetheless, until I hear a struggle at the door trying to unlock it, and once unlocked struggling with the chain lock I had placed on the inside of the door. This woke me up, and when I look at the clock, it's 5 AM, way past the bar's closing time. I open the door, in my boxers, and as soon as I do a guy comes in and heads straight towards the restroom with no hesitation. My first thought was, he's been here before, if he knows where the restroom is. She stands there asking me if we can talk tomorrow. Embarrassed while putting my clothes on, I say that we are talking right now. Long story short, the guy comes outside while we are talking, and as I expect him to go to her side, he actually comes to mine and looks right at her as well and says, "You have some explaining to do." I was shocked and surprised he even apologized, saying he had no idea whatsoever, and it seems like we were both being juggled by her for some time. In the end we both juiced out, we shook our hands and politely went our ways. We were both just happy that we were both civilized and she didn't cause a crazy incident between me and the other guy. TLDR, X comes home with another guy knowing I was there, was drunk to remember. Other guy and I had no idea we were being juggled by her, respectfully had each other's backs, and left her alone for good. I was 18 years old, had my high school sweetheart, and we got pregnant. Married her thinking we were gonna grow old and be the couple that our family talks about being together for 75 plus years someday. Most beautiful girl in school and I loved her. Within the first few months I felt something was off though. Couldn't pin it down though. Convince myself that it was just because I was starting a family at such a young age point, but it kept persisting. She would hang out with friends all hours of the night, tell me it was a girls' night or shit like that. She was a cheerleader, and one day I went to go watch them practice. She said, "Hey, can you watch my phone for me?" And of course I said sure. She went to walk away but then came back, grabbed it, and proceeded to what I assume for all these years to go through, and delete everything incriminating from it. In hindsight, that should have been my sign to back out, but I stuck with it. One night I'm at work, and texting her back and forth like normal, but then she just suddenly stops. I can't tell you why, but for some reason that night I just knew something was wrong. That deep gut feeling that something is off. So I went and told my boss, "Hey, I'm not feeling good, can I go home?" Luckily he said yeah, and I went to our apartment. Walked in on my wife and my friend in bed together. I was so heartbroken and hurt I didn't know what to do. I just told him to leave before I beat his ass, and then drove miles away from the situation. She somehow managed to make me keep it a secret for a few more months, and tried to make it work. But one night I was riding with my mom and I just blurted out what had happened, and broke down all over again. Ended it shortly after that. This was 10 years ago, and I still have trust issues from it. Married 20 years. Had my suspicions for several years a long time ago, but those actually turned out to be false. Well, fast forward to recently. I hadn't thought she was cheating on me for a long time, and stopped asking her questions. More years went by, and I noticed she was in the bathroom a lot. She told me she had a stomach condition recently diagnosed, so I offered her my support, and didn't think anything else of it. She told me she didn't want me going to the appointments with her, because she was embarrassed about it. I finished work early one day, and didn't tell her like I usually do. I came home, heard moaning coming from the bathroom, and failed at trying to kick the door in, because it opened outward. She opens the door and I see some guy's big ol' dick on her screen. She admitted that she'd been faking this guy both on the phone and in person for 3 months. The stomach condition was of course fake, and she was just using that to set him in the bathroom, and using her appointments to specialists as excuses to meet in person for hours. Long story longer, he was the third of 3 guys she cheated on me within 3 months. Using excuses ranging from wanting to avoid traffic for why she left hours early for work, or having trouble with our daughter in the mornings, and having to stay at the school for a while to make sure things were okay. Lesson learned. My tips to any guy who thinks they're being cheated on: if it doesn't make sense, look into it. Fact privacy and check their damn phone. If you're married and can't look at each other's phones, something isn't right to begin with though. I met him when I was 15, married, mortgaged and had a baby by 19. The whole of our relationship, 10 years, I had this niggly feeling that he was seeing someone else, but he convinced me that I needed help for low self-esteem, paranoia, jealousy, whatever. So off I went for 18 months of therapy, and my therapist taught me that my thoughts were irrational, and that I did indeed have low self-esteem, and that I should trust my husband. Money was tight and husband got me a job at his place working opposite shifts. Easier for him to cheat that way. Cutting a very long story short, I discovered a "congratulations on passing your driving test" card in his car that was from him to someone called Karen. The only Karen I knew was a woman at work on his shift. Of course it all came out that he had been seeing her for years, and also another woman who he had children with who were almost the same age as our children together. He'd got this whole other secret life going on. Well, to secret lives, complete with children. Anne. I had been conditioned by a therapist to trust him. That part really faked me up. Not my spouse, but we were living together for 4 years. It was December 22nd. Her mother died several years before. She was a sweet old lady very fond of Christmas. So, the night before, my girlfriend calls to tell me that her friend is so drunk that she is going to spend the night at her place. NVM honey, I'm going to help a friend with his shed early in the morning, not going back home until the afternoon. This was a lie. I wanted her out of the house until then. I woke up early and went to buy a ton of Christmas ornaments to try to cheer her up, as Christmas was a sad time for her due to her mother passing away. It was the first time in years we were going to decorate the place, and I thought it was going to be a great surprise. Tried to open the door with my big colored box, and it was closed from the inside. Knocked over and she answered. She didn't open. She was inside with a random guy she met at a pub last night. I would like to tell you that I smashed the door to pieces and thrashed the place, but the truth is that I sat at the stairs for a couple of hours, wondering. That afternoon I met with her. She told me it was a mistake, that nothing happened etc. I stopped her and told her that her mother would be ashamed of the kind of person she became. Turn back and walk away. This was 5 years ago, yet there are no Christmas ornaments at my house for any year. Ex and I had a rough fight and the only family she had around was her younger cousin. Said she was gonna go cool off and talk to family. I decided to go to sleep to cool off. This was at about 11 PM. 3:45 AM rolls around and she's not returned. I head downstairs to check on her, since I figured we'd both be level-headed by then, and catch her in the act of banging her 19-year-old cousin. She was in her early 30s at the time. Took me 6 months to get the images, to stop infesting and permeating my thoughts, and another 6 months to be able to sit in silence. Always needed music playing, or I would relive the experience. Needless to say, I've had trust issues ever since. Point after thought. I recall as I was walking to where they were, I had a flash of what if they're doing something, as a worst case scenario, that flashed through my mind. I laughed it off and said to myself, like that would happen, apostrophe perhaps that's why it hit as deep as it did. Not a spouse, but a long-term girlfriend. Point we'd been together for a bit over 4 years. Got together in high school and kept it going after we graduated. I had my suspicions about a guy she was at university with, but she'd assured me that he was just a flirt with everyone and that she wasn't interested. Point I was at a different university. Went to a bunch of parties with her uni friends. All seemed fine. After about 6 months I put flirty guy out of my mind. Towards the end of the 3rd year of uni we broke up. Ended on fairly good terms. I was gutted, but we stayed friends. 6 months later, got invited to her 21st. As I said, still friends. At her 21st, one of her friend's speeches made several mentions of flirty guy and how there was an ongoing sexual tension between them all through uni. I laughed it off and figured it was a joke. Point went to the bathroom after the speeches and was at the urinal next to a party guest I didn't know. He turned to me and said, "You know who I feel sorry for? Ex's boyfriend." All that talk about the sexual tension was for his benefit. Apparently he never knew ex and flirty guy were faking for 3 years while they were still together. Fuck. I went to inpatient treatment after having a bit of a breakdown. My brand new husband came to pick me up for a nice off-site visit. We went to dinner and then Target. I was in the dressing room trying on a sweater and turned on my cell phone. He brought it to me so I could catch up with family during the visit. It blew up with messages from the boyfriend of a woman who was getting non-stop messages from my husband while she was showering. Screenshots of their conversation the night before followed. He spent hours trying to convince her to come fuck him in our bed after they'd met for drinks. I knew about the goodbye drinks. We were moving across the country in a few weeks and he was meeting friends of ours alone because I was in treatment. She continually said things like, "Taking off your ring at dinner doesn't mean you're not married," and "I have a boyfriend and I respect your wife," while he said things like, "No woman has ever turned my head the way you did tonight, not even me on our wedding day 2 weeks prior," and "Please, I need to taste you. I need to feel your skin against mine." The side door opens right into my bedroom. He was never going to tell me. Excuses went from, "I wanted to prove to myself how much I love you by almost cheating and then not following through with it," to, "I was so lonely because you left right after the wedding," to even, "If she'd actually shown up I'd have turned her away." I was fragile and stayed with him. I moved away from everything and everyone I knew 2 weeks later after leaving treatment early against my therapist's advice and spent 2 miserable years with him. Wow. I was an idiot. Not nearly the same weight as others, but still the death knell of the relationship. She was going to a male review with a friend we knew would cheat on her longtime boyfriend. I thought this girl was a little scummy, but whatever. I trusted my then girlfriend to do the right thing. She leaves, and around midnight our shared laptop starts making a lot of message received noises through Google Hangouts, and I found out she had met a male stripper at the male review they wanted to, and had plans to meet up after. She didn't get home till 4, but I assumed she'd catch me up in the morning. After waiting 3 days, I told her I knew, and I expected her to come clean. First excuse, I was embarrassed to tell you. Second excuse, I did it for my friend, as I didn't want to leave her alone. Final excuse, you don't make me feel special anymore, and these guys picked us out of an entire bar of single women. Of course I wanted to spend time with them. We lasted another 6 days. Broke up the day after Valentine's Day because she couldn't even last a week when I asked her to not manufacture any fake arguments. I went to work in VA for the weekend. Already didn't trust the wife, but had to work, and were working on us, so I hit the road and left her the car. Day 2 of my expo, she calls and says she needs to buy a phone charger cause she left hers at work. Told me she had a panic attack and couldn't drive. Didn't call any of our mutual friends or either of our families to help her out because she didn't want my mom to have to drive in the rain. My mom's driven through blizzards in the mountains and told us she'd help anytime we needed, by the way. And she didn't call her best friend, whom I've actually met, because he was asleep. Then she disappeared with some guy she's told me about but I hadn't met before. But we are working on building trust back, so I'll let it go and finish my weekend. When I got back we were fussing about something unrelated, and I mentioned I felt weird about the events of the weekend. The wife goes on to show me her texts to prove her innocence of her own accord. I didn't even ask to see them this time. Not only was her best friend up and talking to her during the time, but her and the guy in question deleted different parts of the conversation than she had deleted. She even had him send screenshots to help with the proof. By this time she'd lied so much about many different things, the infidelity itself almost didn't even matter anymore. I literally laughed at them and explained their errors and asked her what she wanted for dinner, all in the same message. I replied, I'm currently going through a separation, and on day 2 of this, she showed back up at our old house to gather things with the girl she cheated on me with the most during our relationship. I'm sure she wasn't the only one, but I had literally caught them deleting messages about how much they loved each other and hated me. Worst part? The extra beach was my friend before I'd met my wife and I introduced them. Damn. The more I type the more I realize my marriage sucked, lol. You guys don't need any more examples though. It was bad, and I'm moving on finally. When one of my friends was a child, her dad made friends with a woman at the park who had a little girl around her age. They ended up meeting up for play dates at each other's houses, and one day at the woman's house she and the woman's daughter had been left in the living room and she went looking for her dad. She walked with her dad and this woman having sex. She was like 5, so she didn't know what they were doing, just that they were rolling about on the bed and the woman had no top on. Her dad bought her sweets and gave her a whole story about how he wasn't doing anything wrong, but she shouldn't tell her mum just in case she would be jealous the next time her dad wasn't letting her have her way about something. She went and described what she'd seen to her mum, told her the woman's name, where she lived, etc. Her parents had a bro and her mum left with her and her brother and they ended up getting divorced. She was about 12 before it finally dawned on her exactly what had happened.